habit magic. Yes, Rosie has some dreams, but confesses that even with the power of love, such an ability to work wonders has it's been lost. Hebrews, much less Greeks, Romans, surely existed in ancient. Captain now sets the stage for the rest of the times. Yes, indeed, such power did exist in the past. It was an original revealed to the Hebrews via Moses through the effect of divine revelation. Further, everyone that truly worked wonders had access to what we call these Mosaic messages, or final revelation according to the Word, BJC, and this true power, truly renovated by strength. Here, a Jewish person can be a curious skeptic and interject. What about all those who wield power in the magical arts alone, without reference to this wonder-working word? In here follows one unsustained attack on what we call short polarity of magical arts, or modern magic, enforced by the modern cities, which really want that perspective. This attack connects three workings against this army by which to interact with demonic entities. Further, these techniques single out Tamara, Bono, and the Patriots. Well, they're hopelessly corrupt in centuries of miscopy, such that even if you imagine the works of the past, certainly the past, finding these modern operators could only imagine is very simple detail which they are. And the biggest could account for every single detail of astrological life is magic. In other words, there are magic centers in fire taking either fraudulent, demonic, or hopelessly corrupt. Probably everyone has it in some combination. That's book one concludes once it is argued for the need of a renovated philosophy backed by a source of the efficacy of the true wonder-working power of the divine words has for delivered by direct divine revelation back to the always found. But to reveal such a word, Corinthians Gomez must abandon his speculative curiosism and Photius must dispense with his reliance on the Talmud. Further, as we all over the first day of the conversation, all key academy of names, laws, privileges, silence, purity, and nine closing hand up, literally an opportune time to announce that this is a wonder-working word. Today, with that first day spent furthering out the philosophical problems, the second day and discussing the field of magic more generally, along with the wonder-working words or feelings themselves, which all goes into developing the theoretical foundations for the nature of this novel magic. The discussion is just how such words have actually been infused with divine power at all. This was actually a team that Nico Garcia's was the team of the magic here, along with discussing various divine names, especially the foundation of the working word, the Israelite God, it's a three species form. Physical form, like describes gases, gas of love, describes heavens, but also predictions therefrom, and Alicia, or magical divine sources of angels, interacting with divine demons, the second stuff. Of course, those wonders and music can be affected just via natural love, now called science, all kinds of behind the scenes science. Astrology, interesting would go on logical and mathematical realms, basically, Pico, you covered that already. Affected by what? The implication of angels is perilous to say the least. They are used in the notion that divine power can compel or coerce in any way, much less drawn down into statutes as ridiculous. There's one point here that point out that the energy is directly aimed at the hermetic. And let me stress against this, specifically the section called the statute of found in Ethics. Or the brain in ancient age, let me stress degenerated and became corrupt use of this power. No, the wonder-working word operates as a direct relationship with divine love, directly inspires divine genius, which the use of the word allows the flow of divine energy to transform the world. Purity and faith inspires the conduit in which divine power flows into the mind and is effective as speech through the nameless and divine power. No angels, kings of talismans, no magic circles. The unified power of divine love as active in speech and evidenced by its ability to transform the physical and metaphysical worlds. That's it. This form of magic or the wonder-working world, as much as he likes to call it that, this term is supposed to what it means is knowing the wonder-working word seeking goodness as an act of glory or divine, along with eager hymns of praise and laughter. Hebrew. Much of these techniques, by the way, are actually taken from Chia's use of mystical music, kind of Christian mozzarella, and the contemplative techniques, all Jewish and Christian certain phrase when mind becomes open to receiving the divine flow, such feelings between God and Spirit, the Word, what inspires thinking as the one inspired, that becomes divine, and thus becomes the conduit for divine power itself. Its only is illuminated even why by the state. Word transmitted to mere letters and sounds to the operative power of the divine itself. Okay, but what are these divinely powerful words? These words so radically infused with divine power that they maintain their inherent metaphysical force. Well, even the ancients agreed that great confirmation had no power in this regard. These letters were derivative from the definition of even Alpha as Greek love of Alpha, and the ancient Greeks deserved nothing really of ancient true wisdom, and even the Hermetic complains that the distillate speech of the Greeks lacks the energy required for working real spiritual magic. Of course, looking at the books here, the tradition of the barbarous words that possibly the magical English world spells into this magical environment to their descendants. His conclusions would argue that there not was found in some form or power, but in what one of these mysterious, powerful words is here. More emphasis on the prosaic glory of the spirit of the Christianism. It was Moses who distilled that revelation from the divine in the first to speak the language itself and the word power is wonderful forms of words revealed. This natural technology, or those mosaic techniques, would use throughout the world, from nations to regions such as India to even Venezuelans, Celts, though it was in various states of corruption until they so degraded that they ceased to function at all. With the possible exceptions, not Mormons, did seem to have a unique divine revelation to itself among the non-Hebrews. The divinely powerful name was only in many ways kept alive by the covenant. Though the coming of the incarnate Word of God, Jesus Christ, even this tradition eventually failed to produce further wonders like the New Testament of the covenant of the covenant. How the New Testament recognized the power of divine speech from God and Jesus of Nazareth, who could expel demons in the name of Jesus, the prophets could. And they recorded some of the original Aramaic speech in the Greek language in letters in the depictions of his life teaching, execution, and resurrection have little chunks of Aramaic in the Greek of the New Testament. How words were originally in Hebrew, such powerful words were reminiscent of the mystery schools of the ancient world, but only maintain those efficient since the messianic breakthrough in the form of the common law. For Rothschild, the task was to attribute these words in power and fully enact their power in the sign of the cross, the physical implications of the incarnation of the Trinity in the flesh. But first, come along and how the things of God are revealed to the ancient Hebrews. While Rothschild uses all the various special names in the Hebrew Bible, such as Yahweh, to all that which is being to one most hidden aspect of the divine to the divine mind, or H, which is the outer appearance of the divine world. In fact, these three names, by the way, or represent the Christian Trinity of common truth and Christian love. Furthermore, one of the earliest discussions of the divine names associated with the separated Trinity of life for the first time lies in ways from the sublime there from the crown and other non-investments of the divine, through which blessings flow to our world but the most attention given in the text to the inevitable or whether you will deny a or IH just as intrinsic in this book. This name of the divine first revealed to the patriarchs of practically true power and fully revealed to its true power sealed in Kabbalah and in very found mathematics ideas and also the Tantra. Further contains the unity of its essence, the session of the divine, the sanctifying place of being in the cosmic plan, united, actually in this case, list of mentions with those found in the hermetism being kind of miracle on themselves. More emotional and tetragrammatically captured and expressed all physical dimensions of wisdom from the beginning of the cosmos was made truly powerful times of Moses. The most wonders created in the Bible and beyond, along with other names and mysteries of the ancient world, remain incomplete to the combination of the divine logos and the common Christ. One not all revelation is a true ontological completion of reality of the realm of the divine and the realm of the human being, completely united in the person of Jesus of Nazareth, and the mystery of the final form of the wonder-working word is revealed. 3. According to Rothschild's book, the A or IHUH remain just beyond the reach of mankind for metaphysical and linguistic reasons. But when the final coming of Christ passed, he heard it into the century of the West Security found grammatically, thus rendering it completely pronounceable as a pentagrammaton. That Hebrew letter represents the divine final call to earth. T as a point of articulation and noun for language itself. The seventh page of the cosmos and the oil of the divine lamp, which shines forth from all time, allowing it to receive true divine power. That final letter is the Hebrew letter shed placed like a keystone of a march to the tetragrammaton right in the middle, finally revealed whispered tones of individual power named IHSH, which is both the most powerful capital word in the modern divine flow of power, but also the love as a particular spelling of the name of Christ himself. This is a name that has the power to expel demons, fly on water, tread upon water, cause earthquakes, even repel pirates. It's intergalactic. Further, this name tells us it's this great stone of philosophers. That's when base metal into perfection is alpha. It's a word that for magical practice. So the freedom to surpass all that for all philosophy provide direct access to divine, by which didn't die divine love, which divine power, transformation, all reality. Though, just as it seems that one man might tell us the practical side of this wonder working IHSH, they shut out from this conversation where you have no declare to us not properly split these veiled arcana and obscure symbols into the air to whisper to hear. The final text concludes with a ritual initiation where Sidonius and Roses receive a kind of baptism, breath, by the Holy Spirit. The silence, the hiding secret, this final powerful word, but also the worship, this praise, this word. But just as worthless as the systematization explanation, magical and couples to conclusions found in the conclusions. On the practical side, taking up my feet, I stand philosophy. In fact, the so-called draft of that text in 10 actually published in 1533 removes ample and substantial quotations from Rothschild's paper, Fico. In fact,
Question.
Yes, sir.
I think this is the best question you ever hear.
That's what I like to hear. All right, big dog, hit me with it.
So, can you get a ban from this server? Are you banning people?
I have had to ban someone earlier this week for showing nudity.
Mhm. And for talking, not only from.
Yeah, if somebody comes in, some people think it's funny to come N-word, 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 N-word until you kick them out. So yeah, people get banned for that.
England.
That's how people like to spend their time online. So that's what happens.
What if you can ban? You can you get banned for life or you get banned for some time. How this works?
I have an appeal server, so anyone who gets banned can appeal. I can let them right back in. I get something like, "Hey, apologies, I was immature. Can you let me back in?" Or some people are like, "Hey, I was drunk and I was just being stupid online." And then I get some people who are, they'll be like, "Hey, I was 17 and I used to just ban anybody who was. Now I just ask them to leave nicely, but they'd be like, I was 17, but now I'm 18. Can you let me back in?" And I let them back in. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
And that was the best question you ever have.
Perhaps. All right.
I will be back.
And
I
hey,
will be
Doug,
back soon.
excellent. So,
Although those in 2003 they were kind of resentment for not understanding, we turned to writing. And one of the deeper notes is that in practice, we turned to mystery books because while the centrality of the single word is necessary, the species virtually never elsewhere its ideas are, and such how is called philosophy. Indeed, the same can be said for Rothschild, who is also a responsible reader of like many facts that are located in the major read prior to his composition of his 264 monastery literature, which follows nearly the same journalistic program, though with a simple, not necessarily word, in this kind of work, appreciation of both of them found responsible for magic and Kabbalah of the Fourth Renaissance, but also one of the key links in the chain that transfers, adapts, and innovates such theories into Northern Europe comes from the Hellenic subject. Of course, to derive with me on these last or even most mature work on Kabbalah is the 1517 Architecturistic show. This is this channel and for this episode represents a much deeper understanding of both the language, but also the examples of the various parts of traditional Kabbalah and how they evolve to various dimensions or religion. Sounds like kind of repetitive conversation. While one will never leave Catholicism or compromise that it's all faith, Christianity and toleration is appreciation for Jewish people would rise as much in the way of the kind of fraternity that we define as social and moral progress. But sadly, there's no translation of the word or Fico, and even the addition of the architecturistic idea without very serious contradictions to the esotericism study of the Virgo's groundbreaking intellectual seeker, which is now 50 years old. That's when the ground broke years ago. So we need to catch up. It's a wonderful article written in some flexibility in this episode, but it's finding the location of profound studies of Chino, cognitive and John analysis, whatever remains understudied, and thus is impact genes growing under appreciated to this day. It's really tragic. So, there's always work to do now and then. You're on mind. Again, make sure to check out the other one of the best this episode. And until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and I'm exploring the arcane history of philosophy. triumph, increasingly radical forms of nominalism. Unlike realism, which held that there was a metaphysical, ontological connection between the sign and the signifier, nominalism held that relationship between a substance and category to which it belonged, and such category existed. Thus, while John Dee said to exist as a present substance, the general category of humanity to which it belonged offered itself only as the name of this position. However, this position will become even more radical as the evolves. Eventually, its position is sort of the relation of the sign and the signifier, and the signifier was access only a metaphysical connection between language and ontology. In the 16th century, twilight of realism, one language held out as the most radical position, the so-called language or angelic, or better, celestial speech, revealed to Dr. John Dee, servant telling. Here the NLP reveals us that signify the member of the substance of speaking. Every word signifies a quality of that substance. Thus, here is a language in which language and metaphysics are fused to the most realist position imaginable. That language is being. Being is that language, the very language God spoke as being himself. I hope you'll join me in this third part of our series on Ethiopian American language as I explore the best understood example from that language, Ethiopian clause, either in Psalm text of unification into unloved power, love is mentioned in God. This section of the language is famous for having grammar, grammatical, vocabulary, syntax, morphology, virtually all the traits of natural language, taking supernatural language. Let's explore the language of better the celestial speech. If you're interested in fact, many philosophy out there come around. History of the called short to subscribe. Check out that on topics. Terrorism, even the playlist of the top fans. Want to support my work in providing accessible, scholarly, and practical topics to terrorism area for free? I hope you consider supporting my work on Patreon or with a one-time donation, or if you use the super thanks option in the video. Now let's dive into my and perhaps of the divine celestial angelic speech. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane history, philosophy, and religion. This episode is the third series of detailed analyses of angelic lines. Today, another profound thanks to Aaron Leach for looking over this episode as well. I mean, he is expertise in celestial language, how they might be used to really access lives it's grids. Make sure to check out his life knowledge and study their best language. This episode should be able to act as a standalone wherever you watch all order obviously you can do the first two episodes in this series. Now if you want to catch up on those, check out the other episodes in this let's summarize these two episodes. Dee and Kelly started their script session in the early 50s, mostly receiving directions to construct solid furniture and ritual objects as part of the system of the astral matter. Now, generally referred to as the timing system, a strata, so-called key sessions. With that system laid out, we have kind of tuning the workflow for sound regulation and about a year into the session. Vast multiple words and letters and greetings and images on the alphabet. This technical device is hardly a form of yoga. It was a collection of 49 photos, first of which contained 49 by 49 words on both sides of the folio, talking about words, and a very language of the past, the very language God uses out in, followed further by 4 series of 8 grids containing letters and numbers for the final chaos of the apocalyptic last days. This was a 5 reactors, 5 each. Yeah, that nothing all else correctly. And somehow unlocked or opened the businesses of 48 or 49 calls of the song like text. Just language of all of the complex between furniture described earlier as the target system, starting with the second first of the Christ God, and the first human call, either for song or for talks, the apocalypse, or perhaps personal divine revelation. If you're confused, good job. Honestly, if you want to get even more, come to the series. Keys are in those calls. About here, during revelations of the languages, Loga, unknown, now large, here's the keys of this keys that are set on the grid. Now, at this point, the team would have finished completing the ritual on the process as it's hard to unlock my keys, but there is much evidence to that effect. There is much evidence that aliens have tried to vast system that really imagine the order of its nature still mysterious down to this very thing. But how about here that it will do for a revelation of keys example face and start over time until the first few keys. But before the 13 keys revealed, Allah appeared before yet another vast section. This is kind of more standard this formal version is pre-evolutionary intention constantly progress now what's important about this text is true audio. Rather than each portion of time in their peripheries, table words in the source of speech, directly belongs to English. Precious words off very first systematic words, sentences in the celestial speech. A few days later, even stranger revelation. I have this romantic series of revelation about the image of the speech to be found in the entire also first table speech is sealed for non-Christ followed by believers. Despite this, time that first call is a direct call to God. Actually, we go at this point. It being revealed doesn't make it clear how to use it precisely because this first key somehow is only a more probably take which is just fine. Long strings of text continuum unlikely without to come. Now just what these strings mean, however, users are widely building the first place they are called the first one, the first one. Isn't it all clear? Many mysteries of the session function as string and terms of the mysterious section and the language assumed part of the speech. The next day, writing a letter to the people for the non-Roger revelation would give keys of the 13 calls. The keys themselves are celestial gender delicious senses. Our actual revealed stars and various forms of intuition over the course of the next few months. Finally, in the 13 years, the reception of these calls was positive and George, the first forward backward order over several sessions for the English sense given upon each key. Keys 5 and 18 will reveal one completely haphazard when the next session forward, though with each leaders. Though some of these techniques were scrambled from missing words and information that you information appears sometimes. Relation of 10 is shows the mass, and there are sections missing from other sections. Keys 14 and 15 are just missing from the revelations. Autograph and content. But the artifact is slowly one by one to Angelica, their copy of one which if you're a fan of the magic, you've only ever seen a clear copy of the entirety of the revolution in the economy minutes. You're not alternatively expressive of alternative have gone soon. But three or keys are transmitted backwards to which order received by analyzing calculators or mass tables. Probably the table of small tables. Though the letter notation sometimes vast and outnumbered the size of its table, the table one with movements of tens of thousands of spaces, sometimes even 200,000 spaces around a single letter. Further, the numbers themselves are somehow unrelated to time. The angels have been reading their how was the conclusion explained clearly Gabriel was one of that numbers that we speak of are the reason for their formal numbers, not the predictions. That the numbers come directly from these couple of conclusions directly against they become more finely here output. Gabriel, in fact, one such example of the logic of logic is found in the toward the revelation or first key, truth, and the locational value. One might call it this conclusion, and then I call the square of the logic word, which uses the evidential mathematician. The angels, perhaps, red-faced, using squares, roots, just split the difference. Need one of the most common diaries in Portland. That's their Latin. I don't know for treasury. I mean, percent of course, nothing is as funny as the clear treasure has been paid. Yes, that's their own episode. At some point, you'll know that I love giant buried treasure. Regardless, the interlink of numbers, letters, and topology are perfectly at home in this twilight of radical realism. Though I suspect the large, inexplicable numbers here could just as well be Kelly as subterfuge to hide this. Let's call it celestial. translates with the English sense provided. So what are these keys? What are the key calls? Briefly, they are song-like texts of apocalyptic Columbia applications. They range in length from around 180 words, shortest 15, hardly even 30, really only about 19. Don't include the final refrain, move and show yourselves, open the mysteries of your creation, be friendly unto me, for I am the servant of God. Hi. Which is actually intended to cause 11 through 18 by angelic command for various reasons. But calls, because of their brevity and utter strangeness, are highly resistant to summary, so I'm not even going to attempt to summarize them here. Considering that in total there are only 1,000 words, it takes me about 10 or 15 minutes to read them all, not really making them anything clearer to me. Though before my introduction to the episode, these keys, like the Liber Loci, are exercises in radical linguistic realism, such that each letter signifies a verb, substance, or of speaking. Each word signifies the quiddity of that substance. This is Duns Scotus. But just as the Liber Loci is somehow thought to be reality itself in alphanumeric form, the keys are said to be a life of motion which animates pure being into becoming. They are what activates the pure potential of the tables of the Loci, as per very classic Aristotelian physics. Further, the calls are said to touch on all parts of the world with which you can do anything, thus connecting to the later parts of the world revelations, in which the entire magical system, viewing form, and angelically powered national espionage. Yes, international espionage. Why isn't it simple? I'm serious. Angelically powered international espionage using the language of creation. You also kind of get the apocalypse there in the wings. If deep, invested in you, basically told him to do it. Of course, you have the wife swapping business later on. Hey, Robert Eggers, you got anything to call me? Remote viewing aside, the calls specifically required for opening the tables of the Loci in the process of descending as the American language has it from a little down text, probably resulting in some kind of Gnostic-like experience of divine revelation. Of course, we don't know, at least not in the journal left by Kelly, because neither nor Kelly never seemed to complete the complex Jabotball ritual, so the jury's kind of out about what exactly all this is supposed to do. We do learn a bit about the individual calls, and some of them often do get confirmation that call 1 is locked, 2 is locked, but perhaps with the exception of that weird string of letters like alpha that we mentioned earlier. Further, call 1 invokes the kings and ministers of government, though this is perhaps a reference to celestial or planetary beings, but just as well be actual rulers on the earth. Key 3, and perhaps the corresponding 4th tables, seem to be related to the incarnation of beings into our physical bodies. The key of the 3rd Aether's invokes the spirits of air, which are typically identified as kind of quasi-demonic. More than this time, I recall that Jim of the Skull is back to burn, asking necromancy, though the usual knowledge makes it clear that they are not rejected, but dignified. Again, calls 19 through 49 are all identical, except for the change of the name of the specific Aether in the first line of the invocation. Aside from these brief asides, very little has to be said of these calls, filled with angels, directions, geometric angles, oddly specific numbers, and descriptions of apocalyptic violence that remain as inspiring and frightening as they are poetic and alluring. So, what can we say about the language of the call? From medical linguistics, the language of Table 1 of the Liber Loci and the calls are actually distinct, but not totally unrelated. Recall that the Liber Loci can slip into glossolalia links, clusters from loci just seem to reappear, and calls may typically are very short words. Just what the relationship is between the two, if any, remains completely mysterious. The sample size of the call language is so small compared to that of the Libra Loci. In fact, much smaller. Table 1 of the Libra Loci contains about 4,800 words, while the call language is less than half that size, at about 1,070 words, and really only about 250 if you don't count the repetitions. As you can imagine, the sample size to any sure linguistic feature of the calls is extremely challenging. That said, the call language does have inherent linguistic features, including non-random words, syntax, morphology, numerals, even yet and verb conjugations and noun declensions. In short, it appears language-like, but let's add a caveat. Everything mountain and caveats, obviously, but let's specify one here. The calls are never really translated into English in a word-to-word analytic form. Rather, they're given a distinguished sense by the angels. In fact, this sense is responsible for the interpolation of many adjectives into the otherwise very adjective-poor language of the calls. But what more can we say about the linguistics of the Enochian language? Phonologically speaking, the language appears quite similar to modern English, like the language of Loci. It doesn't seem to portray sounds outside of that very range. There are occasional consonant vowel clusters in English. Many of those are very kind of described, but clues that of course, any phonological study of the Celestial speech as it's preserved in early modern English would be placed into that context of pronunciation, and especially that all of this is actually happening in the midst of vowel. Generally speaking, it seems to be based on a collection of very
Hey, 6 minutes ago.
I know.
Okay, what
I know.
happened?
I was texting you. I was in the bathroom. I was texting.
Did you text me?
Yes. Like 10 minutes ago. 2 minutes ago.
Okay, why didn't you text me beforehand?
Because my phone would die and I was not having phone with me.
Okay, so here's the thing. You texted me this 2 minutes ago. Why didn't you just say, here's what I'm saying. I don't care. It's fine. But when we say a time, you got to be ready. You understand what I'm saying? Like that's not something like I'm a very understanding person, but bosses are not. Okay, and you need to be accountable. If no one teaches you accountability, well then everybody's on Tony time, and everybody's gonna just do whatever they want to do, and you're not gonna be successful in life with that. When you tell someone I'll be there at a certain time, you need to be there at that time, if not early.
Uh, I must be on a video camera in this episode because I don't feel like on camera. I want to do it, but I'm not feeling to be on camera.
You want to just be on camera. You don't have to say anything. You'll be upset with yourself in future if you're like, yeah, and then there was that one time because I went to the bathroom or whatever, I wasn't feeling well. Just be on camera. All you have to do is scroll. That's it. You don't have to do anything else. Okay, let's do this, big dog.
Yeah, let's go. Let's make this happen.
All
Let's
right.
make history reborn to us.
That's right. And we might even be doing 2032. You never know, dog. Okay.
So I'm going to send you links. Give me 1 minute. I need to go to my computer and I need to brush my teeth. I don't want to be like looking bad.
Okay.
But right, I am the man, so I need to things regardless how I'm feeling.
I don't know what you're saying. What'd you say?
I'm I am the man, and don't care if I'm sad, happy, angry. I need to do these things
That's
because
right.
I'm a man.
That's right, big dog. Big dog, did you send the link?
My tea, like I said.
Okay. Hey, everybody. We're on Tony time. Hey, Rabbi, what's Tony time? Tony time is when you do whatever you want, wait on your time, and everybody has other things to do, but Tony doesn't care. Tony is showing absolute, complete non
I am doing this for you.
non-respect for anyone around him. He's just it's Tony time, everybody. And
I am.
hey, Rabbi, what time is Tony time? Well, let's say we were going to meet at 12 o'clock. When normal people 12 o'clock, Tony times, we're going to meet at maybe 12:06. Maybe Tony's got to go to the bathroom. Maybe Tony's got to brush his teeth. Maybe Tony's got to stretch. Maybe Tony's got to eat. It's whatever time Tony wants. Oh, okay, Rabbi. Why does Tony do things on his time? Because he hasn't learned accountability. He will learn accountability someday, and then he will recognize that, hey, this is what you got to do. You got to get all that stuff done. I'm just playing with you, but I'm teaching you a lesson as well. That you want to be accountable. Do you know what the word accountability means?
I know.
What's it mean?
It means I am on time.
Yeah.
And every time.
That's exactly right, man.
And everybody now is thinks I am horrible person.
No, nobody thinks you're a horrible person. They just recognize that Tony. Tony has to understand. Women want mature men, and not having accountability is a sign of immaturity. So we're teaching Tony accountability, and so how should have this been done? How did I have it done? Well, I was keeping an eye on the clock and I saw, all right, there's about 10 minutes until we're supposed to meet. So I got my computer ready, I got my pages open, I turned on my light, I put on my jacket, I went to the bathroom, I got my water, and then I looked and there was about 2 minutes left. And then I put my computer headphones and I was ready to go. Now, this immediately exactly like, we have some understanding, but that's how you should be.
I am doing things for you.
This is not for me.
You don't want to.
This is not for me.
To my bad
this. Okay, that's fine. This is for both of us. It's Tony time. They're supposed to start. Tony's down.
I'm not mood in the jokes.
You're not what?
Sorry, I'm not mood.
You're not in
my mood.
What do you mean?
I'm not in mood to get the jokes. I'm not.
That's okay. You don't have to be on the mood to get a job right now. You have to be in a mood to send me a link to join.
I know. I'm.
What Tony needs to understand is that the sooner I get a link, The sooner I stop singing the Tony accountability song. This is the Tony accountability song. When Tony says that they will be here, you should just know for Tony that's 10:14 or whatever time it is for you. Don't worry, there are other people who are like recognize that if you're at work and they say be there at noon, you're there at noon or a little early. If you do things the way they
No, no, I send you the
Okay.
fucking link.
Okay, here we go, folks. Now, let's say I tried to get in the link and something went wrong with my computer. Unexpected. Then we say, hey, we understand, but like brushing your teeth and going to the bathroom, I would understand if you're like, Rabbi, I was really rushed. But you weren't. You came in here and you were like, why do you ban people? I mean, like, I know that you were. Okay.
But it was the
Listen,
best
listen,
action
listen, listen,
you
listen,
ever had.
listen, listen. You need to email me the link, please. You always email me the link.
Okay.
But I'm not going to get upset because you tried.
Yeah, yeah.
Text that girl. Okay, well, you should have done that.
But I will do like bro. Can we go to the work, please? I send it to you.
Okay. Do you want to text that girl?
But not now.
Okay.
Not now.
You emailed it? Hey,
Yeah.
2030. Where's it go?
I
Okay, I'm gonna mute the call. Fudge.
okay.
I'm gonna mute you here, and I'm gonna join the. Because not even Rabbi was ready. Not even Rabbi was ready. Rabbi needs to adjust their camera. Rabbi, why are you giving Tony so much BS, but you don't even have your camera ready? Because it takes me 20 seconds to get my computer ready. And it takes Tony 17 minutes to get everything ready. Oh, but what's good for the goose is good for the gander. You should be fair. All right. We are going to join Tony's call in less than 1 minute. Put a timer on the clock, folks. Here we go. 20, Tony. Can you hear me? Tony, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, yesterday you asked me for something. Do you remember for what you asked me? You asked me for a headshot. And did you use it? You asked me for a headshot, a picture of myself. And I sent it to you. And did you use it? What do you mean not yet? You already put out the thumbnail. That doesn't. I mean, that's not me. But I sent you my headshot. You should use the headshot that I sent you. You know what a headshot is? It's a picture of your head. That's okay. That's okay. Can you hear me? No worries. I understand more than anybody in the world about disconnects, so don't worry. 2031 and maybe 2032. I know I am. I know I am. All right, I'm ready when you are. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, we just say well 31 and we go into it. I'm ready when you are. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Welcome to 2031. 2031 will be a common year starting on Wednesday of the Gregorian calendar, the 2031st day of the Common Era, the 31st year of the third millennium and the 21st century, and the second year of the 2030s decade. The predicted and scheduled events on January no further extensions to the term of copyright rights become law in the interim. Books, films, and other works by who died in 1960 will enter the public domain in the United Kingdom, the European Union, and some other jurisdictions. Those published in 1935 will enter the public domain in the United States. January, NASA plans to deorbit the International Space Station, directing any unbroken remnants into Point Nemo in the South Pacific Ocean. January as well, the 2031 World Men's Handball Championship will be held in Denmark, Iceland, and Norway. March 31st, the 2030 World will be closed in Saudi Arabia. April 5th, comet Bernard, Bernardinelli Bernstein will make its closest approach to Earth at a distance of 10.1 astronomical units, 1.5 billion kilometers, or 940 million miles. On May 1st, there will be the 100th anniversary of the Empire State Building. In June, Veritas, a mission by NASA to map the surface of Venus, will be launched. In July, icy moons explorer will reach Jupiter. 29th through September 14th, the 2031 FIBA basketball will be held in France. From September to October, the 2031 Rugby World Cup will be held in the United States. From October to November, the 2031 Cricket World Cup will be held in India. October 29th, transit of Venus from Uranus. December 12th, Virgin of Guadalupe celebrates its 500th year anniversary. December 17th, transit of Earth from Uranus. An ESA orbital mission to Venus will be launched. Unknown dates that are planned for 2031. 2 World Trade Center, also known as 200 Greenwich Street, gets finished. The 22nd Pan American Games will be held. The 2031 Women's World Cup will be held in the United States, Mexico, and other members. The 2031 AFC Asian Cup will be held. In Kazakhstan, the switch of the writing script of the Kazakh language from the Cyrillic alphabet to the Latin alphabet is scheduled to be fully implemented by 2031. Formula One is targeting the return of V8 engines by approval from engine manufacturers by 2031 or as early as 2030, and general elections are scheduled to be held in Nigeria. From a publishing standpoint, in 2031, The Bride of Frankenstein will be made public domain or is planned to be made public domain in 2031. And moving into our timeline, from 2031 to 2045, Cargo Sue train becomes operational. In 2031 to 2035, Jupiter icy moons. I am reading our timeline. I said, and moving into our timeline. And moving contents. 2031 to 2045, Cargo Sue terrain becomes operational in Switzerland. 2031 to 2035, Jupiter Icy Moons Explorer, JUICE explores the Jovian system. 2031 to 2032, China completes its Guowang and Tianfan megaconstellations. 2031, generative AI is a $1 trillion market. The International lands on Venus. Second World, 2 World Trade Center completes the rebuilding of Ground Zero. Completion of the Stade Ship Tunnel. India has begun phasing out hydrofluorocarbons (HFCs). Much of Bangkok is being abandoned due to flooding. Perennial wheat and corn are becoming profitable. Stem cell pharmacies are commonplace. Married couples are a minority in the kingdom. Chocolate becoming a rare luxury. And the final Avatar movie is planned for release. Perhaps the final. 2031 to 2045. Cargo Sue train becomes operational in Switzerland. Cargo Sue terrain (CST) is an underground automated system of freight transport that becomes operational in Switzerland from 2031 onwards. It is designed to be the problem of road traffic, which has grown by 45% in the region since the mid-2010s. This tube network, including the self-driving carts and transfer stations, is built at a cost of $35 billion and is privately financed. The first section runs from Erkingen Niederbipp to Zurich. and is around 70 kilometers or 43 miles in length, with 10 hubs between the two regions. This is followed by additional tunnel sections and 80 hubs eventually by 2045. Above ground way stations with vertical lifts enable the rapid transfer of cargo. Each vehicle is refrigeration compatible, meaning that fresh and chilled goods can be handled, such as food and medical supplies, as well as deliveries from production and logistics sites to urban centers. The CST can be used for the movement of recycling and waste products. The entire project is electromagnetic induction and run at 19 miles per hour or 30 kilometers per hour, operating for 24 hours a day, which includes fully automated loading and unloading. An additional monorail system for carrying packages in the roof of the tunnel moves at twice this speed. Cargo suit terrain allows goods to be delivered more efficiently as at, at more regular intervals, while cutting both air and noise pollution, as well as reducing the burden of traffic. The next event that we anticipate occurring from 2031 to 2035 is Jupiter Icy Moons Explorer, JUICE. It explores the Jovian system. Jupiter Icy Moons Explorer, JUICE, is a mission by the European Space Agency to explore the Jovian system, focusing on the moons Ganymede, Callisto, and Europa. Launched in 2023, the craft goes through four gravity assists: Earth, Venus, Earth, Earth, before reaching Jupiter in 2031. For its give, the probe flybys around some of the largest Galilean moons, Ganymede, Callisto, and Europa, all of which are believed to hold subsurface liquid water oceans. As a secondary objective, it also studies Jupiter's atmosphere and magnetosphere, gaining valuable insight into how the gas giant might have originally formed. The main science goals for Ganymede, and to a lesser extent for Callisto, are characterization of the ocean layers and detection of putative subsurface water reservoirs, topographical, geological, and compositional mapping of the surface, study of the physical properties of the icy crusts, characterization of the internal mass distribution, dynamics, and evolution of the interiors, investigation of Ganymede's tenuous atmosphere, study of Ganymede's intrinsic magnetic field and its interaction with the Jovian magnetosphere. For Europa, the focus is on the chemistry essential to life, including organic molecules, and on understanding the formation of surface features and the composition of non-water ice material. Furthermore, JUICE provides the first subsurface sounding of the Moon, including the first determination of the minimal thickness of the icy crust over the most recently active regions. JUICE begins at Ganymede, the largest moon in the solar system, which it swings past at close range in July 2031. Several hours after this maneuver, it prepares the orbital insertion at Jupiter itself. This highly elongated first orbit is followed by another Ganymede flyby, then further Jupiter with orbits around the becoming less elongated and more circular. JUICE flies past Europa in July 2032 and Callisto in the same month. It then begins a high inclination phase to allow exploration of Jupiter's polar regions and to study the gas giant's magnetosphere. It also observes moon transits, i.e., moons and their shadows, as they pass in front of Jupiter. In December 2034, the spacecraft returns to Ganymede and enters into orbit, as opposed to a flyby. Spacecraft to orbit a moon other than Earth's moon. This maneuver allows it to within 500 kilometers or 310 miles, returning very close range images of the surface. It also features a laser altimeter with 20-meter 66 feet spot size and 10 centimeter 3.9 inches vertical resolution, revealing tidal deformations of Ganymede. Without JUICE is deorbited and impacts the surface of Ganymede in late 2035. This mission, among ESA's most significant of recent years, provides a wealth of empirical data and new, as well as improving the general scientific understanding of the Galilean moons. JUICE also enables mission planners to determine potential landing sites for surface probes in the future. Indeed, preparations are now getting underway to further explore Europa in the 2035 to 2050 timeframe. From 2031 to 2032, China completes its Guangwang and Tianfan megaconstellations. By the end of this period, China has deploying two vast satellite networks, Guowang and Tianfan, which together reshape the country's position in global space infrastructure. Guowang, operated by state-owned company SatNet, achieves its planned total of 12,992 satellites in low Earth orbit in 2031. Tianfan, managed by Shanghai Spacecom Satellite Technology (SSST), with support from Shanghai municipal government and the Chinese Academy of Sciences, grows to over 14,000 satellites by 2032 under different institutional frameworks, one central and state-controlled, the other commercially driven with regional backing. Both constellations support China's broader strategy to deliver nationwide digital coverage, ensure secure communications, and expand strategic autonomy in space. Huawei began deployment with a 10-satellite launch in December 2024. In response to the perceived strategic threat posed by Starlink, China's government orchestrated a surge in constellation launches during 2025 and 2026, backed by state directives and supported by national and commercial launch providers. Medium and heavy lift vehicles, including the Long March 5B and newer Long March 12, enabled the satellite network to rapidly scale up. Beijing-based company Landspace added momentum to the effort with the introduction of its methane-fueled Zhuk-3, whose reusable first stage helped reduce launch costs and turnaround times. By the end of 2026, China had put 2,800 Guowan satellites into orbit. Over the next 5 years, the launch cadence grew dramatically, adding more than 10,000 and completing the full mega-constellation of 12,992 satellites. This allowed China to meet its deployment schedule and remain ahead of the regulatory deadline. With near global coverage, it established China as a direct rival to Western-controlled orbital infrastructure. Tianfan, the sister constellation, began deployment in August 2024 when a Long March 6A delivered the first 18 satellites. A series of additional launches met the widely publicized goal of 648 satellites by December, halfway through the 1,296 satellite phase 1. From 2026 onward, SSST ramped up its operations to several launches each month, using the medium-lift Long March 6A and Long March 8, the latter with a reusable variant in development, alongside the partially reusable Zhuk 3, which offered a payload capacity comparable to SpaceX's Falcon 9, a cumulative total above 5,000 satellites in 2028 and to almost 12,000 in 2030. The constellation reaches its planned total of more than 14,000 by 2032. Together, Guangwang and Tianfan expand China's active broadband fleet to 27,000 satellites, second only to Starlink's projected 42,000 by 2033, and set the stage for Honghu 3, a planned 10,000 satellite network due in 2035 that will push China's total even higher. Of the broader digital Silk Road, Beijing's effort to expand digital infrastructure and connectivity across developing regions, these constellations provide partner nations with a state-backed alternative to Western satellite services, reinforcing China's and geopolitical influence throughout the global south. With low Earth orbit becoming increasingly congested, China has begun to integrate electric propulsion thrusters, onboard AI guidance for collision avoidance, and dedicated deorbit systems into the latest Guangwang and Tianfan satellites. Ground controllers oversee traffic using an advanced platform designed to track tens of thousands of objects, with scalability to 100,000 satellites and beyond, a reflection of China's long-term ambitions in orbital management. Geopolitically, the completion of Jiuquan and Qianfan closes a major gap with the United States. A decade earlier, analysts had described Starlink's dominance as a strategic vulnerability for China. That vulnerability no longer exists. With both constellations now fully operational, China controls a command system at rough Starlink, but matching its global ambitions. Dozens of countries now rely on Chinese satellites, either by preference or necessity, extending Beijing's influence across digital and orbital domains. Despite mounting concerns about crowding and competition in space, China's achievement brings clear benefits. Tens of millions of people now enjoy reliable, affordable internet for the first time, with potential to reach hundreds of millions more as terminal prices fall. Disaster response teams can operate with greater speed and confidence. Businesses, research institutions, high bandwidth tools that were previously unavailable. The completion of Jiuquan and Tianfan marks a defining milestone in China's rise as a space power, a technological breakthrough that elevates the nation's role in global communications. It also highlights the pressing imperative for international cooperation to ensure Earth's orbital environment remains stable and accessible for future generations. The next event that we anticipate in 2031 is generative AI is becoming a trillion-dollar market. The early beginnings of generative AI, a subset of artificial intelligence for creating new content or data models based on existing datasets, could be traced back to the broader evolution of neural networks and the subsequent rise of deep learning. While the foundational concepts of neural networks first emerged in the mid-20th century, it took until the 2010s for certain forms of generative AI to begin making notable strides, largely propelled by exponential advances in computational power, algorithms, and the availability of vast datasets. Generative adversarial networks (GANs) GANs marked a major milestone in the field. 14. In a GAN, two neural networks are given a training set of images and then made to compete with each other to create brand new ones. This process is repeated, rapidly improving with each cycle, resulting in a final image that is often indistinguishable from an existing object, person, or scene. The public became aware of GANs via content on websites like "This person does not exist," which created realistic human faces. Even greater advancements emerged with large language models (LLMs) series. With 175 billion parameters, GPT-3 demonstrated a remarkable ability to generate human-like text across diverse tasks with minimal fine-tuning. Its versatility made it suitable for tasks ranging from writing essays to coding in various web languages. Version 3.5 became publicly available in late 2022 as ChatGPT, followed by the more powerful GPT. Models showed that generative could be applied to several different areas at the same time, combining realistic and coherent text, images, music, voices, and even video. The complexity of these models led to speculation about the arrival of the first artificial general intelligence (AGI). However, concerns also arose over the use of such technology to generate fake news and other harmful content, as well as the potential to make many obsolete. In July 2023, the American Federation of Television and Radio Artists (SAG-AFTRA), a labor union representing 160,000 media professionals worldwide, began a strike against major TV and film studios in protest of low compensation, ownership of work, and generative AI. But the march of technology could not be stopped. With each new advance, generative AI drove down the cost of production, allowing small enterprises to access tools once exclusive to large corporations. The Democratization of this technology around the globe allowed even those without specialized skills or knowledge to harness its power. In the second half of the 2020s, AI-powered personal assistants became capable of generating entire new movies. With just a few simple voice commands, a film could now be made based on a user's own preferences. A common 90 minutes duration, for example, perhaps even featuring a deepfake of the user themselves and their friends, along with specific themes or settings. Although initially a premium service, this capability declined rapidly in cost and soon led to widespread availability of personalized, auto-generated movies. By 2031, the market for generative AI has seen a nearly 50-fold increase compared with a decade earlier, growing from 23 billion dollars to over $1 trillion annually, revolutionizing industries such as entertainment, advertising, design. Video games now frequently include AI-generated narratives which adapt to a player's choices in real time. Movie scenes can be quickly and easily edited to optimize virtual actors, such as increasing or decreasing the intensity of a certain emotion without needing a real human to reenact the scene. Many schools and colleges are now integrating generative AI into curricula and courses, not just for computer science, but also creative subjects like art, literature, and music. It can also produce customized learning materials for students, catering to their pace and level of understanding. Virtual teachers can provide students with 24/7 support whenever needed. Workspaces continue to evolve, with AI increasingly prevalent as a coworker, collaborator, and tool that amplifies human creativity and productivity. It has transformed numerous other fields, including architecture, engineering, fashion, healthcare, and urban planning. To address the misuse of generative AI, for instance, uh, for example, for deepfakes, for deepfakes, many control mechanisms and ethical guidelines have now been established. This includes better detection methods for AI-generated content and inherent safeguards. The next event that we anticipate is the International Space Station is deorbited. The International Space Station (ISS), which first became operational in November 2000, has now reached the end of its lifespan. Originally intended to last only 15 years, it continued to defy expectations through the late 2010s and into the 2020s. Multiple extensions of the planned time in orbit, along with additional modules and of its earlier timeline. By far the largest human-made object in space, the ISS was visible to the naked eye from Earth as it completed its 16 daily orbits, varying between 418 kilometers and 422 kilometers above the Earth's surface. With its microgravity environment, the ISS yielded breakthroughs in material science and other areas of research. It helped to monitor Earth's ecosystems and natural disasters. It also provided testing of future spacecraft technology, essential for enabling the future human exploration of the solar system. However, the ISS accumulated damage over the long term, with solar radiation and temperature extremes gradually taking their toll. The daily expansion and contraction of materials, charring of glass, repeated docking and undocking of spacecraft all weakened the station's integrity. High-speed collisions with space junk also pose a significant. The previous plan by NASA had proposed ending the ISS by 2028, but in 2022 the Biden administration extended this timeline to 2031. The ISS would be steered toward a remote part of the Pacific Ocean, known as Point Nemo, a spacecraft graveyard, and the furthest known location from civilization. In late 2030, it is gently decelerated by onboard thrusters, causing its altitude to gradually decrease over the course of a few months. The final part of the descent is much faster. As it re-enters the atmosphere, the large solar arrays are the first components to burn away, followed by the upper modules and then the remaining structure below. The ISS is 4 times the size of Mir, which underwent a similar maneuver in 2001. As of 2022, NASA had spent $3.1 billion a year on the space station program, with more than 1.3 billion going to operations of the station and research performed there, and $1.8 billion on crew and cargo transportation. The retirement of the station therefore provides major cost savings for NASA and enables the agency to focus on other areas. By 2031, commercial space platforms are replacing the ISS as a venue for scientific research and collaboration. Another major deorbit occurs the following year when China retires Tiangong, its national space station. The next event that we anticipate is Europe's first. For decades, Europe lagged behind other major space agencies in lunar exploration. While NASA (1966), the Soviet Union (1966), China (2013), and India (2023) all achieved successful moon landings, Europe had yet to place a single spacecraft on the. Pardon me? Absolutely. Europe's first lunar lander. For decades, Europe lagged behind other major space agencies in lunar exploration. While NASA (1966), the Soviet Union (1966), China (2013), and India (2023) all achieved successful moon landings, Europe had yet to place a single spacecraft on the lunar surface. The European ESA provided instruments and technology to international missions, lunar lander of its own. This absence became more pronounced in the 2020s as global interest in moon exploration surged with the Artemis program, China and India's expanding ambitions, and commercial ventures led by private companies. Recognizing the need for greater autonomy in space, ESA developed Argonaut, its first ever dedicated lunar lander. This would consist of three main components: a lunar descent element (LDE) for ensuring a precise journey to the Moon and soft landing, a cargo platform element serving as the interface between the lander and its mission-specific payloads, and the payload, with a capacity of up to 1,500 kilograms (330 3,300 pounds), 1,500 kilograms (3,300 pounds). This modular design would allow the Argonaut to accommodate a wide range of functions, from deploying infrastructure and power systems to transporting specific instruments and rovers. In a landmark achievement, an Ariane 6 rocket launches the first Argonaut to the Moon in 2021, marking Europe's entry into surface. This mission, known as Argonet, focuses on establishing critical infrastructure in the lunar southern region. It delivers dedicated navigation and telecommunication payloads, along with energy generation and storage systems, laying the groundwork for future explorations and sustained operations. Notably, Argonaut is engineered to endure the Moon's extreme environmental conditions for extended periods, including the harsh 14-day lunar night where temperatures can plummet to as low as negative 150 degrees Celsius. Its temperatures operational with the capability to survive for up to 5 years. Its design is also versatile enough to enable landings in any region, pinpointing locations to within 50-meter accuracy, potentially allowing samples to be analyzed from previously unexplored and hard-to-reach areas of the Moon. Additional missions with Argonaut landers occur approximately throughout the 2030s. These aim to expand Europe's delivering more complex payloads, supporting international partnerships, for instance with NASA's Artemis program, and help a long-term humans on the Moon. The next event that we anticipate is Da Vinci Plus landing on the Moon. Da Vinci Plus is a robotic spacecraft sent to investigate the atmosphere of Venus as part of NASA's Discovery program. Having launched in 2029 and performed a series of flybys, it deploys a lander in 2031, the near Venus in 1970, and the USSR's Vega in 1985. During its 63-minute descent by parachute, this sphere-shaped probe samples the air, taking measurements of its chemical composition and other properties down to the surface. This data, 10 times more detailed than any previous mission, helps in understanding the atmosphere's origin, how it has evolved over time, and how and why it is different from those of Earth and Mars. It determines the history of the water on Venus, such as the presence of oceans in the past, as well as previously unknown processes at work in the lower atmosphere. Before it reaches the surface, the Da Vinci Plus probe takes the first ever high-resolution photos of the planet's intriguing rigid terrain (tesserae) to explore the origin alongside tectonic, volcanic, and weathering history. This camera, the Venus Descent Imager (VENDI), is similar to the Mars Descent Imager (MARDI) and the surface of Venus in. The probe's other instruments include two spectrometers to obtain the first detailed in situ surveys of noble and trace gases and associated isotope ratios, alongside an atmospheric structure investigation to measure the dynamics of the Venusian atmosphere during entry and descent. All of these findings help scientists understand why Venus and Earth took such different paths as they matured of rocky exoplanets. A sister mission, Veritas, is also taking place at Venus during this time, with a focus on mapping and geology. The next event that we anticipate is two World Trade Center being completed at Ground Zero. 3 decades after the terrorist attacks of the 11th of September 2001, the rebuilding of Ground Zero has reached its symbolic conclusion. Two World Trade Center, the final office tower at the World Trade Center site, is now opening as the new global headquarters of American Express. Designed by Foster Partners and developed by Silverstein Properties, the skyscraper rises 374 meters, or 1,226 feet, above 200 Greenwich Street, immediately north of the Oculus, the distinctive wing-shaped transport hub and shopping complex at the center of the rebuilt World Trade Center. Its 55 floors contain nearly 186,000 square meters (2 million square feet) of space with capacity for up to 10,000 employees. American Express is both the sole owner and occupant of the building, which stands on land owned by the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey under a long-term ground lease. The company is relocating from its previous headquarters at the nearby 200 Vesey Street, which had served as its headquarters since 1986. At street level, the new building fills the last conspicuous gap between beside the Oculus and the 9/11 Memorial. It becomes the second tallest tower in Lower Manhattan, surpassed only by the 541-meter (1,776-foot) One World Center. From more distant viewpoints, it adds a major peak to Lower Manhattan, joining 1, 3, 4, and 7 World Trade Center in a descending cluster across the rebuilt complex. Its broad, stepped profile gives it a commanding presence, particularly when viewed from the Hudson River and New Jersey, where the previously incomplete eastern side of the complex now appears fully developed. The tower consists of several slender, interlocking glass volumes that step back as they rise. These setbacks create three terraces and six corner gardens, providing more than an acre of outdoor space with panoramic views across Manhattan and the surrounding waterways. Greenery is integrated throughout the vertical workplace, alongside flexible offices, communal facilities, and advanced smart building technology. Fully electric and designed around energy efficiency, the tower reflects the growing emphasis of employee well-being in corporate architecture. The project includes a long, complicated effort to complete the final office tower at Ground Zero. Earlier designs had failed to progress amid financing problems and changing office markets, while the COVID-19 pandemic added further uncertainty. American Express ultimately revived the project by committing to own and occupy the entire building. A ceremonial groundbreaking in July 2026 formally marked the start of the main construction phase. One qualification remains: the separate Five World Trade Center lies on the southern edge of the campus, south of Liberty Park and the Memorial Core. It sits outside the principal group of office towers surrounding the memorial. Two World Trade Center therefore completes this central office cluster and fills its final major skyline gap. For an entire generation, Ground Zero was characterized by absence, first as an enormous void, and later by construction sites, temporary structures, and unfinished plans. By 2031, it has become a fully functioning district of offices, transit, culture, public space, and remembrance, demonstrating how a city can preserve the memory of its darkest moment while continuing to build confidently towards the future. The next event that we anticipate is the completion of the Stad Ship Tunnel. The Stad Ship Tunnel is a 1.8 kilometer or 1.1 mile canal and tunnel cutting the Stad Peninsula, letting ships pass its most dangerous stretches. The tunnel measures 49 meters or 161 feet high and 36 meters or 118 feet wide, with a water depth of 12 meters (39 feet), handling ships up to 16,000 gross tonnage and large enough for the Hurtigruten coastal express ships. First proposed in 1874, but revived more than 130 years later, the project began construction in 2026, costing 2.7 billion kroner (US $300) and taking about complete. It required the removal of 8 million tons of rock to carve the passage. The official opening occurs in 2031, later than the initial 2026 estimate but still marking the world's first full-scale ship tunnel. The tunnel operates with strict safety and traffic controls. Vessels wait at each end for clearance, using a red and white light system similar to aircraft signals. Only 5 ships an hour can pass through, maintaining safe distances of about 400 meters. Large vessels have a clearance of 2.5 meters on each side, tested in model tanks to ensure stability. Pilots guide ships longer than 70 meters, while speed limits add a further layer of safety. A vessel, moving at 5 knots, can pass through in about 15 minutes. Smaller recreational craft may also use the passage during designated times. The next event that we anticipate is India has begun phasing out hydrofluor- hydrofluorocarbons (HFCs). The Montreal Protocol, signed in 1987, was an international agreement to protect the ozone layer responsible for ozone depletion. These included chlorofluorocarbons and hydrofluorocarbons, chlorofluorocarbons (CFCs) and hydrofluorocarbons (HCFCs). CFCs and HCFCs had been used in a wide range of industrial applications, such as aerospace, agriculture, air conditioning, electronics, fire protection, flexible and rigid foam, laboratory measurements, and refrigeration. Produced mostly in developed countries, hydrofluorocarbons (HFCs) began to replace CFCs and HCFCs. HFCs posed no harm to the ozone layer because, unlike CFCs and HCFCs, they did not contain chlorine. They were, however, greenhouse gases with a very high global warming potential (GWP), thousands of times greater than carbon dioxide (CO2) when measured on a per molecule basis. While their atmospheric concentration was initially very low, it began following the Montreal Protocol. Known as super greenhouse gases, it was feared that soaring use of HFCs, combined with their high global warming potential, could undercut the benefits expected from the reduction of other greenhouse gases such as carbon dioxide and methane. If left unchecked, it was calculated that HFCs could add a potentially disastrous zero point 0.5 degrees Celsius to global average temperatures by the end of the 21st century. Unlike other greenhouse gases in the 2015 Paris Agreement, had other international negotiations. In September 2016, the New York Declaration urged a global reduction in the use of HFCs. In October 2016, negotiators from 170 nations meeting at the summit of the UN Environment Programme in Kigali, Rwanda, reached a legally binding accord to phase out hydrofluorocarbons (HFCs). In an amendment to the original, a major achievement for international diplomacy, there were significant differences on the timing and schedule of reductions. The final agreement would see the richest countries starting the process in 2019. Over 100 developed nations would follow in 2024. However, a small group of countries argued for and secured a later start, insisting their economies needed time to grow. Among this group was India, the world's third largest emitter of greenhouse gases, and a region with surging demand for air conditioning due to increasingly extreme hot weather. Replace HFCs were more flammable and toxic, requiring better trained and better paid people to design, install, and maintain equipment such as air conditioners safely and correctly. And new technologies were required to capture and store HFC in some applications. India's Council of Environment and Water estimated that the total cost of phasing out HFCs in all homes, workplaces, and vehicles could reach up to $38 billion. India, along with Pakistan and a number of Gulf states, agreed to freeze their HFCs by 2028. This plateau would be followed by steep reductions from 2031 onwards, leading to the vast majority of HFCs being eliminated by the late 2040s. The next event, much of Bangkok is being abandoned due to flooding. Bangkok, with a population of over 12 million, has been sinking underwater for decades. By the early 2030s, it's facing a disaster of epic scale, with much of the city being abandoned. This has occurred for various different reasons. First and foremost, the city is built on clay. When originally settled, the region was just swampy coastline, but today it is covered by skyscrapers, highways, and urban development. The enormous weight of all this concrete and steel has been pushing down on the soft clay beneath, causing the soils to descend by up to 5.3 centimeters per year. By 2010, part of the mega- megalithic megalithic was already under sea level, a trend that would only become worse in the following decades. The illegal groundwater has been another major factor. Many of the city's residents have been continuously pumping up groundwater, both for their own use and to sell as a commodity, removing a natural layer and resulting in further destabilization of the soil. Rising sea levels due to global warming have been yet another factor, eroding the coastline centimeters a year, while the increasing severity of monsoon rains has led to longer and more devastating floods. The explosive growth of Bangkok in recent decades, fastest growing places in Southeast Asia, has dealt a serious blow to the city's infrastructure. Areas of land in early that had in the early 20th century been used to absorb floodwaters had vast suburbs and business districts built over them. Canals were filled in to make way for of the Chao Phraya River delta. The weight of the city grew and grew to the point where the soft soil it was built upon could simply no longer support it. By the early 2030s, large portions of the megalopolis are well below sea level. The government's response during this time has proven inadequate. A lack of clear policy doing little to help the overall situation, while seawalls have been almost useless due to increasing erosion of the shore. The lowering of seas over 20 centimeters higher than in 2000 has resulted in whole districts of Bangkok being permanently abandoned. Over a million buildings, the majority residential, are rendered uninhabitable. forcing their occupants to move further inland. Many areas which have yet to be fully claimed by the sea have also been evacuated, as the regularity of flooding proved too costly for many. Shantytowns and refugee camps are forming outside the city, while the government struggles to adjust as the capital is going through a period of almost unimaginable stress at this time, a result of such huge population displacement. The political, economic, and social upheaval in the region is having a significant impact on global GDP. Efforts are underway to save Bangkok's numerous historical monuments and artifacts, with some temples being moved inland and reconstructed in their entirety. Due to the scale of this disaster, however, much is lost. In coming years, in the coming year, Bangkok will only worsen as more and more of the city is permanently flooded. By the end of this century, the entire city will be abandoned. The next event that we anticipate, perennial wheat and corn are becoming profitable. In traditional agriculture, all major grain crops have been annuals or short-lived perennials, surviving for just one growing season. They die off once harvested, and then a brand new crop must be planted to take their place. This requires vast amounts of fuel, fertilizer, herbicides, and pesticides, causing soil erosion, acidification, and disrupting both the nitrogen and carbon cycles. Between 1600 and 2000 of the Common Era, the United States lost around one-third of its topsoil. Worldwide soil erosion was putting the livelihoods of nearly a billion people at risk by the early 21st century. More than a quarter of Earth's land surface had been converted for agricultural use, with more land converted since 1950 than in by rapid population growth, demand for meat products in emerging economies, increasing production of biofuels, and global warming. Genetic engineering had emerged as an important tool in crop management. Among the most notable advances occurred in 2017, when Bio-Cassava Plus received regulatory approval, giving a huge boost to farming in Africa. By the early 2030s, has been following this has been followed by an even greater breakthrough: perennial wheat and corn, becoming profitable after many years of development. Perennial grain crops provide a revolution in agriculture. By growing continuously for 2 or more years, they are far more efficient than traditional annual crops, requiring less fuel, fertilizer, herbicides, and pesticides. They can store more carbon, maintain better soil quality and water content, and manage nutrients better thanks to their deeper root systems. The deciphering of red wheat's genetic code in the early 2010s helped in paving the way towards a new generation of crops. The rate of increase in wheat yields, having been in decline since 1980, is now beginning to increase again. However, agriculture will face a new set of challenges later this decade as the effects of climate change begin to accelerate markedly. The next event that we anticipate are stem cell pharmacies becoming commonplace. Stem cell pharmacies are now a fairly common experience in the developed world, offering walk-in diagnoses, stem cell collection, and banking services for use in future medical crises. Affordable, personalized, and targeted treatments are becoming available for regenerating various bodily tissues. The next event that we anticipate in 2031 are married couples minority in the UK. By now, marriage in the UK has been reduced to a lifestyle choice enjoyed by a minority, rather than an essential institution of society. The married population has shrunk from almost 50% of adults in 2009. This trend began in the 1980s. Increasing pressures of work and money, together with the general stresses of the outside world, geopolitical, social, and economic, are putting ever greater strain on couples. The decline of religious institutions has also played a part. Unmarried partnerships no longer carry the stigma they once had. In addition, increasing numbers of people either working at home alone or living with their parents are making some to meet potential partners. Another contributory factor is the explosion in the use of reality and other technologies, leading to increased isolation of the individual. People of all ages spend increasingly large amounts of their time engaged in highly immersive online experiences, requiring little or no interaction with the outside world. Of those who are married, the number of children per couple has declined, and not just in the UK, but other Western societies, combined with increased numbers of Muslim immigrants who have higher numbers of children. This is significantly altering the demographic balance. The next event that we anticipate is chocolate becoming a rare luxury. Chocolate products have been Chocolate products have become alarmingly expensive, with individual bars costing upwards of $10. Drought, soil depletion, and diminishing harvests in Africa, where two-thirds of the world's cocoa is produced, have led to soaring prices. Cocoa is also competing for agricultural space with other commodities like palm oil, which is increasingly in demand for biofuels. Poor pay and working conditions have also been a factor. Many farmers are abandoning lands and heading to the cities in search of better and more highly paid jobs. The next event that we anticipate in 2031, after the success of the 1997 movie Titanic, director James Cameron began a project that took almost 10 years to make. His science fiction epic Avatar 2000. This was a landmark for 3D technology and Oscars for Best Art Direction, Best Cinematography, and Best Picture and Best Director. It also won the 67th Golden Globe Awards for Best Motion Picture, Drama, and Best Director, and was nominated for two others. At the 36th Saturn Awards, Avatar won all 10 awards it was nominated for. Numerous other awards, nominations, and honors were more than $2.7 billion. Avatar became previous blockbuster Titanic at $2.2 billion. Two sequels to Avatar were initially confirmed after the success of the first film. The, this number was subsequently expanded to four, with, with, with Cameron said to be directing, producing, and co-writing all of them. Many of the stars from the original film would reprise their roles, including Sam Worthington, Zoe Saldana, Giovanni Ribisi, C. C. H. Pounder, and Joel David Moore. Despite the deaths of their characters in the original film, Stephen Lang and Matt Gerald would also make an appearance. Sigourney Weaver was confirmed too, although playing a different character. New cast members included Kate Winslet and Cliff Curtis portraying Na'vi Reef People, along with Una Chaplin as Lorraine, described as a strong and vibrant central character who spans the entire saga of the sequels. A number of child actors would also portray freedivers and become pivotal new characters through the sequels. The second Avatar movie, being set in marine environments, featured heavy use of underwater scenes, actually filmed underwater with the cast in performance capture. Blending underwater filming and performance capture was a feature never accomplished before, requiring a year and a half to develop a new motion capture system. The film would also be available in glasses-free 3D, another first in film history. Following acquisition by Disney, these sequels were pushed back. The COVID-19 crisis caused yet further delays in production. Avatar 2 would be shifted to December 2020, original December 2020 date, followed by Avatar 3 in December 2025 and Avatar 4 in December 2029. The science fiction epic reaches its conclusion with a fifth and final film released in December 2031, 6 years later than its original planned date. Computing power is orders of magnitude more advanced than in 2009, making the visual effects in these subsequent films even better than the original, setting a new benchmark for CGI movies. And with that, I would love to hear what you have to think about these proposed and predicted events, Tony. I do as well. I agree with you. There you go. And for anyone watching and wondering, are Tony and Rabbi AI? No, we are not. We are the real deal. And I would like to add that I think it's interesting that chocolate will become a rare luxury. Perhaps that's unfortunate. As a lover of chocolate myself, I don't want to see that happen. Uh, Also, I think the Stad Ship tunnel is going to be fascinating. A tunnel for boats. It's just something that has never been completed before. For Bangkok being abandoned due to flooding, hopefully they're able to find some ways to help the people there. Stem cell pharmacy, married couples being a minority in the UK is one of the things that I probably anticipate will become more of a regular event, perhaps in the developed world and perhaps just globally, as people don't find it necessary to get married in order to perhaps have children or raise children. The International Space Station, I remember when it was launched, and for it to be deorbited, it's had a really good run. So, um, with that, Tony, is that? Oh, absolutely. No doubt about that. Well, with that, we look forward to seeing you in the next year. Thank you. And cut. All right, so we're going to cut there, and then we are going to run the thing that we do at always at the end. And now we're going to go to 2032. Let's get it done. Let's pound it out. Exactly. If I may make a suggestion, go better what? Oh, I think we're fine. I mean, I'm literally reading every single thing, so all you have to do is follow along. And uh, if you're a little early or a little late, it's no big deal. One suggestion that I would make: look at your camera right now. Okay, so like many times the camera is like right here on your face. If you can, set it straight so people can see your whole face, or move your camera down a little bit. But yeah, I mean, you don't want to have your camera be like, in the future you're going to be like, wow, you can't see my face or my mouth or whatever. Now the top of your head is too high. So just you want to center yourself. There you go. Perfect. You look fine. You look you, you look fine. You look absolutely fine. Black t-shirt's perfect. You look great. Just anything's better than cutting you off here. Okay, ready for 2032? Take your time. Take your time. No, it's worse. Yeah, you look dark. Much better. Okay, are you ready? Okay, are you ready? 2032. 2032 will be a leap year starting our Gregorian calendar. The 2300 cut, 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 cut. I'm going to start over. And we also need to get that on the screen. So We're going to restart in three, two, one. Welcome to 2032. 2032 will be a leap year starting on Thursday of the Gregorian calendar, the 2032nd year of the Common Era, the 32nd year of the 21st century, and the third year of the 2030s decade. The predicted and scheduled events: January 1st, assuming no further extensions to the term of copyrights become law in the interim, books, films, and other works by authors who died in 1961 will enter the public domain in the United Kingdom and the European Union and some other jurisdictions. Those published in 1936 will enter the public domain in the United States, including the Phantom in January of 2032, specifically January 15th to February 1st. The 2032 European Men's Handball Championship is expected to be held in France and Germany. On February 22nd, the 300th birthday of the late George Washington. March 19th, the 100th anniversary of the Sydney Harbour 2000, the 2032 French presidential election is scheduled to be held no less than 35 days after the five-year term starting in 2027 expires. From June, July, Turkey and Italy are expected to co-host the UEFA Euro 2032. July 23rd to August 8th, the 2032 Summer Olympics is scheduled to be held in Brisbane, Queensland, Australia. August 24th through September is expected to be held in Brisbane. November 2nd, the 2032 United States presidential election is scheduled to be held. The winners will be inaugurated on January 20th, 2033. November 13th, a transit of Mercury will occur. December 1st through December 19th, the 2032 European Winter Championship is expected to be held in Germany, Denmark, and Poland. December 22nd, the asteroid 2024 YR4, which had an impact rating of 3 on 27th, 2025 to February 20th, 2025 will pass by Earth. Unknown dates that are expected to happen in 2032: the Korea Lunar Lander and Rover, a lunar lander currently under development in South Korea, is planned to be launched. LifeBird, a planned small space observatory that aims to study the cosmic microwave background, is planned to be launched. And with that, we'll move into our timeline. 2032 timeline contents. From 2032 to 2037, we anticipate a transition from ice to battery electric shipping. 2032 to 2033, heavy cargo deployments to the lunar surface, and some events that we anticipate in 2032. The end of support date for Windows 10. Brisbane hosts the Summer Olympic Games. The Strait of Messina Bridge is completed. The majority of UK homes are rented. British's ash trees have been wiped out by a fungal disease. Leatherback sea turtle populations have collapsed. China's space orbited. Of the Australia-Asia power link. One third of Saudi Arabia's electricity comes from solar, YR4, and the opening of Poland's central communication port. From 2032 to 2037, we anticipate a transition from ice to battery electric shipping. During this period, battery electric propulsion becomes affordable for the majority of container ship routes around the world. The industry is now shifting rapidly away from the traditional internal combustion engine (ICE) powered systems, with even some of the larger vessels undergoing full electrification, both newly built and retrofitted older ships. Until recently, ship owners often held outdated assumptions on battery costs, energy density values, and available onboard space. While car, truck, and other road vehicle brands attracted much attention for going electric, emerging opportunities in cargo ship transport appeared less obvious. Batteries had been perceived as heavy, expensive, and practical devices for bulk and container. In reality, however, sea freight lagged only a few years behind land-based vehicles in terms of disruptive trends and would soon be undergoing a major transformation of its own. Low-tech short-term measures had initially been used to cut ship emissions, such as route optimization, slow steaming, and hull fouling management. Alternative fuels have been mandated by the International Maritime Organization (IMO) for content of fuel for all ocean-going vessels from 3.5% to 0.5%, which came into force on the 1st of January 2020. Some long-haul routes began to use hybrid electric systems combining existing generator engines with hydrogen fuel cells and/or energy storage, but a fully electric configuration remained limited to ferries and small shuttles. A cargo ship with a 100% battery power had been demonstrated in 2021. Yara Birkeland jointly developed with chemical firm Yara International and maritime technology company Kongsberg Group sailed 35 nautical miles or 65 kilometers around the coast of Norway using 7-megawatt batteries. Although relatively modest in scale, with a cargo capacity of 100 TEU, 20-foot equivalent unit, and length of only 79 meters or 260 feet, proved the feasibility of zero-emission cargo shipping and included full autonomous capability too. That same year, a coalition of major companies, including Amazon and IKEA, announced a new initiative, Cargo Owners for Zero-Emission Vehicles (COZE), with a goal of moving to zero-carbon shipping by 2040. In 2022, shipping group Maersk announced plans to install hundreds of offshore charging stations around the world, allowing vessels to power themselves with electricity instead of fossil fuels while idling outside ports. Zero began converting diesel ships to battery electric in 2025 and designed a new electric ship, the MV-E7, for long-distance cargo. Fleet Zero also developed a battery swapping solution that enabled smaller ports to effectively function as charging stations and exchange points. New environmental regulations, alongside further improvements in cost and energy density, led to booming demand and rapid innovation in battery electric propulsion systems during the second half of the decade. Between 2022 and 2029, the economic viability and range of electrified cargo ships roughly doubled, with routes as long as 6,000 kilometers being feasible for some size classes. These advances continued into the 2030s. An additional economic advantage came from considering the environmental and health impacts incurred during the ship's life cycle, which studies had shown to be 12 times higher for heavy oil and diesel-powered vessels. Governments and international organizations appeared increasingly keen to incorporate these air pollution damages and social costs into their regulatory regimes. Between traditional and fully electric cars only widened, with greater energy densities and lower costs achieved. In 2029, 40% of the world's cargo shipping routes had become technically and environmentally viable for battery electric propulsion. With a tipping point now reached, the majority, more than 50%, of routes have either been electrified or are being considered for electrification during the 2032 to 2037 period. While many older vessels will remain in service for years to come, the global fleet now appears on track to be nearly carbon neutral by mid-century. In 2020, freight accounted for between 2 and 3% of global energy-related CO2 emissions. Without decarbonization, this figure had been projected to reach 17% by 2050. Widespread automation. We are reading the end of the article regarding a transition from electric shipping. Absolutely. Widespread automation is accompanying the increased sustainability of shipping, both in terms of navigation and the loading-unloading process, as well as recharging and battery swapping at ports. In addition, cargo capacities are becoming larger than ever. Some vessels will reach 50,000 TEU by the 2060s. Larger battery electric ships can function as emergency backup power plants during increasingly common extreme events leading to power supply disruption. 5 to 10 gigawatts achieved during the 2030s can provide more can provide enough generation to mitigate blackouts affecting 1 million or more people. From 2032 to 2033, heavy cargo deployments to the lunar surface are anticipated. Following the successes of earlier Artemis missions, including the historic alleged return of humans to the Moon, the Lunar Gateway, and expanded surface explorations, NASA's Artemis 7 and 8 represent a new phase in lunar development. Having demonstrated human landing systems, the agency is now focusing on heavy cargo deployments to establish a more permanent presence. In 2032, SpaceX's massive Starship rocket delivers a pressurized rover, known as the Lunar Cruiser, to the Moon's surface. Developed jointly by Toyota and the Jet, this vehicle can accommodate 2 crew members without the need for spacesuits. With enough oxygen and supplies for up to 30 days, it greatly expands the range and duration of exploration activities, providing a mobile habitat and laboratory for extended missions. The Lunar Cruiser has a length of 6 meters (19.7 feet), width of 5.2 meters (17.1 feet), and height of 3.8 meters (12.8 feet), an internal living space of 13 cubic meters. Although its crew capacity is 2, it can hold 4 people in the event of an emergency. To help with dangerous terrain or difficult situations, the vehicle features advanced driving assistance, including safe route generation and an augmented reality display. Powered by a retractable solar panel and fuel cell, it remains in operation for 10 years, covering thousands of miles of rocky landscape. The following year, in 2033, private aerospace company Blue Origin deploys a cargo lander known as Blue Moon is a versatile lander able to carry large-scale infrastructure to support human exploration. This delivers a lunar surface habitat to the Moon. Standing approximately 16 meters or 52 feet in height, the structure includes living quarters, life support systems, stowage volume, support for external robotics, and communication arrays for maintaining contact with the orbiting lunar gateway. It serves as an outpost for crew visits of up to 60 days. Over time, however, it becomes part of a modular infrastructure, with additional components delivered and integrated to form a larger, permanent moon base capable of supporting multiple astronauts for much longer periods. As such, it will function as the precursor to a more advanced lunar base planned for construction from 2035 to 2040. The next event that we anticipate in 2032 is the end of support date for Windows 10. Microsoft released Windows 10, the direct successor to its Windows 8.1 operating system, in July 2015. It received positive reviews, surpassing Windows 7 as the most popular version of Windows worldwide by 2018. More than a billion devices are running Windows 10 by 2020, leading to a peak market share of 82% of all Windows PCs in early 2022 and 58% of all PCs, the rest being other Windows editions and other operating systems such as macOS and Linux. This share began to decline as Windows 11, launched in October 2021, became increasingly popular. Microsoft announced 14/25 as the retirement date for Windows 10 Home and Pro after their initial release, which had become the standard lifecycle length for major Windows versions. However, extended support would be offered for enterprise IoT versions until 13th of January 2032 as part of the Long-Term Servicing Channel (LTSC). After this date, no new security updates, non-security updates, Free or paid assisted support options or online technical content updates means that computers without a newer version are now vulnerable to hackers or malware. By 2032, a 14th generation of Windows has become available as systems enters its 47th year. The next event that we anticipate is Brisbane hosting the Summer Olympic Games. In July and August 2032, Australia hosts the Summer Games for the third time in its history. The previous two venues had been Melbourne in 1956 and Sydney in 2000. This time Brisbane is the chosen location, on the country's east coast. This also marks only the second occasion after the 2016 Olympics in Rio de Janeiro. In addition to Brisbane itself, events are held at the nearby Gold Coast to the south and Sunshine Coast to the north, using venues from the 2018 Commonwealth Games. A fourth regional zone is established for games of football at more distant locations. Several new sports centers and stadiums are constructed in time for 2032. Transport connections between the three main. The total cost of both the Olympic and Paralympic Games, initially put at $5 billion, subsequently overruns. However, it is far lower than the $26 billion budget for Tokyo 2020, the most expensive Games in history. The next event that we anticipate is the Strait of Messina Bridge being completed. A long-stalled bridge between Sicily and mainland Italy is finally completed in 2030. But the first detailed plans only began to emerge in the 1990s. Following a series of delays and cancellations, Giorgia Meloni's government revived the project in 2023 and construction officially began the following year. The Strait of Messina Bridge, costing €4.5 billion, or $5 billion, is the longest suspension bridge on Earth. Its main span of 3,300 meters, or passes the previous record holders. China's recently completed Zhangjiang Jingzheng-Ruguao Bridge, with its span of 2,300 meters or 7,550 feet, and the 2,023-meter or 6,637 feet Çanakkale Bridge in Turkey, which had held the record before that. It also has the tallest structural height of any bridge, with its towers reaching 380 to 55 feet, exceeding the 341 meters or 1,119 feet Meral Viaduct in France. For comparison, this is taller than the roof height of the Empire State Building. The bridge has three vehicle lanes in each direction, two for regular traffic, one for emergencies, and one for rail. It supports the crossing of 6 million vehicles and 60,000 trains each year, bringing Sicily's 5 million residents closer to the rest of the continent. The bridge forms part of the Berlin-Palermo Railway Axis, Line 1, of the Trans-European Transport Network, 10T, 10-T. With high structural integrity, the Strait of Messina Bridge is designed to withstand earthquakes of 7.5 magnitude. The deck's aerodynamic stability can resist winds of up to 300 kilometers per hour, or 186 miles per hour, corresponding to a return period of over 2,000 years. The mega-project will boost the national economy of Italy by €2.9 billion each year, equal to 0.17 of gross domestic product. The next event that we anticipate is the majority of UK homes being rented. By 2032, house prices in the UK have become so unaffordable that the majority of people are forced to take rented accommodation. This trend first began to emerge during the Blair years of the late 90s and early 2000s. It could be argued, however, that the problem originated as far back as 1980, when the Conservative government led by Margaret Thatcher passed the Housing Act. This led to a fall in as council tenants were given the legal right to buy, at a large discount, the home they were living in, while councils were prevented from reinvesting most of the proceeds. from these sales into building new homes. Many tenants who had purchased these council flats later profited from them as buy-to-let landlords, effectively subsidized by taxpayers, or sold them to speculators, investors, and property firms. About 1.5 million council homes were sold by 2003, and this figure had reached 2 million by 20. New homes combined with rapid population growth resulted in a serious lack of supply during the early 21st century. Other factors included changes in the employment landscape, a rise in the number of students, later marriage, and rising separation rates. Having been relatively stable for most of the 20th century, the average cost of a UK home rose from £50,000 in 1995 to £184,000 in 2007. During the same period, mortgage payments as a percentage of income soared from 18% to more than 50%. Stagnant wage growth below inflation, a decline in the level of household savings from 16% in the 90s to just 6% within 2 decades, and tighter lending requirements in the aftermath of the Great Recession. Subsequent attempts to rectify this situation included policies such as such as the Help to Buy scheme, but these only exacerbated the problem by creating artificially inflated demand. The fundamental issue was lack of supply, but government funding and policies came nowhere near close enough to addressing the point, with only a tinkering around the edges to boost housing stock. Because of these failures, less than half, 49% of UK households are homeowners by 2032, the first time since the early 70s that a majority of people are renting. One-third of households are now renting privately, twice as many in 2015. London and the southeast have been particularly affected due to the massive influx of foreign billionaires pouring money into land values. The gap between rich and poor, and between the younger and older generations, has now grown to be wider than ever, creating an ever more polarized and unequal society. The next event that we anticipate is Britain's ash trees having been wiped out by a fungal disease. Ash dieback, caused by the fungus Chalara fraxinia, killed huge numbers of trees from the mid-1990s onwards, particularly in Eastern and Northern Europe. Up to 90% of ash trees were affected in Denmark. The fungus was first scientifically discovered in the UK during 2012, initially only on imported nursery stuff. But in October of that year, it was found on trees at two sites of established woodland in the East Anglia region. This occurred despite clear warnings from ecologists and foresters that imports of seedlings from the continent should be banned in case of infection. Despite efforts to contain the disease, it was impossible to stop. Within a few weeks, Cholera fraxinia was confirmed in dozens of other locations. Over the next 2 decades, it spread throughout the country, wiping out most of the 90 million ash trees in Britain. Many plant species, birds, and other animals dependent upon the trees for survival were also lost, at a time when their numbers were already in sharp decline. With ash trees forming a significant proportion of the UK's woodland, an eerie silence is descending on many areas of the countryside, with birdsongs and other wildlife becoming ever rarer. The next event that we anticipate are leatherback sea turtle populations having collapsed. Growing up to 2.7 meters, 8 feet 10 inches in length, and nearly 700 kilograms, 50 pounds, are the largest turtles on Earth. They can dive to depths of 1,200 meters, nearly 4,000 feet, specific migrations from Indonesia to the US Pacific coast and back again. These ancient reptiles are the only remaining members of a family of turtles with evolutionary roots going back 100 million years. After mating at sea, females come ashore during the season to nest. At night, they excavate a hole 100 eggs. This is filled with sand to hide the clutch from predators before the mother returns to sea. Once common throughout the world, leatherback populations declined rapidly during the 20th century and into the early 21st. At the
Merspa Medi Beach in Papua Barat, Indonesia, accounting for 75% of all sightings in the Western Pacific. Nest numbers fell from 14,500 in 1984 to less than. Several problems affected leatherback turtles. Beach predators such as pigs and dogs introduced to islands which ate turtle eggs, rising temperatures on sands that killed eggs and skewed sex ratios by reducing the production of male hatchlings, the danger of being caught by fisheries during migrations, and harvesting of adults and eggs for food by islanders. In addition, plastic waste becomes a huge and growing threat during the 21st century. Researchers found compounds of ingested 2030s worldwide. Although nesting sites still exist, their numbers have dropped to such critically low levels that the species can no longer sustain its population in the wild, and now is now on toward extinction. Next event that we anticipate is Station B has a decade of onboarding. After a decade of onboarding, it is abandoned and sent into a decaying orbit. A new, larger, and more advanced space station is now in the process of being constructed. The next event that we anticipate is the completion of the Australia-Asia Power Link. The Australia-Asia Power Link is a clean energy megaproject that becomes operational in 2032. It consists of a complex in Australia's Northern Territory, linked by undersea transmission to export renewable electricity into Southeast Asia. Originally intended to deliver 20 gigawatts, its developers later scaled down the project to 6 gigawatts after financial restructuring and design revisions to improve feasibility. Even at this reduced capacity, it remains one of the largest combined renewable and battery projects in the world. The facility is located in the Northern Territory. The solar photovoltaic PV modules cover a 12-kilometer by 10-kilometer, 7.5-mile by 6.2-mile land area chosen for its exceptionally high solar irradiance. This is a complement. This is complemented by additional capacity from a wind farm. From the generation site, a high-voltage direct current (HVDC) transmission line carries Darwin, then continues as an undersea cable to Singapore via Indonesian waters. The Finnish link extends 4,300 kilometers or 2,670 miles, making it one of the world's largest submarine electricity connections. Most of the exported power gives Singapore nearly 2 gigawatts of firm capacity, enough to meet 15% of the nation's total electricity demand, while Darwin receives 4 gigawatts for domestic and industrial use. Large-scale and to provide load balancing ensure continuous data dispatch. Doubts over the project emerged in 2023 when developer Sun Cable collapsed its voluntary administration following a disagreement between its backers over the need for more funding. Later that year, a new ownership structure revived the plan, securing finance, and eventually this new and revised project aimed to supply electricity to Darwin by 2030, followed by Singapore 2 years later. With its huge generating capacity and enormous cable length, the AA Power Link forms part of the continent-wide supergrid that emerges in Australasia and Oceania during the mid-21st century. It has an expected operational lifetime of 70 years. The next event that we anticipate is one-third of Saudi Arabia's electricity coming from solar. In 2012, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia had only 0.003 gigawatts of installed solar energy capacity. More than half of its electricity was created from burning oil. By 2032, however, it has 41 gigawatts of installed solar energy, accounting for a third of the nation's 121 gigawatt total energy demand. About 25 gigawatts is produced by solar thermal plants, which use mirrors to focus energy from the sun on heating fluids, which in turn run turbines. The other 16 provided by massive photovoltaic farms. This has been the result of considerable foreign investment as well, totaling over $100 billion. Though several other nations have more extensive solar infrastructure, this has been one of the most ambitious projects, especially considering Saudi Arabia's old position as the world's largest exporter of crude oil. The enormous expanses of desert, as well as measurably more intense sunlight in the equatorial regions, gives the country a huge amount of room to expand further. Even larger projects are now planned. Construction in trees and some in southern Europe. Eventually, this will be expanded to include all of Europe and northern Africa. Alongside solar, another 21 gigawatts is generated by a combination of nuclear, wind, and geothermal power. Through nuclear cooperation agreements with China, France, South Korea, and Argentina, Saudi Arabia has now constructed 16 new nuclear reactors. Longer term, the country has powered entirely by renewables. Much of the oil industry in Saudi Arabia is now transitioning away from energy production to the manufacture of plastics and polymers. These developments, coupled with the fact that it remains one of the wealthiest countries in the region, has, are helping Saudi Arabia transition to a more sustainable long-term future. Additionally, its strong military and extensive desalination infrastructure have allowed Saudi Arabia to remain relatively stable compared to some of its neighbors. The next event that we anticipate Britain upgrading its nuclear-armed submarine fleet. Britain was the third country after the US and Soviet Union to test an independently developed nuclear weapon in 1952. From 1969 onwards, the country always had at least one ballistic missile submarine on patrol, creating a nuclear deterrent that the Defense Council described in 1980 as effectively invulnerable to preemptive attack. In the 1990s, Britain had deployed a variety of nuclear weapons on Royal Navy carriers, V-bombers, and other aircraft around the world. However, these were gradually withdrawn. The retirement of the WE-177 in both air-draft freefall and depth-charge versions was the final stage of this decommissioning process. In 1998, this left a group of four Vanguard submarines armed with Trident II D5s as Britain's only nuclear weapons platform. Britain retained a stockpile of about 215 thermonuclear warheads, with 120 operational as of 2016. A decision to renew the Trident-armed submarines was made in 2006, with Prime Minister Tony Blair warning that it would be unwise and dangerous for Britain to give up its nuclear weapons. Although the Cold War had ended, the UK still needed nuclear weapons, said Blair, as no one could be sure another nuclear threat would not emerge in the future. He outlined plans to spend $20 billion on a generation of submarines for guided missiles. However, the Trident program was to prove highly controversial, with costs escalating considerably. This was an especially divisive topic in the wake of the 2008 financial crash and the subsequent years of austerity and cuts to public services. By 2016, the Ministry of Defense had revised the cost of building, testing, and commissioning the replacement of vessels to £31 billion, plus over 35 years, about 6% of defense spending every year. Nevertheless, MPs voted to back the renewal in a vote of 472 to 117. Alongside this program, the government reiterated its commitment to multilateral nuclear disarmament, promising to reduce Britain's stockpile of nuclear warheads to 180 by the mid-2020s. Trident was based on the idea of mutually assured destruction. It aimed to deter an attack on Britain by daring a retaliatory strike against a potential aggressor. After succeeding David Cameron as Prime Minister, One of Theresa May's first jobs was to write a letter of last resort authorizing the use of Trident missiles in the event of such a nightmare scenario. Each of the Vanguard submarines contained a safe with one of these sealed letters, which of course it was hoped would never have to be used. David Cameron's previous letters were destroyed. Previously named Successor Class, it was announced in October 2016 that the new submarines would be renamed the Dreadnought Class. After the parliamentary vote on the upgrade program, construction began soon afterwards. The first new submarine would begin operation by 2028, and the existing fleet of Vanguard submarines is phased out by 2032. After more than 40 years of service, each missile is 13 meters, 44 feet long, weighing 58 tons, 58.5 tons, or 130,000 pounds, with a range of 11,300 kilometers or 7,000 miles, a top speed of 18,030 miles per hour or 29,020 kilometers per hour, not 24, and target accuracy of within mission power in the world. Britain retains a nuclear deterrent for long into the future and plays a key role in maintaining global security. Dreadnought-class submarines remain in service until the 2060s, in which time they are replaced by automated and crewless vessels. The next event that we anticipate is the transit of Mercury. A transit of Mercury takes place when the planet Mercury passes directly or transits between the Sun and a superior planet, becoming visible and hence obscuring a small portion of the solar disk. Transit, Mercury appears as a black dot moving across the disk of the Sun. A transit of Mercury occurs on the 13th of November 2032. The last time this happened was the 11th of November 2019. After 2032, the next occasion is in 2039, with a further 8 transits during the remainder of the 21st century. Each transit typically lasts hours. Transits of Venus with respect to Earth can also occur, although these are rare since Venus is further from the Sun and orbits more slowly. Rarer still are simultaneous transits. Such an event last occurred in 373,173 before the Common Era. Uh, such an event last occurred in 373,173 before the Common Era, and the next occurs on the 26th of July, 16,163 of the Common Era. The next event that we anticipate is the close approach of the asteroid 2020 YR4. 2020 YR4 is an Apollo-type near-Earth asteroid discovered by the Atlas telescope in Chile on 27th of December 2024, 2 days after it passed closest to Earth. With an estimated diameter of 60 meters, a rotation period of 19.5 minutes, and an elliptical orbit around the Sun every 4.05 years, it quickly became a subject of intense study. Initial calculations suggest the future briefly reached a Torino scale rating of 3, the highest seen since 99942 Apophis in 2004. At one point in early 2025, it had the highest known probability of hitting Earth, peaking at 3.1%. However, follow-up observations by the James Webb in March and May 2025 eliminated the risk. Technically, these same observations slightly increased the odds of a lunar impact. Astronomers estimated a 4.3% chance that YR4 would strike the Moon on the 22nd of December 2032. Such an impact would be the largest on the Moon in at least 5,000 years. The event could eject up to 100 million kilograms of debris, some of which might reach Earth within days, threatening satellites and possibly creating a meteor shower. Scientists planned a new JWST observation campaign in 2026 to trajectory further. Some observations, especially during the close approach in 2028, enabled a much more precise calculation of its future orbit and a refined estimation of the likelihood of impact. Many observatories as well as amateur astronomers, are monitoring this close approach on 22nd December 2032. The next event that we anticipate of Poland's Central Communication Core. In 2032, opens the Central Communication Core, also known as the kilometers southwest of Warsaw. The vast, purpose-built, and overcrowded Warsaw-Chopin Airport and stands as one of the largest infrastructure projects in Central and Eastern Europe. Government leaders first proposed the airport in the late 2010s, aiming to complete it by 2027. However, administrative reshuffles, local opposition, and the COVID-19 pandemic slowed the project's early progress. Political changes and lengthy land acquisitions pushed the beginning of large-scale construction in 2026, delaying the opening by 5 years. In late 2032, workers complete the first phase. The airport opens with two parallel runways and a terminal that handles around 40 million passengers each year. Its modular design allows future expansion to four runways and a total capacity approaching 100 million passengers, potentially rivaling some of the world's busiest aviation hubs such as Atlanta, Heathrow, and Dubai. The new airport integrates seamlessly with Poland's rail network, the latter also having undergone a major expansion in recent years. More than 100 cities are connected directly to the site through high trains reaching up to 250 kilometers per hour or 155 miles per hour on the first sections and higher speeds planned in later phases. Passengers can travel from central Warsaw to the airport in about 15 to 20 minutes, while new routes link the capital to Lodz and other major urban centers across the country. Residents and environmental groups protested against land use, displacement, and noise during the project's cost and long-term returns. Despite these challenges, the government and European investors funded and oversaw its completion. The new airport and associated rail infrastructure have a combined cost of approximately 131 billion Polish zloty, or 31 billion euros. Poland is now able to compete with Western European countries on the aviation market and establish a greater share of international traffic. As global trade to increase, analysts project major long-term economic benefits, including tens of thousands of jobs created during the construction phase and nearly 300,000 sustained across Poland in the 2040s, alongside an annual boost to national GDP of around 90 billion zloty, or 20 billion euro. And with that, we conclude the potential events that we anticipate seeing in 2032. What are your thoughts? Very interesting, absolutely. I think that the end of support for Windows 10 is, to me, of specific interest. I'm always interested in what Microsoft's doing with their Windows line. Brisbane hosting the Summer Olympics. I think it's great that Oceania will get an Olympic Games. The Strait of Messina, that'll be fantastic. I'm in the majority of UK home being rented, not necessarily ideal. The Britain ash trees being wiped by fungal disease, let's try to save some of those. The leatherback sea turtle populations having collapsed, that's sad. Let's hope they have a resurgence. Of course, like you said, China is going to have an amazing century. It will continue to have an amazing at this time. It will almost certainly be the largest economy in the world, and it will have its space station deorbited. The completion of the Australia-Asia power link, quite interesting, with the opportunity to perhaps improve Saudi Arabia's electricity coming from solar, quite interesting as it is seen as such a crude oil powerhouse. Britain upgrading its nuclear armed submarine fleet. Um, that seems like it's a long term plan. The transit of Mercury, it's just something that will continue. The close approach of the asteroid 2024 YR4, quite interesting as well. Hopefully, it continues to avoid Earth and the Moon as well. And the opening of Poland's central communication port will be very interesting, especially for Eastern Europe. And so, with that, Tony, do you have any concluding remarks to communicate to the audience? Excellent. Neither do I. We look forward to connecting with you in the next video. Cut. All right. I'm going to send you an email that says, uh, I don't want you to forget at the beginning of E2, you have to make an edit because I had to. Um, so, um, is my voice uploaded? Yeah, I changed some stuff on my computer. Okay. And what I'm going to do is send you an email right now. And you can't forget, at the beginning of 2032, we need to cut it like, there's like a cut 10 or 20 seconds into it. And um, you should that um, you should be aware that you need to cut that out. Okay, so we've got 2031, 2032. We've got 6 hours of these. Are you happy with them thus far? I most certainly. I think it's great. I also think it's really interesting that we have the opportunity to um, like tell the story of the future. That's very exciting, and um, I don't know. I personally think that continue like they're getting shorter, which is cool. I mean, you know, they're not that much shorter, but like 2032 was shorter than 2031. 2031 was shorter than 2030, and it will. And we'll get to the point where maybe we can do three in a day. They'll be like 45 minutes each or something like that, and then eventually they'll be like we'll do like five in a day because they just don't have that much in the far future. So I really think we did most of the hard ones because they were most recent, and I think that's really great. And you've got if you would, I want you on 2027 to ask ChatGPT to swap my picture with the one that I sent you on Discord, my headshot. Would you do so, please? No, no big deal. I don't care about this. That's not a big deal. Um, I, you want me to send it to you in email? Sure, sure. Just 1 minute, please. Edit 2032 at the beginning. There is a cut, and please remove the cut. Okay. Because I know what I look like, and I don't look like that. I look similar, but I don't look like that. It's not that it's like terrible. I could live with it, but it's like you asked me for a headshot, and I gave it to you, and you didn't use it, and so I send you the headshot you asked me for. Does that make sense? Okay, so I am going to put in here headshot and edit in 2032. Now here's what I don't want to happen. I watched 2032 and this cut is still in there. Like that's a thing I could see you doing. So just make sure like I got the edit in 2032 and shot and I'm sending this to you and let me know if you received it. You should be getting it very soon. Can you check your email? You got it? Okay, big dog. Well, then that seems like what we needed to do. And you've got another podcast to do this afternoon, right? Okay, big dog. I will talk to you later. And if you need anything from me, let me know, okay? Excellent. Good job. God willing. Thank you. Take care. Bye.
nature and thus meaning, though admittedly the rules of these mutations are poorly understood if they can be said to exist at all. Some of those roots have their origins in English, Latin, Greek, and sometimes even Hebrew roots. The nature of the mutations of nouns and verbs don't seem to follow any apparent pattern. Although elements of declension and conjugation might be present, there appears to be a pretty strong case that can define language. While some range of nouns, verbs, and numerals are known, adjectives are actually rather poorly tested, as I mentioned earlier. However, compound words are attested even for the illusion in their formation. The celestial speech seems to be drawn from Latin, and while personal pronouns and prepositions are attested, they're actually pretty rare in use. The syntax is generally SEO, so object like English, and the numerical system is a complete mystery. The first 10 numbers are attested, sometimes with various forms for each number. Further numbers from 12, 1,763. Some huge number is attested, and there seems to be some among correspondence of some letters to every numeral, but it is the most latest. Even numbers like 1,000, 9,196, or 3,663, they don't seem to even track their numerals to denote the letters in a comprehensible sense. Thus, Enochian numerals are a mystery, and as we pointed out to me in private correspondence, any attempt to know is regarded. Generally speaking, the small sample size, the semi-random system of the celestial speech, and the nature of the language. The log and that most we gather about the language are taken from such small sample sizes as to make them indistinguishable from simply chance changes in occurrences. Further, it also may be a log of the angelic language that so many of the words are apparently derived from other languages like English, Latin, Greek, and Hebrew. But if you take an angelic priority for the origins of all that probably goes away. Though if you know anything about those linguistics, you can't just accept that angelic priority as the team probably did, and you're left with some serious questions about how these words got built into the Enochian. So all that might play as a feature as well. The language is just non-random Kelly, obvious non-linguistic. It's not token as a meaning for this thing. Perhaps not random enough to there's something beyond him is ultimately responsible for the revelation. Now, you could also just as well think of con job by Edward. I had my ears cut off from previous con jobs in Kelvin. Oh, I mean, Kelly, as an exercise in con dating. It could also be an exercise in photography, a la Trithemius, or something altogether more complex. In fact, I'm on team altogether more complex than that. Of course, the revelation of the calls in 1554 would be by no means the final revelation. In the midst of the revelation of the calls and the calls of the creators were the years of parts of the earth revelation. All an aspect of the ability of the Magus to use the system to view and perhaps even influence the various regions of the earth, clearly and traced to deep. This is the guy that coined the phrase the British Empire and was deeply involved in espionage. Later, it would appear the system that we now call the Watchtower, though as the wealthier region, the apocalyptic sessions Kelly was seeking out. And he'd do so. He might work as an alchemist in the Holy Roman Empire, which provided him the title and lands to serve Edward Kelly before dooming him to prison and ultimately an escape attempt from that prison cost him his life. He would return to an England eventually ruled over by James I, who has intolerance of anything. Imagine his legendary, though apparently being outlaw country was like James I. His library and scientific live the rest of his life under your attention and constant keys. Sorcerer, something you don't want, witchcraft activities for. Hostess wouldn't stop his desire to discover radical truths through English crime, though nearly all of his sessions with my fellow pigmen were dramatic, many warriors of the Kelly sessions were all destroyed and lost. I suppose that to the very end, you could hear that final angelic utterance because particulars are compiled in knowledge. The classic Daniel Laycock dictionary remains a pretty helpful volume in the study of the celestial language. It was actually one of the first esotericism-related purchases I ever made back in 2014 at the time. The columns themselves are weird and copy members of why no longer their copy of King's hands. I don't know. Of course, the most comprehensive study of the angelic celestial languages and the Jabofal ritual to evoke his father Aaron reaches too far on this topic. In fact, this episode would have been virtually impossible without his wonderful scholarship and insight. Again, I'd really like to thank him for looking over this work, and I also really recommend ordering his books from his website. You get them signed, and you get some more direct cut of the profits. I mean, look, guys, these are cool writers who are not making a ton of money, and trust me, book publishing books like these are doing it out of a realistic love, and supporting them is something we can all do. Make sure to support your small independent publishers and independent authors. Of course, this episode will be the end of John D. So I hope you'll join me for more in the future. Until then, I'm your Justin Sledge. Thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane, history, philosophy, and religion.
Good fun.
Steady Mario game. It was a role-playing game. Super Mario RPG, Legend of the Seven Stars. It seemed like an odd idea. Mario in an RPG setting. Mario had been in genres, puzzle games, sports, kart racers, and edutainment, but minds when it came to the Nintendo plumber. But Super Mario RPG was a hit, and it's considered not only one of the best Super Nintendo games, but also one of the best RPGs ever made. In Business Insider's list of the top 10 Super Mario games, Super Mario RPG is ranked number 9. IGN made them permanent fans of the genre. It was also Square's big break in the Western market. Super Mario RPG outsold all of their previous releases on the Super Nintendo and helped them see what works and what doesn't in the West. Super Mario RPG is a classic. If you don't already have it on Super Nintendo, it's readily available on Nintendo's Virtual Console service. We may never see a true sequel to the game, but sometimes it's best to go out on top. That's all for this episode of The Game Historian. Thanks for watching.
Funding for Gaming Historian is provided in part by supporters on Patreon. Thank you.
Hey everybody, just a quick reminder, there's still time to pre-order The Gaming Historian Volume 1 on Blu-ray. Blu-ray has 16 classic episodes plus 5 hours of exclusive content. So click the link to the right to order your copy today.
Video games are one of the biggest forms of entertainment and one of the biggest industries in the world. From the earliest, fluffiest games to the technical masterpieces of modern titles, gaming has been constantly evolving to provide new experiences and allow more and more people to enjoy gaming. While many companies and groups have worked to advance gaming over the decades, none are as Nintendo is one of the largest gaming companies in the world. They're some of the best on the market. Their Nintendo Switch is one of the highest selling consoles ever, and their commitment to player enjoyment is rock solid. The lofty position Nintendo enjoys was well fought for. They've been part of the games industry since its very inception, and they have been at the forefront of innovation for games. In this video, I want to go through Nintendo's past, look at what they did differently, and see how they came to dominate the world of gaming. This is a brief history of Nintendo. To talk about the history of Nintendo, it's best to start at the very beginning. This is the first building of Nintendo, located in Shimogyuku, Kyoto, and founded in 1889. The founder, Fusajiro Yamaguchi, initially named the company Nintendo Carto, with the Carto being a reference to its main product, Hanafuda cards. Playing cards in Japan were a popular form of entertainment at the time, but they were heavily regulated due to their gambling connection. While the Japanese government banned Nintendo-style cards, Hanafuda were tolerated as they were Japan himself was a skilled artist and lover of cards, and set out to sell Hanafuda through Nintendo. This business was initially quite successful. Yamauchi's Hanafuda were well regarded and sought after throughout Kyoto. A major factor in Nintendo's early success was, ironically, gambling. The Yakuza were, and still are, a series of organized crime syndicates in Japan, and they were known for operating illegal gambling dens in this time period. While Hanafuda were typically used for gambling, in the absence of Western-style coverage, meaning there was heightened demand for Nintendo's cards. Speaking on a food business, Nintendo would see further success when they began producing Western-style cards. Around the turn of the century, factory artists had been able to distribute their cards in seven shops throughout all of Japan, giving them access to an enormous and highly profitable was wildly successful. And by the 1920s, Nintendo was one of, if not the largest card manufacturer in Japan. In 1929, Satoru Yamauchi would step down as president of Nintendo and have his son-in-law, Sekiryo Kaneda, take control. Kaneda mostly followed in the footsteps of his father-in-law, specifically token expansion. In 1933, Kaneda released Nintendo from its modest first building into a full-on factory next door. This streamlined Nintendo's card manufacturing and amped up their production to meet national demand. Further expansion would occur in 1947 when Nintendo established their own distribution group for playing cards. The team would specifically target toy shops around Japan, allowing Nintendo to bring it to the profitable youth market. These expansions secured Nintendo's success in the 30s and 40s, but unfortunately, Kaneda's tenure at Nintendo would be cut short. She suffered a stroke in the following year and would later pass on February 2nd, 1949. On his deathbed, however, he sought an heir for Nintendo and found one in his 22-year-old grandson, Hiroshi Yamauchi. Yamauchi would prove to be the most influential figure in Nintendo's history and would take the company to new markets, industries, and heights under his tenure. Yamauchi just followed a well-trained and focused primarily on playing cards. In 1953, Nintendo became the first company in Japan to produce plastic-backed cards. This modernized the production and gave them a more appealing product, especially compared to imported cards. Yamauchi's first major success would come in 1959, when Nintendo secured a licensing deal with Walt Disney. Toys, board games, and of course playing cards would all be adorners. Western cartoons like Mickey Mouse and Popeye were very popular in Japan, and Nintendo's branded products were similarly popular. Cards remained their primary focus, and thanks to this brand deal, Nintendo would sell packs in the first year. While Nintendo became a mission to playing cards market, Yamauchi quickly realized the fun was entirely small. There was only so much demand and interest in Hanafuda or Western cards, and Yamauchi had greater ambitions for Nintendo. In 1962, Yamauchi took Nintendo public and began a series of expansions into different markets. One of Nintendo's first non-card pursuits was a series of single-serving instant rice, a la instant noodles. This venture ultimately failed. Their instant rice was apparently of low quality and never really took off. Nintendo would also start the known as Gaia, initially successful, but managing the business became burdensome as taxi unions demanded better compensation and benefits. Tired of dealing with these unions, Yamauchi would ultimately sell and abandon the taxi venture. Perhaps the most unusual business during this time was a number of love hotels operating in Kyoto. Now, the first mention of this business comes from the 1994 book Game Over, How Nintendo. And while it's often seen as a seminal work on Nintendo's history, the love hotel claim is difficult to corroborate. Whether it's an urban legend, cold hard fact, or somewhere in between, we'll leave to you. In the late 1960s, Nintendo made brink of bankruptcy due to many failed ventures. It was here that Yamauchi would refocus the company away from miscellaneous industries and solely on entertainment. Nintendo was still manufacturing cars at this time, and had hired one Gunpei Yokoi to oversee their production. Yokoi was a tinkerer at heart, and would often build small toys and contraptions on his time off, or whenever it was slow at work. By sheer chance, Yamauchi visited Yokoi one day and saw a toy he'd been working on, a claw with an extended glass arm. He was genuinely impressed with the toy. Yokoi took it founded R&D department. The head of research, Hiroshi Itanishi, to develop new toys and products for Nintendo. The first product was based on Yukio's original design and called the Ultraman. The toy was an instant hit and would go on to be Nintendo's first product to sell over 1 million units. Other popular toys to come from Yukoi at this time included the Ultra Machine, an indoor baseball thrower, and the Love Tester, essentially a circuit you complete by grabbing the machine and holding hands with someone. Yukoi's toys were incredibly popular, and it's no exaggeration to say they pulled Nintendo back from the brink. The 1970s would be a time of major advancement in electronics and computer technology. Hiroshi Yama. Video games are one of the biggest forms of entertainment and one of the biggest industries in the world. From the earliest and flunkiest games to the technical masterpieces of modern titles, gaming has been constantly evolving to provide new experiences and allow more and more people to enjoy gaming. While many companies and groups have worked to advance gaming over the decades, none are as influential and respected as Nintendo. Nintendo is one of the largest gaming companies in the world, and for good reason. Their games are some of the best on the market. Their Nintendo Switch is one of the highest-selling consoles ever, and their commitment to player enjoyment is rock solid. The lofty position Nintendo enjoys was well fought for since its very inception, and they are at the forefront of innovation for games. In this video, I want to go through Nintendo's past, look at what they did differently, and see how they came to dominate the world of gaming. This is a brief history of Nintendo. To talk about the history of Nintendo, it's best to start at the very beginning. This is the first building of Nintendo, located in Shimogyuku, Yamaguchi, initially named the company Nintendo Karuto, with the Karuto being a reference to its main product, Hanafuda cards. Playing cards in Japan was even at the time, but they were heavily regulated due to their gambling connection. While the Japanese government banned and confiscated Western-style cards, Hanafuda were tolerated as they were a more Japanese invention. Yamauchi himself was a skilled artisan and lover of cards, and set out to sell Hanafuda through Nintendo. His business was initially quite successful. Yamauchi's Hanafuda were well regarded and sought after throughout Kyoto. Nintendo's early success was, ironically, gambling. The Yakuza were, and still are, a series of organized crime syndicates in Japan, and they were known for operating illegal gambling dens in this time period. While Hanafuda weren't typically used for gambling, in the absence of Western-style cards, it was the next best thing. Gamblers would typically start a new game of Hanafuda with a fresh deck. There was heightened for Nintendo's cards. In addition to their blossoming Hanafuda business, Nintendo would see further success when they began producing Western-style cards. This wasn't an illegal move or anything. The Japanese government looked at their bans on them around the turn of the century, perhaps realizing said bans weren't really effective. Nintendo's success with Western-style cards was largely thanks to a partnership with Japan Tobacco and Salt, a massive state-run corporation. Nintendo was able to distribute their cards in cigarette shops throughout all of Japan, giving them access to an enormous and highly profitable market. This partnership was wildly successful, and by the 1920s, Nintendo was the largest card manufacturer in Japan. In 1990, Yamauchi would step down as president of Nintendo and have his son-in-law, Sekiryo Kaneda, take control. Kaneda mostly followed in the footsteps of his father-in-law, specifically through dogged expansion. In 1933, Kaneda moved Nintendo from its modest first building into a full-on factory next door. This streamlined Nintendo's card manufacturing and amped up their production to meet national demand. Further expansion would occur in 1947, when Nintendo established their own distribution group for playing cards. The team would specifically target toy shops around Japan, allowing Nintendo to break into the profitable youth market. These expansions secured Nintendo's success in the 30s and 40s, but unfortunately, Kaneda's tenure at Nintendo would be cut short. He suffered a stroke in 1948, retired as president the following year, and would later pass on February 2nd, 1949. On his deathbed, however, he sought an heir for Nintendo, and found one in his 22-year-old grandson, Hiroshi Yamauchi. Yamauchi would prove to be the most influential figure in Nintendo's history, and would take the company to new markets, industries, and heights under his. Initially, however, Yamauchi followed the well-treaded path and focused primarily on playing cards. In 1953, Nintendo became the first company in Japan to produce plastic-backed cards. This modernized the production and gave them a more appealing product, especially compared to imported cards. Yamauchi's first major major success would come in 1959, when Nintendo secured a licensing deal with Walt Disney. Toys, board games, and of course playing cards would all be adorned with Disney characters. Western cartoons like Mickey Mouse and Popeye were very popular in Japan, and Nintendo's branded products were similarly popular. Cards remained their primary focus. Nintendo would sell 6,000 card packs in the first year. While Nintendo had become a big fish in the playing cards market, Yamauchi quickly realized the pond was inherently small. There was only so much demand and interest in Hanafuda or Western cards, and Yamauchi had greater ambitions for Nintendo. In 1962, Yamauchi took Nintendo public and began a series of expansions into different markets. One of Nintendo's first non-card pursuits was a series of single-serving a la instant noodles. This venture ultimately failed. Their instant rice was apparently of low quality and never really took off. Nintendo would also start a taxi service known as Daya. Daya was initially successful, but managing the business became burdensome as taxi unions demanded better compensation and benefits. Tired of dealing with these unions, Yamauchi would ultimately sell and abandon the taxi venture. Perhaps the most unusual business from Nintendo at this time was a number of love hotels operated around Kyoto. Now, the first mention of this business comes from the 1994 book Game Over, How Nintendo Conquered the World. And while it's often seen as the seminal work on Nintendo's history, the love hotel claim is difficult to corroborate. Whether it's an urban legend, cold hard fact, or somewhere in between, we'll leave to you. With that out of the way, by the late 19th bankruptcy due to these many failed ventures. It was here that Yamauchi would refocus the company away from miscellaneous industries and solely on entertainment. Nintendo was still manufacturing cards at this time, and had hired one Gunpei Yokoi to oversee their production. Yokoi was a tinkerer at heart, and would often build small toys and contraptions on his time off, or whenever it was slow at work. By sheer chance, Yamauchi visited Yokoi one day and saw a toy he'd been working on, a claw with an extending lattice arm. Yamauchi was genuinely impressed with the toy, and moved Yokoi to Nintendo's newly founded R&D department. Here, Yokoi would work with the Hiroshi Imanishi toys and products for Nintendo. Their first product would be based on Yokoi's original design, and called the Ultra Hand. The toy was an instant hit, and would go on to be Nintendo's first product to sell over 1 million units. Other popular toys to come from Yokoi at this time included the Ultra Machine, an indoor baseball thrower, and the Love Tester, essentially a circuit you complete by grabbing the machine and holding hands with someone. Yokoi's toys were incredibly popular, and it's no exaggeration to say they pulled Nintendo back from the brink. The 1970s would be a time of major advancement in electronics and computer technology. Using the huge potential developments, mandated his employees pursue toys and products utilizing this technology. Nintendo would quickly see success in this area thanks to a recent hire, Masayuki Uemura. Uemura was an electrical engineer and worker for sure. He visited Nintendo one day to hopefully sell his company's latest offering, a series of small solar cells. Yokoi quickly saw potential applications for these cells, and hired Uemura away from Sure to help in this pursuit. Their basic idea was cells as targets that could light game technology. The result was the Nintendo Beam Gun, first released in 1970, an instant hit and another million-unit seller. So popular was the Beam Gun that Nintendo decided to scale up and double down on the technology. Skeet shooting was a popular sport in Japan in the 70s, but one not many people had access to. At the same time, bowling alleys across Japan were closing thanks to a falling interest in the sport. Yokoi believed they could acquire these bowling alleys for cheap and convert them into shooting ranges using light guns and simulated pigeons. A novel and ambitious plan, named Laser Clay Shooting System. Laser Clay debuted in 1973 and was an overnight success. Nintendo's bowling alleys turned shooting ranges were packed to the brim. Yokoi and Yamauchi had another success in their hands, but unfortunately, Laser Clay's popularity would be tragically short-lived. That same year, Japan's economy would experience a shock and decline thanks to the 1973 oil crisis. Households were more focused on basic necessities than Nintendo's latest attraction, and thanks to the massive investment in Laser Clay, the company was once again on the brink of bankruptcy. Nintendo's first attempt to recover from their latest rush with bankruptcy laser gun offerings. They would scale down Laser Clay, make it so it worked as an arcade cabinet, and release their mini Laser Clay throughout Japan. They would also release a Western-themed cowboy shooter called Wild Gunman. Wild Gunman was unique in that it played films of cowboys, and your goal was to win a draw against them with your light gun. While cabinet games were popular in their own right, but couldn't pull Nintendo out of the slump they found themselves in. Yamauchi would turn towards recent developments in the West, specifically home game consoles, to help buoy Nintendo. He manufactured Nintendo's first home consoles, the Color TV series. The first of the series was the Color TV Game 6, released in 1977. It was essentially a Pong machine. Pong was a really big deal when it came out. It was kind of the only video game for a while. Further Color TV consoles would be released in the following years, such as Color TV Game 15, essentially more Pong, Racing 112, a racing game with a built-in steering wheel, and Block Breaker, breakout with colors and a few different layouts. While many of these games were clones, they offered variations on the original formula to keep things fresh, and they were all received quite well. In addition, Nintendo produced these consoles for cheap and kept the retail price of them very low, allowing them to undercut competing home systems. Thanks to this, the Color TV series was a resounding success for Nintendo, and they sold over 3 million consoles across all versions. Color TV would be just the first of Nintendo's successes in the burgeoning field of video games, and their second would come from none other than Gunpei Yokoi. Yokoi's designs all followed a particular philosophy that he termed Kareteki Jutsu no Suihei Shiko, or lateral thinking with seasoned technology. The basic idea is to take developed or mature technologies, repurpose them to create or fill a new niche. In the late 70s, Yokoi was riding home from work when he noticed a commuter playing with a miniature calculator. Realizing that processors and electronics had reached this level of miniaturization, he set about applying the basic technology for Nintendo. The result would be the Game & Watch, released in 1980, a handheld video game that would also keep time. The Game & Watch was a fun, inexpensive novelty in numerous varieties. It would sell upwards of 40 million units during its 11-year lifespan. The success of the Game & Watch was just what Nintendo needed, quickly pulling them out of an 8 billion yen debt and putting them 4 billion up. This cash injection was room to experiment with new technology and expand in the 80s. While Nintendo was seeing a success with Color TV, and the Game & Watch was a smash hit, their efforts in the arcade scene left much to be desired. Arcades made up the bulk of the games industry in the 70s and early 80s, and Nintendo naturally tried their hand in this market. The problem was Nintendo's early arcade offerings were either unimpressive or uninspired. The first arcade cabinet Nintendo put in the market was the 1978 computer Othello, a digitized form of the strip. While Othello as a game was popular in Japan and the world at large, as an arcade cabinet it wasn't the hottest item. Nintendo would press on, however, and continue trying their hand in the arcade market. They would release games such as Monkey Magic, a breakout clone, Space Fever, a Space Invaders clone, and Sheriff, a game that took heavy inspiration from Space Invaders. Nintendo was well aware of their copycat tendencies, and had neither issue nor shame with the practice. The unoriginality in Nintendo's arcade titles would be reflected in their performance sensors and two-bit players in the arcade scene. Nintendo would see further setbacks in 1980 due to their commercial flop, Radar Scope. Radar Scope, while clearly being inspired by Space Invaders, was initially received well in Japan. Yamauchi believed it would perform similarly well in the United States, and did a major advertising push for Radar Scope in the US. Unfortunately, by the time it arrived in the US in the game, the Space Invaders craze had been replaced with mascot-centric games like Pac-Man, and of the 3,000 Radar Scope units shipped, only 1,000 actually sold. The failure of Radar Scope and Nintendo's introduction to the American market begged Yamauchi. Nintendo was in need of a mega hit, the likes of Space Invaders or Pac-Man, and they needed it fast. Fortunately, this mega hit would come in 1981, thanks to one Shigeru Miyamoto. Shigeru Miyamoto was hired onto Nintendo in 1977. Educated in industrial design, Miyamoto worked in various departments for advertisement. Miyamoto would quickly get experience in game design, having done the sprite art for 1979 Sheriff, along with other arcade titles from Nintendo. He was a creative mind and rising star at Nintendo, and Yamauchi would call on him in 1981. He would express Nintendo's need for a breakout title, and ask Miyamoto to lead that project. Miyamoto quickly and enthusiastically accepted the challenge, and set about designing what would eventually be Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong as a project would be painstakingly pored over by Miyamoto and his team, and was in many ways a culmination of game design at the time. Miyamoto was an avid gamer himself, and coupled with his background in industrial design, had a very keen eye for what set games apart. But the most elaborate, but difficult to playtester, it had to be a game that people would pick up, but that everyone would play again. Donkey Kong is truly impressive, and many achieve these life goals almost effortlessly. The player, your objective, and the obstacles in between are communicated instantly. You don't need a tutorial to know you have to climb ladders, dodge barrels or fireballs, and save your girlfriend. The gameplay itself is challenging, but fair. Barrels, springs, and fireballs are just random enough to keep a player engaged, but also functions much like the power pellets in Pac-Man, relieving tension and giving players a moment of control. Furthermore, Donkey Kong wasn't just fun to play, but also fun to watch. The cheery sounds and infectious gameplay would draw any and all arcade goers to Donkey Kong, further bolstering the game's popularity. Finally, Donkey Kong capitalized on trends much more intelligently than prior attempts at Nintendo. Pac-Man was going gangbusters around the world in 1981, and there was a general interest in mascot characters. Miyamoto initially planned to make the game with Popeye characters, with Popeye as our hero, Bluto the villain, and Olive Oil being damsel in distress. Due to the slow process of licensing, coupled with the technical difficulties of making a realistic Popeye, the original characters of Donkey Kong, Lady, and Jumpman were used instead. This move would prove to be popular and effective. Jumpman was one of the first arcade characters to look even vaguely humanoid, and Donkey Kong's softer, more sympathetic design was inviting and well received. The numerous factors that made Donkey Kong, culminated in a game that was popular intelligently than prior attempts at Nintendo. Pac-Man was going gangbusters around the world in 1981, and there was a general interest in mascot characters. Miyamoto initially planned to make the game with an Olive Oil being damsel in distress. Due to the slow process of licensing, coupled with the technical difficulties of making a realistic Popeye, the original characters of Donkey Kong, Lady, and Jumpman were used instead. This move would prove to be popular and effective. Jumpman was one of the first arcade characters to look even vaguely humanoid, and Donkey Kong's softer, more sympathetic design was inviting, and the numerous factors that made Donkey Kong culminated in a game that was impossible to put down, and Nintendo saw this very early on. Before the game was even released in Japan, Nintendo's playtesters would stay long after their shifts just for another round, a very positive sign for Nintendo, if a little unhealthy. Donkey Kong would be released in Japan in July of 1981 to immediate success. It would become Japan's highest-grossing arcade game for that year. As impressive as the Japanese release was, the North American release of Donkey Kong was even more spectacular. Also released in July of 1981, Donkey Kong would sell over 85,000 cabinets throughout the US in just 8 months. But also, minor localization change. DK was still DK, Lady became Pauline, and Jumpman was made a carpenter and given the name Mario. The basis for this name came from the owner of Nintendo's Seattle warehouse, Mario Segale. The name just stuck, despite Segale's protestations, and also made Mario Italian by proxy. The popularity of Donkey Kong was not limited to arcades. Nintendo ported the game to their Game & Watch in 1982. Console ports were done through Coleco the same year, and you saw an abundance of DK and Mario merchandise crop up. Nintendo would also develop numerous popular sequels to Donkey Kong, like Donkey Kong Jr., Donkey Kong 3, and Mario Bros. As it introduced Mario's brother, Luigi, a player 2 for competitive or cooperative play. The name Luigi is also Italian, but also comes from the Japanese word Ruigi, meaning similar. This was appropriate, as Luigi was a palette swap of Mario with the same gameplay, and also because he was Mario's brother. All in all, the absolute success of Donkey Kong and its spin-offs was well beyond Nintendo's expectations. It was the mega hit Yamauchi needed for Nintendo, and it would be Shigeru Miyamoto's first major entry in the world of gaming. As Nintendo was seeing runaway success in arcades, and still raking in millions from Game & Watch, their console of 80s. The Color TV series was successful and profitable for its time, but had diminished in popularity as new, second-gen consoles hit the market. Yamauchi, hoping to regain ground on home consoles, tasked Masayuki Uemura to design a new console. Yamauchi's specifications were stringent. He wanted something that wasn't just better, but substantially cheaper than any other console on the market. Uemura, along with Nintendo veteran Genyo Takeda, would labor over this task for close to 2 years, finally culminated in the Nintendo, better known as the Famicom. Released in July of 1983, the Famicom was sold for half the price of their competitors and had arcade-level graphics, both massive selling points. Everything seemed to be going fine, Nintendo had yet another smash hit and began to dominate yet another industry. Unfortunately, Nintendo quickly ran into a snag with the Famicom. There was a widespread issue with its graphics chip, which would lead to system crashing and an unusable console when certain games were played. At the worst possible time as well. Nintendo was ramping up for the holiday market, but their flagship product was defective. At tremendous cost, Yamauchi would order a total recall of all Famicoms to repair their faulty hardware. This move would fortunately pay off. Nintendo was able to salvage both the Famicom and their reputation. In total, the Famicom would sell over a million units in 1983, nearly 3 million in 1984, and a whopping 6.5 million in 1985. The Famicom would continue to sell in the millions throughout the 80s, and Nintendo would totally dominate Japanese home consoles in this time period. This popularity was thanks not just to the power and affordability of the console, but the wide selection of games on it. Nintendo released the Famicom with near-perfect ports of its arcade titles, all popular in their own right, and just as popular on the console. Nintendo would initially be the sole producer of games for the Famicom, but would begin licensing games from other studios in mid-1984. Given the obscene popularity of the console itself, coupled with exclusivity contracts for these third parties, the Famicom became the go-to console for quality games. All in all, the Famicom would sell over 19 million units in Japan and made Nintendo a household name throughout the country. As the Japanese video game market Nintendo, the American market was in a bust. The video game crash of 1983 saw a massive decline in the American video game industry. The primary causes of this crash include the oversaturation of home consoles, a glut of low-quality games, and falling consumer confidence in the games industry. The result was a precipitous drop in console and game sales, along with a slight decline in arcades. Yamauchi was confident the Famicom would perform well in the US, but he knew it would require a deft touch to pull off. Firstly, Nintendo introduced the Versus system to the United States in 1984. The Versus system was a series of arcade cabinets that ran on Famicom hardware and played slightly modified games. These cabinets had multiple sets of controls and were designed for multiplayer and competitive play, hence the Versus. Games on these cabinets were readily and easily interchangeable as well. Arcades could swap out one game for another in as little as 20 minutes. The Versus system would prove incredibly popular with both gamers and arcade owners alike. Gamers enjoy the competitive nature and quality of games, and arcade owners were able to get the game from Nintendo for cheap. The Versus system was a huge success for Nintendo. They had sold up to 20,000 Versus cabinets by the end of 1984 and would sell thousands more in the following years. The Versus system also helped Nintendo gain interest in the Famicom. They were able to test releasing the console. Due to the success of the Versus system, Nintendo was confident the American market would react positively to the Famicom. However, there was still a stigma surrounding video games in the video game industry by 1985. In an effort to circumvent this stigma, Nintendo would completely redesign the console for American audiences. Their first change would be in the name. Nintendo would call their console the Nintendo Entertainment System. It wasn't a computer. It wasn't a video game. It was a fun, toy-like device, at least in terms of marketing. Nintendo would further lean into the toy by harping on features like Burr and Frog. In addition, the NES itself was explicitly designed to not look like a video game console. Cartridges weren't loaded from the top like older consoles, but from the front, like a VCR. All this was done to make a different light on the NES, one free from the negative connotations of video games. With the Famicom finally redesigned for American audiences, Nintendo made preparations to release their Nintendo of America, Nintendo's US branch. Initially, New York's chosen not because it would be easy to sell the NES there, but because it would be hard. NYC was a highly competitive market by default, and it was also affected the worst by the video game crash of 1983. If the NES could succeed in New York City, Yamauchi thought, then it would succeed across the US. First released on October 18, 1985, NES sales in New York were, frankly, middling. Of the 100,000 units shipped to the US, only half had sold by 1986. Yamauchi and NOA were not deterred, however, and began selling the NES in other cities around the US. It was Los Angeles in February 1986, where sales were steady and promising. Nintendo would continue expanding to cities around the US before finally going national on September 27, 1986. Nintendo's great efforts to sell and promote the NES were quickly repaid. They sold 3 million units in 1986, another 3 million in 1987, and a whopping 7 million in 1988. the NES for all U.S. households, and by 1990, a third. To call the NES a phenomenon would be an egregious understatement. It was far, far beyond Nintendo's expectations, effectively resurrecting the dying U.S. video game industry and putting Nintendo in charge. This massive success can be attributed to a number of factors. First and foremost, you had the dogged efforts of NOA to promote the NES. NOA worked tirelessly to convince stores and shopkeepers to stock the NES. NOA spared no expense in advertising and marketing as well, allocating $50 million just for the New York market. These advertisements leaned into the design philosophy of the NES and did everything to avoid the video game connotation. ROM and the Zapper were put at the forefront. You weren't purchasing cartridges, but game packs. You weren't buying a console, but an entertainment system. It was a Trojan horse approach and it proved very successful. On a technical level, any other console. This is apparent in the most outward sense. The NES's graphics were excellent for the time, and the console was sold at an affordable price. However, there was one specific addition to the NES that set it apart from previous consoles: a lockout chip. Consoles like the Atari 2600 had no protections for unlicensed cartridges. You could print out whatever game you wanted and sell it on the open market, whether or not the game was actually good. The unregulated nature of second-generation consoles led to a glut of low-quality titles, and in turn contributed to the crash of 1983. Nintendo would not repeat these mistakes, and implemented safeguards in their Famicom along with the 10NES system was a component of all NES consoles and cartridges, and would lock out unlicensed games from being played on the NES. Games had to be licensed through Nintendo, and more specifically Yamauchi. Hiroshi Yamauchi wasn't a gamer himself, but he was renowned for his ability to pick out games that would be sensations. This dovetails into perhaps the biggest selling point of the NES, its massive library of excellent games. The Legend of Zelda, Metroid, Excitebike, Duck Hunt, Wild Gunman, Dragon Quest, Punch-Out, Mega Man, and of course, Nintendo's crown jewel, Super Mario Bros. Super Mario Bros. Was released as a game for the console. Developed by Shigeru Miyamoto, the success and quality of Super Mario can be attributed to its excellent design and a gameplay loop that holds up even today. World 1-1 of Super Mario Bros. Presents every mechanic and challenge in the game right out the gate. From defeating enemies to acquiring power-ups, from overcoming obstacles to platforming, the game design forces players to figure things out without being told and without them even realizing it. This subtle, masterful design immediately gives players the basics for the rest of their skills throughout the game's 32 levels. Another factor in Super Mario Bros. Popularity was the music. Shigeru Miyamoto worked closely with composer Koji Kondo to develop the soundtrack for Super Mario. Kondo would take inspiration from modern jazz funk when composing, and these influences can be directly found in the final product. The soundtrack was treated with the respect it deserved. This would be one of the most iconic aspects of Super Mario Bros. The game would go on to sell over 40 million copies during the NES's run, and Mario became a cultural icon across the United States. The success of Super Mario Bros. And its subsequent sequels would result in plushes, lunchboxes, fruit snacks, playing cards, toothbrushes, beach towels, paper cups, glasses with lead paint, telephone books, and bike alarms would all be adorned with Nintendo's new mascot. Thanks in large part to Mario, the NES was an unbelievable success for Nintendo, and they would sell nearly 62 million units around the world. Perhaps more impressively, the NES managed to resurrect gaming in America, cementing Nintendo as a major player in gaming worldwide. Was going gangbusters across Japan and the US, Nintendo had begun to scale back their arcade business. This was thanks primarily to the insane popularity of the Famicom and the NES, but also due to recent laws passed in Japan. The Businesses Affecting Public Morals Regulation Act, or FUEO, was a law first passed in 1948 and was meant to regulate dancing and other forms of entertainment in Japan. The law would be amended in 1984 to target various gaming operations with the goal of inhibiting illegal gambling. However, due to inconsistent enforcement of the law, many legitimate caught in the crossfire. The law also imposed regulations on arcades. Children under 16 couldn't play after 6 p.m., and arcades in general had to close by midnight. The regulations and restrictions didn't kill Japanese arcades, but they were greatly hamstrung. Due to this, Nintendo could expect their arcade offerings to be less prolific and less profitable. Furthermore, Yamauchi feared Japanese arcade operators would sell their cabinets overseas and compete in operations. Nintendo would thus make the bold move to completely pull out of the Japanese arcade scene and instead focus solely on their foreign markets. To that end, Nintendo would release their PlayChoice 10 system in 1986 for Western audiences. The PlayChoice 10 was essentially an enhanced versus system. Players had access to up to 10 games on one cabinet. PlayChoice would continue to advertise upcoming NES titles as well. Games like Super Mario Bros. 3 would debut in arcades before being released on the NES. While the PlayChoice was useful in advertising NES games and was a surprise hit in the UK, it would never reach the same popularity of the Versus system. The competitive aspect of the Versus system was just more appealing than the sheer variety of PlayChoice 10. While Nintendo proper had stopped developing arcade games, they would continue publishing them to third parties and subsidiaries. One of their most popular titles published was R-Type, a space shooter bullet hell that was popular in Japan, but a surprise hit throughout the West. The graphics and quality of the game were exceptional for the time, and the Geiger-esque aesthetics were a huge appeal. The gameplay itself was deep and notoriously difficult, and its challenge was one of its biggest draws. R-Type was a definite success, but Nintendo would nonetheless scale back their arcade business by the end of the 80s and focus more on consoles and mobile offerings. On the topic of mobile offerings, Nintendo continued producing and selling new Game & Watches throughout the 80s. It remained a fairly popular item, but the simple design and gameplay of Game & Watch had begun to age by the late 80s. Nintendo understood there was interest and demand for a quality mobile system, however, and they would follow up the Game & Watch with the Game Boy. Designed by Yokoi and Nintendo veteran Satoru Okada, the Game Boy was a marriage between the NES and Game & Watch. You have the variety and quality of games found on the NES, coupled with the mobility of the Game & Watch. However, there were drawbacks to the original Game Boy. It was less sophisticated compared to other handhelds at the time, and had only a small 4-color screen. Where Nintendo won out over their competitors was cost. The cheaper technology here held a more attractive price, and the Game Boy was more rugged and battery efficient. Just as the hardware was affordable and appealing, so too were the games. The Game Boy would launch and be bundled with Tetris, arguably the perfect game for the system. Short, fast, and immediately addictive, Tetris was a killer app for the Game Boy and was hugely popular in its own right. Tetris would go on to sell over 35 million copies of the Game Boy, an unbelievable number, second only to Pokemon. The brainchild of Satoshi Tajiri, and based on his childhood, Nintendo initially had little interest in the project. Shigeru Miyamoto, on the other hand, saw the appeal and both encouraged and supported Tajiri during the development of Pokemon. After a 6-year development period, Pokemon Red and Green would be released in Japan in February 1996. Sales were initially slow, but rapidly took off later that year, selling over 1.6 million copies just in 1996. The simple premise of catch-em-all, with the complex mechanics and in-person trading, made Pokemon a smash hit with the youth. Nintendo would very quickly capitalize on the popularity and marketability of Pokemon, releasing a card game, manga series, anime adaptation, and a huge amount of merchandise in the first 2 years. The merch and media were massive successes both in Japan and North America, and when the Pokemon games actually reached the US in 1998, they were instant hits. Pokemon would go on to sell over 80 million games on the Game Boy and Game Boy Color, elevating its prominence to the likes of Mario and Zelda, and giving Nintendo another golden goose. Pokemon, along with Tetris, made the useful purchase, and by the over 118 Game Boys and Game Boy Colors have been sold. Just as the Game Watch dominated the 80s, the Game Boy would dominate the 90s, and be Nintendo's third best-selling console of all time. The success of the Game Boy was truly phenomenal, but unfortunately, it would actually lead to the departure of Gunpei Yokoi. Nintendo had become a monolithic entity thanks to its Famicom lineup and the Game Boy. The more corporate, big business direction Nintendo was heading left Yokoi feeling somewhat alienated. He wanted to work more on niche, smaller toys and games, rather than the blockbuster consoles Nintendo was doing. 16, 1996, and found his own company, Koto. Unfortunately, Yokoi would not helm his new company for long, as he would pass away on October 4th, 1997, from a car accident. Gunpei Yokoi was a pivotal part of Nintendo during its transition to entertainment, and he would be the source of many of Nintendo's early hits. His design philosophy to Nintendo's future projects even to today, and he remains a revered. Now, while 90s Nintendo had largely moved out of arcades, and their Game Boy was a worldwide sensation, their console dominance had begun to see challengers. Nintendo Nintendo enjoyed a near unrivaled top spot after the release of the NES, but its dominance would last only through the 80s. The NES wasn't a cutting-edge piece of technology upon its release, and by the late 80s it was increasingly unimpressive. In addition, because the NES reinvigorated the American video games industry, you began to see increased competition in the console market. One of the biggest competitors at the time was Sega, with their Sega Genesis in the US and Sega Mega Drive everywhere else. Nintendo had a challenger they couldn't really ignore, and they would respond with a new console of their own. Nintendo had begun work on a more powerful version of the Famicom starting in 1987, and would release their Super Famicom in Japan on November 21st, 1990. The Super Famicom was an all-around technical upgrade to the original Famicom. The system was faster, more detailed, had better sound, and bigger games. The Super Famicom would also introduce rudimentary 3D graphics with its Mode 7, giving an impressive level of depth and detail, especially for the time. The Super Famicom would be the preferred 4th-gen console in Japan, outselling the Sega Mega Drive. However, Nintendo would not see the same fortunes in the West, as the Sega Genesis was a much more popular console in the US. Nintendo would release their North American Super NES in 1991, immediately facing stiff competition with the Genesis, and more specifically, Sonic. Sonic the Hedgehog was a game released in 1991, whose singular mascot was designed specifically for the American market. Created by designer Naoto Oshima and financial criminal Yuji Naka, Sonic was meant to have attitude, to be the cool character in the video game scene. Sonic was the forefront of Sega's numerous advertising campaigns as a cooler, more adult option compared to Nintendo. Couple this with the earlier release of the Genesis and much larger library compared to the SNES, Sega would lead console sales in the West. Another important metric for the success of a console is that of attach rate, essentially the number of games sold per console. In this regard, the Genesis handily won out over the SNES, selling over twice as many games per console. The success of the Genesis should not detract from that of the SNES, however. It was a clear winner in Japan, had comparable 16-bit hardware to the Genesis, and possessed a vast library of quality titles. Nintendo's Golden Goose, Mario, would have several popular games on the SNES, but you would also see franchise returns from Zelda and Metroid, along with new classics such as Star Fox and Mario Kart. Donkey Kong would appear again as well, and Rare's Donkey Kong Country would actually give the SNES a much-needed boost in North America. In total, the SNES would sell around 49 million units worldwide, handily outselling the Genesis, and ultimately be considered one of the best consoles of the 2D era. 1990, Nintendo released their 5th-gen console, the Nintendo 64. Like with the 4th-gen, Nintendo was slow to provide an entry to the current console generation. Their rival, Sega, would release their Sega Saturn in November 1994, and a new competitor, Sony, would release their PlayStation just a week later. While Nintendo had feuded with Sega since the days of arcades, Sony was new to the video game scene, and their entry was in many ways caused by Nintendo. Back in 1988, Nintendo would partner with Sony to produce peripherals for their upcoming Super Famicom, namely an add-on that would read CD-ROMs. Sony would also work on a standalone console that could read both SNES games and games on CDs, called the PlayStation. The deal surrounding this early PlayStation was heavily skewed in favor of Sony. They would be the sole benefactor of music and movies on the platform, and be the owner of its CD format. Yamauchi was a savvy, if not ruthless businessman, and seeing that Nintendo had very little leverage in this arrangement, dropped the partnership with Sony in 1991. Nintendo successfully hobbled Sony, but would ultimately gain little from this move. They do want to work with Dutch manufacturers, ultimately be scrapped due to the fear of the Philips CDI. Sony, on the other hand, made the best of this betrayal. They had been working on their PlayStation for a few years before being suddenly dropped by Nintendo, and would salvage their work into the eventual Sony PlayStation. Back to Nintendo, they would release their Nintendo 64 in Japan on June 23rd, 1996, and in North America on September 26th of the same year. The N64 got its name from its 64-bit CPU, along with the SNES, which allowed it to make the N64 actually saw significant delays, being initially slated for back to April, then June of the following year. Nintendo's rationale for this delay was that they were waiting for better launch titles to be developed, mainly Super Mario 4. In any event, the hype and anticipation surrounding the N64 was substantial, and Nintendo would often play into it in their advertisement. Upon its release, the N64 was received well both in Japan and the United States, outselling the first few months. The year would also launch with one of the most iconic entries in the Mario franchise in Nintendo's history, Super Mario 64. Super Mario 64 would be Mario's first adventure in 3D, immaculately translating 2D Mario into the next dimension. It would beautifully show off the capabilities of the N64. The world to explore was massive, the music was iconic, and the gameplay was just fun. Its charm and sheer quality would lead to numerous awards for SM64, and would ultimately be the highest-selling game on the N64. It was the killer app for the N64, and despite not being bundled with a console, it would still drive huge sales for Nintendo. However, going into 1997, the N64 would lose serious ground to its main competitor, the PlayStation. Outside of the launch window, the N64 sales were always a distant second to the PlayStation's, and for a number of reasons. The biggest issue the N64 faced was regarding games, namely, that it didn't have too many. Super Mario 64 was fantastic, but it was one of only 2 launch titles. This paltry variety of games was a consequence of the N64's notoriously development system. Poorly designed hardware, coupled with the newness of 3D technology, made development on the N64 a challenging, if not infuriating, endeavor. This stymied production on first-party titles and disincentivized third parties from even bothering with the console. Third parties would be further disincentivized from developing on the N64 due to the fact it utilized cartridges for games. While cartridges had certain advantages over CDs, such as faster load times and being harder to pirate, they also came with a slew of disadvantages. First and foremost is cost. Cartridges are several times slower and more expensive to produce compared to CDs. Lower returns from just printing on the N64 didn't help attract third parties to the console. In addition, N64 cartridges could store at most a measly tenth of the data on a CD, and devs would have to dramatically scale down their games if they wanted them on the N64. The unnecessary constraints were unappealing, and it also led to fewer cross-platform titles on the N64. In short, the limitations and frustrations of working on the N64 turned third parties and thus away from the console. N64, Sony just did better business with their PlayStation. You see this just in the cost rather than the competition. Their N64 was always at the same price as the PlayStation. In fact, Sony would consistently slash prices on the PlayStation, leaving the N64 to play catch-up. The advantage Nintendo so often enjoyed was now held by Sony, and it led to substantially greater sales for the PlayStation. It's worth noting that both of these consoles would be sold at a loss. The strategy was to just get them in the hands of consumers and recruit game sales. While both the 4 and PlayStation sold more than enough games to be profitable, PlayStation had a much higher attach rate thanks to its larger and broader library. Part of this came from the PlayStation's better marketing and direction compared to the N64. While Nintendo stuck to a preteen audience, both in games and with its advertisement, Sony would aggressively cater to a more mature and broader demographic. Nintendo's failure to capitalize who they themselves created with their prior consoles allowed Sony to heavily capitalize on them. Ultimately, the N64 would sell half the number of PlayStations in the US, a fraction in Europe, and even in Japan. The N64 is a somewhat odd console in the history of Nintendo. It was a financial success, but a middling one compared to prior consoles. It had some of the best games ever made, but missed out on just as many. It implemented new technologies, but its messages of the past weighed it down. If the 4th generation challenged Nintendo's top spot, then the 5th generation fully dethroned them. Moving forward, Nintendo would be in a much more competitive gaming scene and game developers. They would have to take lessons from their competition and carve out a niche of their own to succeed, if not survive. However, before venturing into the 21st century and the 6th gen, we would be remiss to gloss over Nintendo's less popular 5th generation entry, the Virtual Boy. The Virtual Boy is a strange piece of gaming hardware. Essentially a stationary VR headset, the Virtual Boy hoped to give its games a sense of 3D through stereoscopy. Stereoscopy is a visual technique involving 2 images, both of the same subject at a slight angle. If you position the 2 pictures close to your eyes, you generate the illusion of a 3D image. The Virtual Boy would take this principle to use 2 small screens that would generate stereoscopic images of games. On the surface, the Virtual Boy seemed like an interesting and unique offering, and Nintendo was fairly confident in the console. However, there were a number of fundamental flaws surrounding the console. Firstly, the Virtual Boy was somewhere between a mobile and home console, and it would have the worst of both worlds. The Virtual Boy wasn't fully mobile. It required a stationary surface to actually be used, so playing it on the go was out of the question. It was more powerful than a mobile system like the Game Boy, but not nearly as powerful as any other 5th gen console. It also only had one color, red. Nintendo apparently couldn't get a full color system to work, so red would be the only color on the system. This led to the second issue, cost. The Virtual Boy was priced between the Game Boy and a full-on 5th gen console. Because of the aforementioned issues of poor moments, there was no reason to get a Virtual Boy when presented with any alternative. Finally, the Virtual Boy would receive very little support from Nintendo. Gunpei Yokoi and his team were the only real developers on the Virtual Boy, with the rest of Nintendo more focused on the N64. This led to underbaked hardware in the console itself, but also very little software, only a measly 22 games in total. Upon its release in 1995, the Virtual Boy was immediately panned for its poor hardware, low mobility, pitiful library, and discomfort during use. Total sales would top out at 770,000 worldwide, thanks in part to this suboptimal system, but also due to poor advertising surrounding the console. Ultimately, the Virtual Boy would receive only 12 months of support before being scuttled in 1996 and written off as. All in all, the 5th generation for Nintendo was a bit of a mixed bag. The Game Boy Color was incredibly popular, their N64 underperformed, and the Virtual Boy was a complete joke. The 6th generation would be much the same. Nintendo would learn some lessons from the 5th gen to help modernize their offerings, but would falter in certain areas compared to their competitors. They would, however, start the 2000s out strong with one of their most in the Game Boy Advance. The Game Boy Advance would be released for Japan in March of 2001 and for the rest of the world in June. The GBA would be a total upgrade over its Game Boy and Game Boy Color forebears, hence the Advance. Particular upgrades include a full-color LCD screen and a CPU on par with the SNES. Later, improved versions of the GBA, namely the Game Boy Advance SP, would offer additional upgrades like a rechargeable battery pack and an actual backlight for the screen. would see success comparable to the original, thanks again to the myriad games offered on the handheld. Like with the first Game Boy, the most popular title on the GBA was the Pokemon series, and about 40 million copies of Pokemon were sold for the handheld. Outside of Pokemon, the GBA was home to a number of SNES and upgraded NES ports. This would introduce some of Nintendo's classics to a new generation, and be a big draw to the console. Finally, the GBA would have a number of non-Pokemon, non-port titles, all very popular in their own right. These include Superstar Saga, The Minish Cap, and Wario Land 4, Wario's greatest achievement. Outside of the variety and quality of its games, the GBA basically saw zero competition in the handheld market. This has killed off the competition, and seeing that the GBA was a flat upgrade over the original, it was an easy purchase for many. GBA was technically cheaper than the original on account of inflation, making it an affordable and highly attractive purchase. In addition, the GBA would come with a number of peripherals to either augment games on the system or give it uses outside of gaming. Examples include an MP3 player, cartridges with full movies or shows on them, and a glucose monitor for kids with diabetes. All in all, the GBA would sell over 81 million units over its 9-year lifespan, making it one of Nintendo's most successful consoles. While Nintendo's first entry was a smash hit, their first home console left much to be desired. The Nintendo GameCube would be Nintendo's flagship console for the 6th gen. It would compete with the likes of Sony's PlayStation 2 and Microsoft's new Xbox. It was released for Japan in September 2001 and for the US in November that same year. The GameCube represented something of a clean break from Nintendo's past consoles, both in terms of design and direction. The biggest and most obvious change is the GameCube's use of discs rather than cartridges. The GameCube was a much more graphically intensive console compared to the N64, which meant greater data storage was just in the costs, and obnoxious small data storage of cartridges was increasingly unpopular with third parties. This ties into Nintendo's other shift with the GameCube. They made a much greater effort to support and appeal to third-party developers. The difficulty of developing for the N64, contrasted with the PlayStation's success with third-party games, meant that Nintendo needed third-party support for the GameCube to succeed. Furthermore, Nintendo would work to shake its in order to attract a broader range of gamers and developers. While E-rated first-party games were plentiful on the console, they opened themselves up to plenty of third-party offerings with higher age ratings. While Nintendo had taken many steps forward with the GameCube, their competitors at Sony were still a few steps ahead. Their PlayStation 2 had two major advantages over the GameCube, with the first being an incredibly popular previous console. The PS1 was the single highest-selling console ever by 2000, the year of the PS2's release. The PS2 was also backwards compatible, meaning one's PS1 library could find a home on a more powerful console. Nintendo couldn't say the same. Their N64 was well received, but sold only around a third the number of PlayStations. Furthermore, you couldn't really pop in an N64 or SNES cartridge into the GameCube, meaning it would rely solely on its own library. The second advantage the PS2 had over the GameCube actually had nothing to do with games. It was the PS2's DVD player. In an era where all movies and shows are streamed or acquired online, it's worth emphasizing just how big a deal this was. DVD players at this time were very popular, but fairly expensive pieces of technology, costing around $200 to $300 in 2000. The PS2 was a position. It was a DVD player and next-gen console, all for $299 on release. The PS2 was the right product at the right time, and though Nintendo offered their GameCube for $100 less, the lack of this marquee feature was a make or break for many. It's worth noting the GameCube wasn't a bad console. It was technologically more impressive and less expensive than the PS2. It just lacked the features to realistically compete with Sony. Upon the GameCube's release in 2001, the GameCube was a stark improvement over the N64, but it had a fairly unimpressive slate of launch titles. Whereas Nintendo's prior home consoles all shipped with some kind of killer app, the biggest title for the GameCube's launch was Luigi's Mansion. Luigi's Mansion is a great game, but was not seen as some must-have title like Super Mario Bros. Or SM64. In fact, the game received some criticism for its relatively short length and for being a suboptimal first Mario game on the console. The GameCube started with a stumble, but would gradually improve its game library in the following years. Mario Sunshine, The Legend of Zelda, The Wind Waker, and Metroid Prime were the titles the GameCube needed to stand out and actually bring people to the console. In spite of this, the GameCube continued to struggle in sales by 2003, mostly because the PS2 was still going strong and had dropped its price to $179. Nintendo would respond by slashing the GameCube's price in half to just $99, selling the GameCube for an even bigger loss. This would improve sales somewhat, but not nearly enough to overtake the PS2. It would again fall behind the PS2 and newly released Xbox as online play became increasingly popular. Titles such as Halo 2 and Battlefront 2 were mega hits thanks to their multiplayer aspects, which in turn drew many people to the PS2 and Xbox. While the GameCube did have an adapter to allow for a LAN or internet connection, it was very infrequently used. The GameCube was increasingly light on features as the 6th gen progressed, and would be utterly eclipsed by its competitors by the end of the generation. Nintendo had a target of selling 50 million GameCube 5, but would ultimately sell 22 million throughout the GameCube's lifespan. Compared to its competitors, this is barely under the number of Xboxes sold, but a mere seventh the number of PS2s sold. While the sales of the console were disappointing, the one silver lining to the GameCube was its games. The GameCube was a respectably powerful console for the time, and devs made full use of the hardware. Massive games such as Metroid Prime 1 and 2, Wind Waker and Twilight Princess, and Paper Mario the Thousand Year Door all provided incredible worlds, and Brawl Melee, a sequel to the N64 original, would be the highest selling game on the GameCube, and birthed a unique gaming scene that lives on even today. New series such as Pikmin, Chibi Robo, and Animal Crossing in the West were all popular additions as well, and rounded out the big three of Mario, Pokemon, and Zelda. Thanks to the smorgasbord of quality titles on the GameCube, game sales were respectable as well. The GameCube's attach rate was comparable to the mighty PS2, and substantially higher than the Xbox's. Thanks to this, the GameCube as a system was profitable, even in mediocre console sales. That being said, while the GameCube wasn't a financial failure, it would go down as a disappointment for Nintendo, and be their third worst-selling console to date. The lackluster performance of the GameCube aside, it would be the basis for a number of interesting developments at Nintendo. Firstly, the GameCube's internals would be the basis for Nintendo's return to the arcades. Nintendo would partner with Sega and Namco to develop the Triforce, an arcade board based on the GameCube's hardware and OS. Nintendo mostly just worked on the hardware side of things, and would license out some of their IPs for Sega and Namco. It was essentially no different than developing for the user-friendly GameCube, and the Triforce would lead to arcade versions of F-Zero and Mario Kart, with Pac-Man. The GameCube would also see the first modern wireless controller, the Wavebird. In the past, wireless communication was typically done with infrared, and there would even be a few IR controllers made for the NES and Sega Genesis. IR had a few limitations though, namely that you needed a direct line of sight for it to work, and that IR signals could trip devices other than their controller. Thanks to advances in radio frequency technology, however, RF controllers became viable by the 2000s. First released in 2002, the Wavebird would be the first real application of this technology, and thanks to its RF internals, would shed the shortcomings of IR controllers. The Wavebird itself was a popular item for the GameCube, and would serve as the basis for future wireless controllers throughout the games industry. Lastly, on a more melancholic note, the GameCube would be the last home console. He would retire as president shortly after its release on May 24, 2002, but still retained his position as president of the board. He would ultimately leave Nintendo on June 29, 2005, believing the company to be left in good hands. He would spend the rest of his life primarily in Kyoto, would commit a vast portion of his wealth to a cancer facility for the city, and ultimately passed to pneumonia on September 19, 2013. It's no exaggeration to say Yamaguchi was the reason Nintendo became a juggernaut. All of Nintendo's toys, games, and consoles passed through Yamaguchi during his 53-year tenure. Either through an uncanny ability to spot the next big hit, or just sheer luck, Yamaguchi turned gaming into a worldwide phenomenon, and Nintendo into a household name. Fittingly, Yamaguchi's choice for a successor would have a similar impact on Nintendo and gaming at large: Satoru Iwata. Satoru Iwata is a unique character both in the history of Nintendo and as a business leader. Iwata entered the games industry in 1980, working part-time with HAL Laboratory, an electronics and software company. He would join the company full-time in 1982 as their only programmer, and would personally ask Nintendo to have HAL work on their upcoming Famicom. Nintendo obliged, and Iwata would lead development on titles such as Balloon Fight. While Iwata was a major moneymaker for the company, HAL would experience major financial troubles around 1991. In the late 80s, HAL would sink huge amounts of time and money into Metal Slayer Glory, a massive sci-fi adventure game. Upon the game's release in 1991, critical reception was mixed, and faced stiff competition with titles on Nintendo's new SNES. The result was a financial flop of a game. HAL couldn't even recoup their advertising budget with game sales. HAL's financial woes would be compounded in 1992, when the Japanese economy entered a recession. An asset price bubble decades in the making had finally burst, and HAL would begin filing for bankruptcy in late 1992. Fortunately, this story has a happy ending. Yamauchi would offer to bail out the struggling HAL, but under one condition: appoint Iwata as head of the company. Iwata would take on the position with Nintendo's blessing, and work throughout the 90s to recover the company. Now freed from risk of bankruptcy, Iwata and HAL would continue working on games for Nintendo, releasing titles to NES and Super Smash Bros. N64. Iwata would also assist in the programming and design for Pokemon Gold and Silver, along with the Western localization of Pokemon. By 1999, Iwata had made HAL profitable and debt-free, becoming an important, if not vital, figure for Nintendo. Seeing he had a real wunderkind on his hands, Yamauchi would reach out to Iwata after turning HAL around and ask him to work for Nintendo. Iwata would immediately agree, and in June of 2000, he would join Nintendo as head of corporate planning and as a member of the board. While he would quickly be given the presidency over Nintendo, Iwata was successful in her. His overarching goal was to reduce costs and development time for games, while focusing on novel experiences in gaming. He would also work to improve communication between Nintendo of Japan and the rest of the world. Iwata would visit the US no less than 40 times during the development of the GameCube to ensure a smooth launch. In spite of the GameCube's suboptimal performance, Iwata's work helped make the best console. Then, on May 24, 2002, Satoru Iwata would succeed Yamauchi as the fourth president. In his own words, Yamauchi believed Iwata understood Nintendo's hardware and software the best, not necessarily on a technical level. Though we can predict the future for Nintendo, Yamauchi believed Iwata was the best man to lead the company. Iwata would inherit Nintendo at a pivotal moment, not just for the company, but for the broader games industry. Hardware sales were up, but software sales were down year over year, and even then, the hardware sales were largely thanks to Sony's DVD Station 2. There was seemingly a waning interest in gaming, in spite of the substantial improvements in the 5th and 6th generations. Rather than double down on technological advancement, Iwata and Nintendo would implement the Gunpei Yokoi school of thought, go back to basics, and try to create a more unique gaming experience. The result would be the Nintendo DS, released first for North America in November 2004, in Japan in December the same year. The idea for the DS actually came from Yamauchi, who suggested a handheld with 2 screens before departing. Iwata would work closely with Shigeru Miyamoto on the project as well, who suggested the DS's other core feature stylus. While the Game Boy series essentially had zero experience lengthy run, the DS was a direct competitor for its new PlayStation Portable. Sony would build their PSP as a mobile PS2, a multimedia platform that could play movies and games and access the net. The PSP would initially be the more successful handheld, but the DS would quickly overtake and dwarf the PSP in sales. The PSP represented the tried and true method. It offered the same basic idea for consoles and games, just with updated technology and graphics. On the other hand, offered something people outside the gaming's core audience would find appealing. The touchscreen was unique compared to prior and contemporary consoles. In Nintendo's own words, allows users to... Essentially, it was a more approachable console compared to the button-encrusted controllers often seen elsewhere. The DS would also be home to a number of more casual games and series, titles that targeted non-traditional gamers. Examples include Nintendogs and Animal Crossing Wild World, all games that would utilize the intuitive aspects of the touchscreen and sell in the tent. The DS wouldn't cater exclusively to casuals, of course. The The mini Mario, Pokemon, and Zelda titles were all huge sellers in their own right. In addition, the DS would also play Game Boy Advance titles, providing an updated platform to access the GBA's vast library. The novelty, the variety of games, along with the better price point compared to the PSP, made the Nintendo DS a widely and highly appealing item. Another major factor in the DS's success was the updated models released for the console. The first was the DS Lite, a more streamlined version compared to the less elegant original. It would be released worldwide in 2006, supercharging interest around the handheld, and become the highest-selling version of the DS. A later model would come in the DSi, and it would include a camera, a music player, and an assortment of online titles for purchase. Though lacking the GBA port, the DSi was well received for its new features, and helped sustain interest in the system into the 2010s. Finally, the DS would receive its last model in 2009, the DSi XL. Quite simply put, it was a bigger DSi with a slightly better battery. Nothing too groundbreaking, but a nice addition nonetheless. 150 million, nearly twice that of the PSP. This made it Nintendo's highest-selling console, and the second highest-selling console ever. The unbelievable success of the DS validated the direction Nintendo chose to pursue, one that didn't compete with Sony or Microsoft head-to-head, but instead offered something unique. The DS's unorthodox yet intuitive design was something everybody enjoyed, and it would be the underpinning of their next console, the Wii. Planning stages for the Wii began in 2003, around the same time as the first few DS prototypes, and under the codename Revolution. Just as the DS was a departure from design norms, so too was the Wii, with Iwata's first requirement being to make a console that Mom would like. He wanted a console that would be unobtrusive, controllers that wouldn't be intimidating or a nuisance, and a system that would slip into anyone's home, whether or not they were a gamer. To that end, the most fundamental and important component of the Wii would have to be the controller. Iwata specified it should be like the DS, to allow for intuitive, direct control similar to a TV remote. Given the tactile nature of the DS's touchscreen, the design team opted for motion controls to convey this intuitive form of play. They would achieve this by integrators of the controllers, turning one into actual input. The first few prototypes of these controllers were unique, to say the least, but the design team would have a breakthrough in late 2004. Nintendo veteran Genyo Takeda suggested the use of an IR pointer and sensor, adding another layer of motion tracking. The fact you had to point it at the screen dovetailed perfectly into the TV remote design, and the results would be the iconic Wiimote. The Wiimote would offer a streamlined, hand-fitting design for games requiring motion controls, and could be flipped horizontally to play more traditional games. The Wiimote had its familiar TV remote design for non-gamers, but could also be used for more demanding games thanks to its nunchuck attachment. The Wii's remote is elegant in its simplicity, and the console itself is similarly sleek. The Wii is slim, much smaller than any prior Nintendo console, and meant to fit in nicely on any shelf or table. This sleek design served aesthetic, but also practical purposes. Japanese houses tend to be fairly small, meaning a sleeker console is better suited for their home market. Furthermore, this miniaturized design led to lower power consumption and a much quieter fan, traits that would certainly appeal to your average Japanese mom. In terms of hardware, the Wii is often referred to as two GameCubes taped together, and this is fairly accurate in terms of technical specs. The GameCube itself was one of the more powerful systems of the 6th gen, so Nintendo saw little issue in just scaling it up. This made the Wii backwards compatible and went for the PS2 Italy. It represented a different yet deliberate path for Nintendo. They weren't obsessed with graphics, the Wii was still in standard definition. They weren't trying to make the next big multiplayer game. They left that to Sony and Microsoft, one that everyone would play together and that anyone could enjoy. Nintendo would emphasize this during its E3 2006 demonstration, where the direct controls of the Wiimotes, along with its social aspects, were put on full display. The Wii would be released later that year, first for America in November, then around the world in December. The release was accompanied by a massive advertising campaign. The Wii Would Like to Play series of commercials. Said commercials further emphasized the family-fun vibe of the console, along with its marquee feature of motion controls. The initial reception to the console was very positive, selling millions, eventually tens of millions annually. Nintendo had a phenomenon on their hands, thanks to something as simple and intuitive as motion controls. While the unique gimmick of the Wii was a major selling tentatively as Wii Sports. Wii Sports is the quintessential Wii game and was the perfect title to bundle with the console. Consisting of 5 sports, tennis, baseball, bowling, golf, and boxing, they all had the player utilize the Wiimote as though they were playing these sports. It's wholly unique, something that only the Wii was capable of providing, and something that can be fun for just about anyone. Wii Sports also heavily utilized the Mii feature and a program for making characters of friend. Couple this with multiplayer options for all 5 games, and Wii Sports effortlessly invited the whole family to enjoy the Wii. Wii Sports would go on to sell over 80 million copies, becoming the best-selling game on the console and one of the highest-selling games ever. While bundle sales certainly contributed to these numbers, it was nonetheless an extremely hot item and the perfect introduction to the Wii. Some of the other massive titles on the Wii were, well, the Wii games, a series meant to capitalize on the unique features of the console. Examples include Wii Play, a party game, Wii Fit, an exercise and wellness program, and Wii Music, a mistake. They were all games meant to show off a feature, and they accorded extremely well. Outside of the Wii series, there were a number of more traditional games from Nintendo that sold millions and smartly utilized the console. These are games like Super Mario Galaxy, Twilight Princess, and Donkey Kong Country Returns, all huge sellers and excellent titles in their respective series. In addition, the Wii was actually properly wired to the internet and gave access to an official storefront from Nintendo. Various retro applications, adding another link to the Wii's offerings. Ironically, after Nintendo's push for third parties on the GameCube, one of the weakest aspects of the Wii was its third-party support. While more powerful than any 6th-gen console, compared to the Xbox 360 and PS3, the Wii was markedly underpowered and still in standard definition. Furthermore, the difficulty of developing for motion controls, coupled with very low third-party sales of the Wii, meant that third parties generally avoided the console. However, even without a strong third-party, a tremendous success for Nintendo, especially given the fact there was a global recession throughout the console's lifespan. Though it had changed its name to the Wii, the Nintendo Revolution was just that, and the worldwide phenomenon of the Wii would translate to sales. Compared to its 7th-gen competitors, the Xbox 360 and PS3, the Wii would comfortably outsell both, and sell more games. The Wii was also a massive financial success. Nintendo's revenues more than tripled from 2006 to 2010. The Wii was a success on the level of the original Famicom. And by 2010, Nintendo had been elevated to the top spot once again. Going into the 2010s, Nintendo would begin a new, more direct way of communicating with their fans, Nintendo Directs. Traditionally, the primary method of making announcements for games, consoles, or events was through trade shows, like E3 or Tokyo Game Show. While there was always anticipation and excitement around these events, they were annual, meaning new information at a slow pace. One of Iwata's major efforts as corporate planner and now president was to improve communication between Nintendo and its various markets. His first major pursuit in this area was Iwata Asks in 2006, where he would conduct short interviews with important members and developers at Nintendo. These interviews provided insight into the games and projects at Nintendo and gave a public face to the company in the form of Iwata. The success and positive reception of Iwata Asks led to the more produced and general formats of Nintendo Directs. Here, information about new Nintendo year-round. Iwata would not be the head or face of Directs either. Shigeru Miyamoto and president of NOA, Reggie Fils-Aimé, would often lead and star in Directs as well. In addition, while many of these Directs were worldwide translated releases, you had just as many local Directs meant to speak to a particular region. Directs wouldn't be for just first-party projects either. You would begin to see Directs focused primarily around third-party and indie titles coming to Nintendo. Nintendo Directs were, and still are, so popular in fact that Nintendo's 2 main competitors. All in all, Nintendo Directs have been a major success for Nintendo, and it was here that they would discuss their first major offering of the 2010s, the 3DS. The Nintendo 3DS was essentially a souped-up DS. Faster processing speed, larger screens with higher resolution, and bigger games all came with the 3DS. Aside from its upgrades, its marquee feature was the stereoscopic 3D option for games, hence the 3D. The 3D feature would actually lead to Nintendo suggested that children under 6 shouldn't utilize the 3D feature, claiming it could be damaging to their developing eyesight. This led to minor hysteria surrounding the 3DS, though it would be allayed once parental controls were installed and actual medical reports were published. The 3DS would be released first for Japan in February 2011 and worldwide the following month, and immediately sold in the millions. By the end of March, over 3.5 million 3DSs have been sold, a huge number, but just under Nintendo's target of 4 million. Due to missing this benchmark, coupled with a poor first quarter, Nintendo would slash the price of the 3DS in July. Initially marketed at $250 or the region equivalent, Nintendo would cut prices for the 3DS by about a third worldwide, tripling sales of the handheld almost overnight. There was some annoyance among the early adopters after this fairly quick price cut, but Nintendo would offer these customers a number of free GBA and retro titles as recompense. As 2011 progressed, a number of major titles for the 3DS were released, namely Super Mario 3D Land and Ocarina of Time 3D. The improved launch library further boosted sales, and by the end of 2011, over 11 million 3DSs were sold worldwide. Just as the DS would see numerous to when the 3DS, you'd see the 3DS XL in 2012, a larger version of the 3DS, and the 2DS in 2013, a budget option without the 3D. You'd also get the new 3DS line in 2014, an upgrade to the baseline 3DS with eye tracking 3D and improved internals. These updated models were all very well received and kept interest in sales up for the 3DS several years after its launch. All in all, the 3DS was a huge success, selling nearly 76 million units in total. The only competition that 3DS saw was from the PS. We would have a much less impressive follow-up, the Wii U. The original Wii was a unique console. It wanted to expand the pool of gamers and cater to a diverse audience, and achieve that with the unique experience of motion controls. The Wii U is meant to be an improvement over the original, to still appeal to non-core gamers with something unique, whilst implementing advances seen in the 7th and 8th generations. To that end, the Wii U would be a technical upgrade, actually in HD now, and better handle the size and scope of modern games. It would offer players the motion controls seen in the original Wii, along with the brand new gamepad, a controller with a built-in screen. On its surface, it's an interesting concept. If used effectively, it would be analogous to the DS or 3DS. You'd have the TV proper for the main action, and the controller screen for a mini-map or a menu, or a golf ball. You'd also be able to stream full games to the gamepad, making it something of a hybrid console. 2012, into upcoming age in hardcore gamers. The Wii U in its entirety would be beset with numerous issues, and you'd see this from the very beginning. The unveiling and advertisement of the Wii U didn't give consumers the right idea about the console, and for many, they didn't even realize it was for a new console. This is because the gamepad often took center stage during shows and advertisements, rather than the console itself. While this typically wouldn't be an issue, the fact it was called the Wii U made many people think it was just an accessory rather than an independent console. On the flip side, these adverts overemphasized the importance and utility of the gamepad, which ultimately proved to be an underbaked feature. There's only so much you can do with an auxiliary tablet, and certainly far less than what the Wii's motion controls originally offered. The gamepad itself was not fully hybrid either. You had to be in range of the Wii U console to play it, and some games required both the main screen and the gamepad. Furthermore, the gamepad had a pretty poor battery life, and a sizable number of users complained of discomfort and pain during use. The cost of the gamepad was a major turnoff as well. A weird remote will run you $20, the new Nintendo Pro Controller around $30, but the gamepad cost up to $150, half the price of the total package. While you really only needed the one gamepad, if it ended up malfunctioning, broken, or the screen cracked, the cost to replace was extortionate. The console itself, its tech was certainly an improvement over the Wii, but barely better than other 7th gen consoles, and pathetic compared to 8th gen consoles. As a result, the underpowered Wii U would lose out its predecessor. The Wii U would lack the wow factor of the original Wii. It wouldn't have a technological edge over its competition, and third parties generally avoided the console. The Wii U did have one saving grace, however, in the form of first-party support. Nintendo has consistently developed quality, enjoyable titles, and the Wii U would be no exception. The Wii U would be home to a number of franchises, like Super Smash Bros., Mario Kart, and Pikmin. You'd also see a number of new franchises Wii U, like Mario Maker, an official ROM hack, and Splatoon, a game where you're a kid, but also a squid. While the Wii U did have a number of quality titles, it lacked serious 3D Mario and Zelda games. These are titles like Sunshine or Galaxy for the former, and Ocarina of Time or Wind Waker for the latter. The strong, big-ticket titles that bring attention and sales to the console. In terms of Mario, you'd have Super Mario 3D World, which by no means was a bad game, but it lacked the gravitas of a proper 3D Mario. At the very least, however, a Mario game in the Wii U came out in a timely manner. A major Zelda game for the Wii U was teased in 2014, slated for release in 2015, but pushed back to 2017. The Wii U was on life support by 2015. A major Zelda title could have breathed some life into the dying console, but its absence was its death nail. The most you'd have for Zelda on the Wii U would be HD remakes of Wind Waker and Twilight Princess. While these are excellent games, they were only remakes, and the fact you could just play the originals on Nintendo's previous console didn't move huge numbers to the Wii U. A real killer app for the Wii U failed to materialize, leaving only a slate of decent and good games, rather than the seminal titles of past consoles. Crisis of a console. It tried to innovate, but wasn't able to push the needle with the gamepad. It tried to compete with the 8th gen, but with 7th gen hardware. It wanted to provide new games, but couldn't attract third-party or proper first-party support. Nintendo had hoped to sell 100 million Wii U's, but they would ultimately sell a pitiful 13.5, and be dwarfed by their competition. In the end, the Wii U would be a colossal commercial and financial failure, putting Nintendo in the red for the first time in decades, and be their second worst-selling console to date. The failure of the Wii U was an unwelcome surprise for Iwata and Nintendo, but fortunately, one they reasonably recovered from. Nintendo's losses were just a fraction of on-hand cash, meaning they could have treaded water for some time before being at genuine risk. The 3DS remained hugely popular as well, and Nintendo's third pillar of Pokemon was a massive seller on the handheld. In spite of this, concerns remained due to the Wii U's failure, and Nintendo would begin to diversify its offerings and focus on new endeavors to bolster the company. Firstly, you would have the Year of Luigi in 2013, a celebration of the 30th anniversary of Mario Bros., and of course, Luigi. Much hype and hay was made around Mario's build, a number of Luigi-centric games be released. While this wasn't a runaway financial success or anything, it was a fun event for fans that helped salvage Nintendo's tarnished image. Something that would actually be successful would be Amiibo, figurines of Nintendo characters first released in late 2014. Amiibo, aside from being a series of well-made collectibles, would actually have in-game missions. The figures contain NFC chips, which can unlock additional content for games on the 3DS and Wii U. The collector value and in-game application made Amiibo a hot item and would move units in the tens of millions annually. Finally, buying their media empire starting in 2015. They would invest in animation companies, work with Universal to develop theme parks, and begin making moves into the mobile market. The last move is interesting, as Iwata was staunchly against Nintendo making mobile games throughout his tenure. He had a rather low opinion of mobile titles, describing many of the popular free-to-play games as free-to-start cash grabs. He thought mobile games eroded the medium and couldn't deliver the same experience as full games. A pretty accurate take. However, either through a genuine change of heart, or realizing he couldn't ignore the potential revenue in mobile games, exploring mobile options at Nintendo, he would strike deal acquisitions with mobile game companies starting in 2015, and assist in the production of Nintendo's first mobile games. All in all, Nintendo was able to weather the losses incurred by the Wii U, and by 2015, they were once again back in the green. Unfortunately, Satoru Iwata would not be able to enjoy Nintendo's new fortunes for long. In June of 2014, Iwata would undergo surgery to remove a cancerous tumor from his bile duct. Though the procedure was a success and Iwata was back at Nintendo after a few months of recovery, his health would gradually decline. He would be hospitalized in June of 2015, before finally passing away on July 11, 2015. Satoru Iwata was a unique, iconic figure in the games industry. He'd been a part of gaming for for about as long as gaming itself, and had incredible passion in his work. He was tireless in his devotion to Nintendo and gaming, working even on his feedback on Nintendo's upcoming projects. Iwata's death would be mourned the world over. You'd see memorials and vigils pop up, and over 4,000 people attended his funeral service in Kyoto. Satoru Iwata was the head and face of Nintendo, and even to this day, he is greatly missed. After Iwata's unexpected passing, Shigeru Miyamoto and Genyo Takeda would leave Nintendo until a proper replacement could be found. Said replacement would be head of human resources, Tatsumi Kimishima, and he would become the 5th president of Nintendo on September 14, 2015. Kimishima joined Nintendo in 2000, hired on by Hiroshi Yamaguchi to be the Pokemon Company's CFO, and would eventually become Nintendo's head of human resources. Kimishima was a more corporate figure than Iwata, but he understood that Iwata's vision was part of Nintendo's success. He would concepts of Iwata, give free rein to Nintendo's creatives, and pursue the last major project by Iwata, the Nintendo Switch. One of the biggest criticisms of the Wii U was that it wasn't fully mobile, which in turn hampered sales and reduced interest in the console. However, in Nintendo's failure to deliver this feature, they realized there was great interest and demand for it, and set about designing a console that could actually allow for hybrid gaming. While hybrid gaming would be a major component of the Switch, it would also be a culmination of past console designs. The shape of the console mimicked the Wii U's gamepad, with detachable controllers for mobile or docked gameplay. Controllers themselves were modes, motion controls, and a more compact form factor. Games ran on cartridges rather than discs, both to save physical space and fulfill Yamauchi's wish of preventing piracy. The design of the whole package was simple and elegant, something that anywhere, as did the Wii. Finally, the actual hardware of the Switch was cheap and well established, just as Gunpei Yokoi would have wanted. Up to the Switch, Nintendo consoles ran on custom hardware sourced from various electronics companies, and software built entirely in-house. Rather than spend time developing a new custom system, Nintendo would turn towards the Tegra X1, a system on a chip designed by NVIDIA. Getting an out-of-the-box system streamlined production of the console, and the general Tegra X1 made porting games to the Switch much easier than past consoles. Information surrounding the Switch, then codenamed the NX, first came about in 2015 under Iwata, and rumors and speculation would surround the console until its October 2016 unveiling. Here, the promise of true hybrid gaming was first presented, and after the Wii U fiasco, clear with what the Switch offered. For all the positives and potential surrounding the Nintendo Switch, the initial response was mixed. Concerns were raised over the Switch's price of $300, underwhelming lineup of launch titles, and already outdated technology. The Switch would be released worldwide on March 3, 2017, and had a somewhat rough launch. Hardware and software issues were abundant before its Day 1 patch, and there wasn't an extensive lineup of games. In spite of this, the Switch's reception was still very positive, and Nintendo sold nearly 3 million units in March alone. One of the biggest movers of the Switch, and it's pretty obvious why. After waiting 6 years since the last major Zelda, and after having been delayed by 2 years, people were salivating for Breath of the Wild. A radically different direction for Zelda, an open-world Hyrule to explore at your leisure, was also enticing. The game was overwhelmingly well-received, being considered one of the best Zeldas ever, and drove huge sales to the Switch. You would have further sales as more big-ticket games were released, like Mario Kart 8, Splatoon 2, and Super Mario Odyssey. The fact you had an increasingly strong library and system made the Switch incredibly popular, and the number of consoles sold would rapidly increase throughout 2017. The Switch would exceed all expectations when it hit 10 million sales in December, making it the fastest-selling home console ever from Nintendo. The massive sales of the Switch made the platform appealing to third parties as well. Whereas the Wii was underpowered and the Wii U unpopular, the Switch had the numbers, growth, and unique draw of hybrid gaming to really justify ports to the console. In line with this, the Switch heavily marketed its third party and hosted dedicated directs for them as well. Given the increasing popularity of indie titles by the late 2010s, the Switch also became known as something of an indie machine. This made it the go-to option for indie fans, allowing Nintendo to reach a broader demographic of gamers. After the wildly successful launch of the Switch, Tatsumi Kimishima would step down as president of Nintendo. He considered his position to be transitory.
Most people are sleeping.
No, suddenly, I'm sleeping. I can hear it too. Mr. Beast. Probably.
So is anyone there? Two hands, Shop.
Yeah, Shop fucked it up.
Let's see. Throwback to Shop insulting host over an Xbox commercial posted by Papa Z. I don't remember it. Xbox commercial. Never heard of it.
By the way, speak back.
Yeah, you saw it? Oh, yeah. It was good.
I liked it a lot.
Here's a Xbox commercial.
Oh, yeah. Wait.
Another one in March. And I went to the critique. That was actually really good. I was much smaller back then. Look at that posture.
So
The walk. He's like in the whole commercial.
yeah, it's really his commercial.
Yeah, the focus. Okay, we'll get to that. Look at that. Look at that. This is the girl I was telling you about. How can we get you to stare at your phone more? So can you play Xbox on your video on your phone now? That's so dope. Oh damn, calm down, Bella. Yeah. Now here, this is my line. Watch it. Where do you talk? Now, where's your like that? Yeah. Brian is such a I'm glad you took my acting workshop. I take credit for this commercial. Now why? Well, because right. You're like, did I talk when you spoke? Did I miss the what were your line? My line was game connected. Was that it? Think about Hollywood.
It's not about the lines, it's about the intention.
Thank you, B. You saw my face. You saw the phone. Now I don't want to say anybody could do that, but wow, 3 more. They chose me. Smile.
It's a wonderful tips from
You're the line. It's granddaddy.
with everyone else. It was a group line.
Dude, I think we usually try to wait for something like an instance to ask Mark to come back on.
Now's a good time.
Now's a good time.
That's a great idea.
We gotta hit up Mark.
That is a great, yeah, absolutely. Mark, if you're watching, well, let's talk to Mark. The situation.
We have a special Mark, and I am sounding the alarm. Brendan Chop did a TV commercial.
There's so much that's funny about this whole thing, but one thing I'm just noticing right now, it's kind of funny that it's like diverse and multicultural. Do you think Shab had a problem with this? Like a woman,
He's like, we get it. It's a hospital.
Oh man.
Let's make sure we don't miss his mark.
Now, I don't want to say here.
We get it.
Anybody could do that.
The other actress is like, wouldn't let that guy operate on me.
Or he's so stupid that he's like thinks it's a real doctor. He starts saying, dude, can you take a look at something for me?
Wow, 3 more. It's a joke though. He's like, can you take a look at something for me? He shows his phone. It's Brian Callen doing the Mexican medicine voice. Or what is the South African?
And doing anything. Do you think it's funny as Brian Callen stand up?
No.
That's what the end of this clip should be. He takes off his phone. He's like, what's that? Xbox.
In the hospital, he's in the background showing somebody the back of a phone. Oh, it's me.
Xbox. It's not even.
Brendan Chop. No.
That's what I thought.
I'm sorry, did I talk? Where'd you like that?
So, okay. Obviously, even I get the point of this clip, right? It's like Shab is hating on the thing immediately. Like, look at your phone more. Give a line, and all that. Devil's avocado. Devil's assistant. Do you think that Brandon does this stuff because of the narrative, which is that he's jealous, he's a jealous hater, he hates on everything? Or he has to say something because it's his podcast?
Right.
So he just says stuff, and it happens to always be me. I think it might be both. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, Devil's applesauce. Like, he's hates belief.
Oh, yeah.
I think the subtext of all this is like, fuck everyone on this show.
That's true. We know too much. We know he doesn't like Alec.
You want me to psychoanalyze this for you?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Why are Malik and Chappelle there?
He probably because of Brian guys.
No, you know why, right? Because Brian got kicked off the show for the allegation.
Right.
So then now, who's also in here?
Brian.
Yeah, so there's some sort of subtext going on where it's like, we're going to go back to the old show, y'all. And then,
for each end.
I don't know if that's what happened, but I like my imagination really wild.
It could be.
And I don't know what it is about Shop's racism and my imagination, but they go together like peanut butter and jelly.
I think he's an asshole. I agree with you 100%. I also think he just thinks he needs to say stuff sometimes. And all he knows is like what Mark says, the racist or like the hater, the very like his brain goes to like say something dumb, make a joke, but the joke is like just a hateful thing.
You're right, that's what Mark said. Damn, you're smart. Okay, TV commercial story is insane. It's insane. Posted by You'll Do Nothing.
Every day is a wonderful day for some.
Trying to one up. Checking out your boy booked a national commercial. What? to LA next week. What is it? I can't tell you. Oh, dude, I come there. It's I fucking wish, dude. I would have led with it if it's tight.
Will you be here on Tuesday?
I get there Tuesday morning. I shoot all day Tuesday. I leave Wednesday at 5 a.m. Oh, jeez. All day.
All he did was this.
Yeah. Scrub Daddy.
Dude, he's more excited for the Scrub Daddy shit than he was for his TV show.
Yeah. I'm telling you, it has to do with Mark, I think. That's why.
Oh, he's in competition with you.
Yeah.
It's a battle, like, it's only a competition in one person's mind.
Yeah. Mark's just vibing, dude. Mark's out here beating people up in music videos and shit.
Mark had, like, this crazy, like, run where he gets a lot of criticism online, and then that goes away, and then he just immediately books, like, 17 commercials on SNL, showing just a constant, or like a sort of same old for a while, and then a weird, like, almost cameo in an ad.
Yeah, dude, you're right. You know what? When I grow up and I have a kid, dude, I'm going to tell him the story about Mark and, what's his name? Brendan Shaw. I forgot his name.
Definitely.
Because I'm going to be like, if there's any bullies in school, dude, look what Mark did. Also bullied Shaw, but he got away with it. So you can bully back and you'll still succeed.
It's an inspirational story that your children will take well and probably thrive from it. Dude, you know what's funny about this commercial is that I'm not an industry insider. Don't kill me, all right? But I imagine, this is what I imagine.
Right.
There's a director or somebody casting, and they're casting the role, and they get the thing, and somebody's like, oh, this is Brendan Shaw. Are you sure, it's a famous actor? This might not make sense. And the person goes, who? Who was that?
My latte.
And they go, he's not famous. He started in UFC. Does anyone know who Brendan Shaw is?
One of our guys.
Has anyone ever seen this guy and no one knows who he is? And he's like, it's fine. Look, it's a favor for the agent or whatever. Just put him in somewhere. No lines. Like he is so not well known that he can do a Scrub Daddy ad and no one will notice besides this Reddit. Or like he talked about it, so that's how we know. Isn't that kind of fun? That's kind of heated.
The moratorium was like, why is the Scrub Daddy ad showing up all over this one subreddit?
It's not a celebrity cameo, right? He's just in it and nobody cares. I wonder if he's realizing that at all. Nobody knows who you are. That's crazy.
Also, to go back to the All Day Tuesday thing, this is Brendan Schaub saying All Day Tuesday, right? What does an All Day Tuesday look like?
An hour.
No. You're forgetting. Oh, no, this is all. He's being honest.
Okay.
He's got an all-day shoot.
Right.
He's got an hour at the gas station filling up the big goal. You know what I mean? He's finding his sinks business. Max goes, he shoots for like 30 minutes or something. And then he has to stop by the massage parlor because it's very stressful.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Fingers in his butt for about 4 hours. Just two couples.
Oh, yeah.
Two digits, but.
Right.
And then what else after that? I mean, he's probably shooting a podcast that doesn't come out.
Yeah, thanks. Car, truck show, like, shooting some pickup shots.
Yeah. checking like boat parties around the city to make fun of them.
Facts, he's probably going to be a crypto guy, so he's got a garden.
Yeah.
The garden stuff going on.
Oh yeah, so he's probably doing that.
Acting class at the studio. There's a lot to fit in.
Yeah, so that is an all-day shoot if you think about it.
You're right, I was wrong, actually.
I was gonna say something that you're not allowed to say anything to. I was gonna tell you to end it all. Let's see here.
When I shoot all day Tuesday, I leave Wednesday at 5 a.m.
Oh jeez. Oh no.
But that's my doing. They wanted to go later, but I gotta get back for Tucker's practice.
Yeah.
So
Leo couldn't have been in this ad. The guy they would have got in trouble. Scrub Daddy. They don't want Leo in it. He can't even do Scrub Daddy. He's actually not allowed to say the word daddy again.
Oh man, here we go. Never Get This Work, Bubba. It's by Jeezy James. What is this? Oh, it's so funny.
Dude, I want that guy in the podcast now. That's hilarious.
It's got
Whoever that rolls.
Going to Seattle.
Like, so what was going on in that shit? Why'd you look at him like that?
You guys think he's a joke, but he really loves brakes.
Yeah, what was your thought when he was like, I want to show the car brakes? Did you think that was normal? You're a car guy. Is that normal?
Green stuff. What he does, we can make fun of it somehow.
Yeah.
It's so weird, dude.
Yeah, it's like almost a skill or something. It's Dustin Hoffman's skill set, the ability to be purity and belittled. He's so funny because he's so stupid. His hands are his mouth. Like,
Oh, Bubba.
you have to watch what you say around Shop because he's gonna say it like a kid. He's a child. He's like a 5-year-old. You gotta be careful. Don't say that around Shop. He'll just repeat it. Watch what you say.
why don't you walk me to my truck? Walk me to my truck. Walk me to my truck. So what? I can blow you?
What a nightmare. What a fucking nightmare, bro. We'll have to get on a podcast and say whatever. God. Some of the things we're lucky just that not had happened to us.
Like what the fuck?
Okay, let's see what this is. You'll do nothing. Barndor saying he was in the commercial for 30 seconds and had lines.
Like what the fuck is this? I was on set all last week shooting a commercial. I was there for
a week. Oh my god, did he keep fucking it up that bad? For 7 days.
I did this where all I had to do was like the beginning, stack some paper. I was a cop and I did like this, and the director was this German guy. He was like, roll, and I did it, and he was like, stop, cut. Why is it like this every time? When a person just normal, just stack the paper like this, normal. And I was like, oh, fuck, I fucked up so bad. I don't know what I did wrong, but I didn't do it right. So I can relate.
You stayed up all night thinking about it.
It's like 15 years ago.
I get a text from him. Dude, don't bother me. I'm on my way to LA. I'm doing a commercial. I'm an actor.
They always have to do that. I'm an actor.
I did a voice.
Like,
It's like, dude, we're talking about your voice.
I was on set from 7 to 6. They're all laughing. You want to? I thought about you, and I would. I'll be in the commercial. 30 seconds. Right. What's the commercial? I don't know if I can say it. Big commercial. Big commercial money. Okay. I mean, the easiest job I've ever had. It's a huge production, but now you're like weird. I'm chilling. You wait around all day. Chilling. What did you have to do? Was there any acting involved? Oh yeah. Okay. Acting in lines, but it was like still chilling.
This is sad now.
It's very sad. I like the framing of this. It's like he's just himself.
It's he's in the corner, the line corner. The flight probably costs more than we get paid.
No, that's not true. No. National TV ads, they get paid a lot.
Really?
Right.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Oh man, I need her on the podcast. Oh yeah. They gave her a weapon just in case Shop tries anything, dude.
Yeah, if he tries to with the DMs. But yeah, these people are probably in LA. We might be able to get some.
Yeah.
If you see this, come to our podcast.
Yes.
On the screen.
So
he's like, is it blue, purple hair? Like, is it like a thing for the person looking gay? he had some women in there fucking gay.
So you drove here in a Tesla? What are you fucking gay?
He's trying his stupid bits and like there's a fucking electric car. He said exactly that.
It was 8. Series 8 Tesla. Let's see Papa watching his Scrub Daddy commercial posted by Gordo.
Every day is a wonderful day for Scrub Daddy.
How do you speak in mind? Oh, is that Bubba back there?
Oh yeah,
right there.
Oh, two tones. Oh wow, what an air to be.
He's talking shit there twice. He's like, all right, so this is the second scene. Do I do this again, or do I? He's just in the background going, Scrub Daddy.
He yells Scrub Daddy the whole time.
Dr. Daddy, we have a real mess in here.
I mean, Dr. Daddy.
That's weird, yeah.
I live for messes.
Okay, what are you talking? Where's your line? When he spoke, were your lines? Now, I don't want to say anybody could do that, but I don't like that either. Wow.
This is not a good look for Scrub Daddy, to be honest.
Might be the worst commercial I've ever seen.
It's pretty bad, although I use the products.
I used a Scrub Daddy last night.
Nice, good.
Where?
On your ass.
I had to clean all the sharp water. Let's see here. So this is What Happens Next, posted by Icarus Lives, part 43. Always a pleasure. What happens next?
I am like
this shit, Dallas. Yeah. What happens next with the weekly? What happened? Why did it freak out? Sorry. What the fuck is your ass name, Chin? What is it?
Anna.
Gets it right this time. Doesn't get it right.
Well, that's pretty obvious.
Aunt Anna?
And Hannah.
Aunt Hannah? God damn. Aunt Hannah, hey, with all respect, King. What do you think this is? Not shop, but like what's underneath the shop here? Patties or alcohol?
Can I go all two? I bet it's my third thing.
Oh, I was wondering if you're going to read it.
Patties, alcohol,
Rain.
rain. We'll just say rain. It's just a horrible nightmare, like this jock talking about your hands.
Aunt Hannah, hey, with all respect, King. Bro, give it up. Give it up, bro.
I am the appropriate reaction to that.
God damn, like that. I'd chop it down, bro. Fucking right you would. Oh, I'd share a fucking... Share a double scoop of chocolate chip ice cream. Share a double scoop of orange chicken.
It's gotta be ice cream.
Orange chicken.
It's about time.
Yeah, we're actually asking them to do it every week. I'd share a fucking double scoop of orange chicken with her and talk about things.
No, I karate kick her right into my bed, bro. What I'm talking about is...
What if that's the case? What is that? It's not even the CTE. It's not even...
It's just like the MSG from all the orange chicken he eats. This is what happens.
It's sort of like fucked his brain. You
Yeah.
can't help.
That'd be great if PF Chang's version.
No chance, but that would be amazing. I wonder if he'd do it or if he'd even think of that. Like someone had to be like, P.F. Chang's is like connected to Reddit, right? He's like, oh yeah, whatever, dude.
Oh, you're talking about the fucking eggs? Cats.
It's like 2 weeks of shooting.
She seemed like a nice lady. Dude, I'd watch a marathon.
Make it more real.
Fucking The Last Samurai with my dick out.
Watch a marathon of The Last Samurai. There's only one movie.
Good morning, Vietnam! In the movie.
Hey, quit stealing my moves. Jesus, dude, this is long my aunt. Yeah, this is all good. Where these are compliments. Where did she go to school at?
Batty University, Harvard, never heard of it.
Either one is so funny, dude.
You just like ever heard of it.
Ever heard of it? Harvard?
I thought you were going to say Batty University.
Me too.
Ooh, wait. She looks like she makes a mean fucking...
Biscuits and gravy.
Bitches and gravy, yeah.
No, I think he says it the right way. Let's see.
That's his thing. She's such a to see that. I haven't seen them.
Briskets and gravy. He would say briskets.
Biscuits and gravy.
Boys here in the studio for a while. Apparently they had a pizza party on Thursday.
Didn't get the invite. Great party never saw.
Didn't get the invite. I could have made it though. You guys know this.
Weren't you doing Hummer stuff?
Yeah. That is a beast of a drive. Man, people that
9 to 5 job.
people that work 9 to 5 and have to drive that out or like the downtown or to down or any of that stuff. I did it 3 days in a row.
Italy job.
Did an Italy job.
Well, take it from Mount Rushmore and call me Jefferson, buddy. This place will eat you up.
Did an Italy job. Italy job. Yeah, I was exhausted this week. I was exhausted after episode 1000. You don't realize, so you think shit.
No. Yeah, I'm really not able to guess on this one. There's a lot. What do you think it's not even emotional?
Yeah. Because he's always disagreeing with Cal. Like, I always disagree with you.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, we're weird.
No, not true.
I see what you did.
Emotional. Not even emotional. With Brian, the way he dealt with this stuff.
An emotional reaction. Trust me.
But I'll get emotional.
He says the word emotional.
It drives me, Paul, if we're being honest. And you believe this shit, don't edit this out. I'm speaking from my fucking heart. I know you're like, you like this? I'm gonna look right. It drives me to say it. He thinks so.
I know you're not going to like this. Brian's nervous.
He raved checks. Ice me fucking nothing. Jim edited it down to like 3 hours and 30 minutes. It was over 5 hours. But
You don't drink water right now. 5 hours. It's just 2 hours of him crying.
Oh my god. I feel bad for Chin that he had to do that for 5 hours. We just do 10 minutes.
Think about that all the time.
I'm kidding. I was working at Beacom, the big car auction in Florida, and she was like, "Is there anything you need?" I'm like,
What? 24 and 36.
24.
Diet Cokes. And she brought 12. I'm like, I'll figure out every day. I need 12. 24.
What are you now on?
You drank 60.
I've 24 Diet Cokes in one day.
Yeah.
Chris, what would you say is
ended up finding it.
Finding it? What do you mean? Hey, Snapchat goes away, right? How they?
He probably saved it. You can screen record, take screenshots.
Man, one of the many great moments of Chang's history, dude.
I would give anything to know exactly. But like, not what we think he thought in that scenario. It'd be amazing to know.
I wish I could tell you.
Oh, you know?
No, I wish I could. I could have that superpower.
Oh yeah, that'd be nice.
If I was like Professor Xavier, it's like you're closer to him than I am, though. If you're all that's it, dude.
Professor Xavier would have a field day with everyone in 2 decades. A lot of it would be like Professor Xavier like this. He'd be like, actually, you're right. They are all gay.
This big old metal room. Everyone's he's like, no, wait. Watching Chin buy another electric truck, and that's why I was giving him a hard time. Wow, if you ever found the Roganverse, he would never leave that room. He would just be watching them 24/7.
He sends Wolverine to kill them. Or he's so entertained that he doesn't do that.
He puts different students on the shows.
It would be fun. All the X-Men, like, they go on Rogan, and each one of them was just, like, disgusted with Rogan. Cyclops is like, hold on a second. Oh, fuck. Beast would be like, what did you say about the vaccine? Because Beast is like a professor, so you probably hate. Who did you have on before? What did they say about physics? There's giants where? No, there's not. I'm a mutant, and let me teach you astrophysics.
National TV commercial, how'd that go? Posted by You'll Do Nothing. Man, he's just an emotional guy.
Every day is a wonderful day that's from Daddy. Dr. Daddy, we have a real mess in here.
First and only man to cry in a gringo poppy shirt.
Not the last.
Not yet.
You son of a bitch.
Crying over people saying nice things about the Gringo Poppy stand-up special.
Before it came out. I mean, you know. Before the hate.
It's good.
Posted by Caterpillar Hot 7539 chairs. Chin, it looks like his chin in a chair. You know what's funny? I don't know why I just remembered this right now, but Spotify for Timos.
Yeah.
So I got an email saying that one of the songs is copyright, so you have to delete the episode, which is not even an intro song that we did. It was like a song that was in the show.
Yeah.
And so I was like, oh, cool. So maybe I could log in because I was on the page.
Yeah.
I was on the Spotify, and like I was logged in, whatever. And so for whatever, I deleted the episode, and then I was like, all right, let's see what else. And then it logged me out of Spotify. And then I tried logging back in, and it was like error or something.
They don't want us on Spotify.
I was literally on. Anyways,
Don't rehash the Spotify thing. Those people will start attacking us over Spotify again.
well, the engagement's could be. Thurman Merman is this is one of the mods, right?
Oh yeah.
2026 Thick Boy Award winner. Wow, that's Scrub Daddy. Is that Jesse on Fire?
Yeah, it's hey, they put the Scrub Daddy over the award they won. So there you
Man, if my girlfriend knew how deep I was in this shopper, she would not be going out yet. This shows up and I say, is that Jesse on Fire? And she's like, we gotta have a talk.
And she's not the one.
Let's see.
Cheers, what's up, Scrub?
Commercial has Papa completely cropped out. Posted my chin Menudo. Let's see what this is, dude. This is an excellent development if it's true.
She cropped out the X.
Let's see. We already know what it is.
Every day is a wonderful day for Scrub Daddy.
This is not shop. Robert Lee's in here. Part of a years-long coordinated attack against Brendan Schaub. There are over 300 pages of that. Whiplash Wing, I think he calls me. It's an ongoing investigation. Oh man, the ultimate mommy when your man loses another man. Oh come on, give us more. I do need to scrub mommy for my pots and pans. Oh yeah, okay. Who's he? Came here to watch Brandon Bart. Thank you for coughing out that huge piece of shit, Brendan Schaub. Correct. Oh, I love this so much. This is great.
Dude, he can't do anything. Their loser partner got cut out.
Laugh my shit off or what? Last scene is weird. I wish this was captioned. This is amazing. The drama of this seriously.
It's a hit post.
Yeah. I mean, I know there's one more. Nothing about Asian and shit or anything.
Well, you're not allowed to say that on the Reddit, so maybe they're bringing that vibe to Instagram.
Okay.
You hit it.
So here we go. I see you hit a comment.
It was coming.
Oh yes. Alright, well that was great. Shout out Jim Menudo catching that. This is discusses David Scrubbed. Discusses the commercial already starting with the excuses posted by You'll Do Nothing.
Yeah, I just posted the Scrub Daddy commercial, which I want to say I shot that 4 months ago. I mean, I was on set literally probably 12 hours. You'll see me. It is. It's interesting. It's interesting. Or did you know you're just the background character? I knew I was just a background character. Like I said, when I got the set, I was like, oh, I see what they're doing. I see what they're doing.
Anyone could have done what he did, you know? I don't even know what's the point. Just get someone off the street. It's literally just this.
It is. I don't know. He wants it. That person on the street don't want it.
If Schaub has nothing to say, he can't just fly out.
You know, it's funny that if Schaub, I know this is what 4 years we've been doing, 3 years almost. If Schaub can make a comeback, but what he has to do is be honest for like 6 months.
Try 6 minutes. That starts small.
No, I'm talking about a full-on, like, everyone's on his side again type thing.
Sure.
He's got to be honest for like 6 months straight. You know what I mean?
That's interesting.
And every fucking time he's on the show, he should think before talking and then just say the honest truth.
Yeah.
And then he can start introducing bits. You know what I mean? Because if this is true, he knew he was a background character, but he was going around doing bits about how it's a big deal. Nobody believes you.
Yeah.
Always lying.
Yeah. You've never made a mistake.
Yeah.
Like that's he comes on the pod as if he's never done anything wrong, when in fact almost 95% of the time he's doing something wrong.
Yeah.
His brain doesn't work. So, but then
if he wants to get back in the good graces of the big guys to do bits again and have it be funny, possibly, you gotta stop for like 6 months and be honest.
Yeah.
And then you hit us with something.
Have some humility. It's funny to have a clown. Of all the people that have humility, but maybe it's just not funny. Humility is not funny. It's much funnier to have zero self-awareness.
But it is a sacrifice because like you're taken seriously ever.
Dude, taking seriously. Look at him. Look at his shirt. Look at his shirt. And his face. Look, let's be charitable. Let's talk Coke or something. It's the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life. It's all red. It's just so bad. The person making that shirt should be like, "Are you sure? This shirt kind of sucks." No one's gonna like this.
He should be held accountable.
Yeah. The people enabling behavior like this are part of the problem.
Yeah.
Even UFC dummies.
And though
Big Coke is ridiculous. At least
the big old, it's like, the fucking UFC. That's my butt. If you get some, you get soda. Fair enough.
Oh, we're basically background characters in this. Like, they went through a lot of stuff to get these people in this commercial. I'm like, oh, I see what they're doing. They're killing two birds, one stone, because they're using people with big followings, big grounds. They repost it. I get what they're doing.
I mean, Reddit. Got a lot of Reddit promotion. Dude, if ads start doing that, that'd be awesome. They're like, we gotta get shot in because the Reddit comment.
He's pissed. He's like, they didn't want me because I'm a good actor.
This did remind me that I need to get more scrub dating. I bought the knockoff. My wife was not happy.
I actually used one for the first time last night. It's pretty good.
There you go.
Cleaned up like some lasagna plates. Shit, we didn't even notice it was lasagna.
Fair for a sheet.
This is posted by, it's called Democratic Establishment Blockbuster. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think it was nice.
Van Jones, why can't he spend $60 million and get whooped like this? The Democratic Party is now Blockbuster. These kids are Netflix. Very funny. Gearhead's gone. Posted by
We saw this one.
Civil
He was
User.
wearing the thing.
Yeah. Yes. They wanted to go later, but I gotta get back for school. Yeah, I mean, just lying. Like,
Yeah.
crazy. Big boy Tom getting cooked. Wonder if Papa kids just call him Brendan. His own kids call him Tom. It's just like, he went from relatable to hateable. Dio would make a great stepdad. Posted by Sorry Phones 1676.
Dave is like people that
This is posted by the Homer Pimpson. Anybody else watch this and instantly think about Slow Joe? I saw this.
Dave is like people that know you from the time you were little and have watched you grow and have grown with you. And I think that's the secret because like my girlfriends are fucking deep, dude. Like I don't kick it with
Oh, I've seen this. Yeah.
with surface level basic bitches. I just can't. I can't.
This is so cringe. So my team's different. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't, these fucking people that talk about Starbucks, baseball practices and shit, we don't do that.
That'd be so funny if she just randomly just became homeless as fuck in the middle of this.
Yeah, she starts going off. Yeah, that'd be good.
Dudes with trucks and they flip them like.
Oh, I wish she had. That would be so funny. Unfortunately, she's not funny in the show sucks.
Dudes that rape women, like, I just can't. That's fake. So fake. Did anyone else think they had to replace Bob Onset because he was that bad?
The guy does kind of look like him. He like they found another guy. Hey, you can do this wrong.
Hey, anyone, you. It's like they do one take with Papa and they're like, go ahead and practice your scrub daddy line in the
100%.
Tom Gregor sent him cigars. The UFC sent him a belt. Now Toyo Tigers. Posted by You'll Do Nothing. Kibitek. Damn. Dude, shout out to Kibitek, dude.
Yeah, we need one of those for our monitor.
Yeah.
Jerry, what's up? Yeah, I see like the G-Shock Square. I'm looking at the titanium versions. Look into it. I think you like those.
Should I just put Kibitek on the screen, like right here?
Yes.
Just the whole time I have Kibitek right there.
The entire screen is
The whole show is just Kibitek.
Kibitek responded to us one time.
Yeah.
I'm down. Kibitek is probably one of the best companies out there. I've got all my trucks modded there.
Yeah, they commented about the hat that you were wearing.
Oh, right.
Nice hat.
Kibitek, that's right.
Yeah.
I got that when I was at one of the shop. I took my car in the other day. Got the hat.
I'm putting Kibitek right here, dude. The whole show just have the Kibitek sign.
I got a fake Kibitek tattoo.
No, the Toyos, the Toyo
collab. I work with Toyo, so Toyo sent me this. It's the Toyo G-Shock collab. Yeah, I love it. I wear it all the time. I have some what you call fancy watches, but I wear this more than anyone. I love it. What a dude. Yeah. Yes. He's like those gay watches and fancy ones. I have those. Being a narcissistic pathological liar, the Brendan Schaub story posted by Grell08. Is this a YouTube video or what? What is? It's a slow down the fire. I thought we could collaborate on some that highlight his clear personality disorders or his never-ending quest to find rock bottom.
So it's like a comments thing.
Okay. Well, it's fine. I need more Papa. I don't need to read right now. I need to see Papa in action. I know it's over. Updated recipe. What are we missing this week? There's because another thing about some that we haven't watched.
And the Shopperverse?
Yeah. I forget. It's probably gonna come to my mind after we start. Alright, let's see. I know it's over. Updated recipe posted by Frederick Bastiat, 1801. 5-6 years ago, 7 years ago at the comic store, they called me Rat Pack. And we were the Rat Pack. And we were the guys, and every show sold out, our names on the marquee. And Rogan, there was kind of their structure. Okay. We don't tear each other down. We've seen this all before. So let's go to this.
Did you realize your dream today?
Let me turn this fan on because it is toasty here in Chin. So give me a second. It's hot in here too, dude.
That's why, yeah, I mean.
That was come on, Chins. What's the plan for the 4th out there?
He does love merch. I respect that.
Yeah. King Shocks. Had a cameo in a commercial extra posted by Fuck Ass Boy. Made a cameo in the new scripted commercial. Not sure if I'll get nominated for an award for performance, but I gave it to the old college try. Big partnership. When you talk lawns, planting trees, and children's sports, you know the end is near. Posted by CJK610.
Oh, yeah, the fake Splitsville thing. Othman brought this up on Raccoon Tweeties, which comes out today.
Oh, yeah.
But it's
Yesterday.
yes, we're watching it.
And for Patreon today. Brendan Schaub and Brian Callen are going their separate ways after nearly 2 decades as partners, TMZ learns. It's very
I wonder if they would even post that if it really happened. Probably not.
They're probably mining for the things to talk about on the show.
Oh, this is them doing it on their own.
Maybe. I don't know if they ever addressed it. But it is fucking weird how there's so much happening in the world right now and they cannot have anything to talk about on the show.
Oh, yeah. Do they never talk about that?
I think if they do, then they just like, what else, Jim?
Yeah. War is war, whatever. All right, what else you got?
And they're also grifting hard to the right. So
It's true.
this is You'll Do Nothing post this. Brandon walks away from the live to take a slash. Leaves Chin alone with the chat. Just talk to him, Chin. Take a slash. Like a shit.
I don't know.
Let's see. Ooh, I should be before this Chin.
Yeah.
So bad. Yeah. All right.
The chat could just chill and talk to each other.
Well, kick it off. Get out the first for every episode. Or for at least one of the episodes. Alright, chat. Enjoy yourselves.
Yeah, why wouldn't Chin though?
Alright, chat. Enjoy yourselves.
No way. No, that's James. That would be so fucking funny.
What's up about the show? I'm looking at the OBS. If you want to see what's going on right here, right now, you'll see how wild it is. So, me see if I can incorporate that in. Brendan is back. We're talking electronics. All right, what else we got for the gym?
He went to the bathroom and he came back and said, "What else can we talk about?" Oh my god! Wow, yeah, dude, you can't just leave your own show, man.
Yeah.
And unless Chin, why wouldn't Chin talk to them?
Yeah.
All right, Chad, have a good time.
Well, I'm on Chin's side. I think what he did was like just leave it. He knows when Brendan's about to come out of the restroom.
Okay.
And so he switched the camera to him and he's like, yeah, so like you're good with it. Acted like he was talking to them. He comes back. Yes, I appreciate Chin doing as little as possible. The big brown breakdown.
Chin.
Let's just do a little check in. Okay. They do lives now, right? So is it today they're doing? Yeah, they're doing another one today at 9:30.
Just missed it.
Just missed it. This is the one that he took piss. Let's see here. So
It's Fire in the Kid.
Fire in the Kid. Back at it again. What was something that said Chin?
Talk amongst yourself. All right, Chad.
Yeah, you're right.
Chin said something like that. Something, Chad. Like,
What's up, Chad?
and then always said electronics too. Remember, he was like, "Are we talking electronics?" He said,
Oh,
that,
yeah, you're right.
Investigator. There it is. No, that's not it.
Cool, man. Trying to be cool. Not trying to rage out on all these electronics right now.
He did struggle saying that.
Okay,
There
here we
it
go.
is.
What's up, after show? Snorts. I like how somebody snorts it.
Oh, man, how long is it, dude?
Let's see here.
Jen. Dr. Jen.
23:46. So you definitely don't restrict him being, or for at least one of these episodes. All right, chat. Enjoy yourselves.
From the boss. Like a direct order from your boss.
Empty chair gate right here.
That's awesome. Brendan was serious. He was like, "You need to talk."
Total silence. Not sure you hear me. If it was a secret, I don't think we can.
You do hear the toilet flush though. That's awesome. Or maybe not. Maybe there's nothing.
Is that when Chin starts talking to him?
What is that? What was that noise?
Probably the.
You can hear the AC.
See, what's and it's a Chin sees that he's coming back to the restaurant when he starts talking.
It's kind of crazy.
What's up, after show?
That noise?
Yeah.
That's a little bit tilting.
They're
They're a professional show.
Yeah, dude. Yes. If you would see what's going on right here, right now, you'll see how wild it is. So let me see if I can be speaking in code.
Yeah.
You can see what's happening to me every day of my life, and see what helped me out.
He wants us to help.
Yeah.
It's a call for help. Right?
Brendan is back. Electronics.
They weren't talking at all, actually.
He knows if he truly answers the question, like, no, we were actually talking about OBS. That it's going to be worse. And Brendan's going to get mad at him. So he just says electronics. Brendan is back. You guys talking electronics? Electronics. We talking electronics? All right, what else we got for the gym? So we'll get to them, ladies and gentlemen.
He's checking his phone. He went to the bathroom and I checked his phone. Oh, no, get his in. More important.
First one, he's got Dan was watching fun. How the fuck do you do more than one at once, dude?
I don't know how that works at all.
That's crazy.
You only do one?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm good for like a couple hours.
Does that have caffeine?
No, I think it's. They have caffeine pouches though.
Okay.
But I don't want to try that.
So, like, the caffeine comes in that's in, they like in with caffeine or a separate thing?
It's a different company. Not They're selling flavored caffeine pouches at gas stations.
You know, Shopping's a hookah. On the hookah.
That'd be great. Appropriate Duty 930, posted by Appropriate Duty 930. Is Joey Diaz Chompy's teacher? Let's meet the boy's teacher. Weird. That's strange. Let's meet the boy's teacher. I don't get it. It's like if that was my wife and I saw that story, I'd be like, in what? I just respond.
Boys need some better grades.
They're doing good in school, but she's still like, I mean, if they don't get A's, then I don't know what I'll do. And the teacher's like, they're actually really good students. I'll suck your dick.
Dude, what if, okay, I hear you, I raise you this. What if Shop's wife leaves him for a woman?
I was going to make a joke, but it would be totally out of context. Let's see here. Guy in the blue polo questioning his life, posted by Stocky Guy Me. It's like, fuck. She sees what's happening. Hilarious. The stars of New Scrub Daddy commercial.
We want you on the pod, blue polo or woman.
Yeah, blue polo, please. Come on. I mean, you know what I mean? Yeah.
Controllers.
Was it shot in Charleston? That's what I want to know.
That's a Charleston werewolf I've ever seen.
It's like, dude, that's my wife. What the fuck are you doing? This is posted by Caterpillar Hotsun 539. New persona activated Gardener Grift. Hell yeah, dude, I'm excited to see it. I can't wait for more gardening content. Okay, that's what it was, dude.
Oh,
Zesty.
I forgot. So annoying.
Yeah.
Just so annoying.
Still forcing Zesty, still dumb as fuck. Posted by Deep Waters. Oh god, scrub mommy. No, we're not watching this, just Jesus Musk. I know what this clip is, dude.
Yeah, I know it is.
Let's watch it. Papa's new commercial. It's so good. I love SpongeBob references. Oh, I know. This was one of those clickbaity ones this week that I did not see. Nice. That's why you'll do not. I hope he plays for us.
For tonight, that's all good. You're eating skirt steak. That's skirt steak. And then you get buffed up, and now you're eating sirloin. Those are your.
Why is Toyo Tires?
He's not talking about tires. Toyo Tires is flaming young.
Let me ask you, man. I'm going to answer your question with another question. Was he talking about Cubitech? He was not, dude. I'm going to have 35 different car sponsors on the screen when we post this, dude.
The steak analogy is so funny.
Those are your Dariush's. Those are your cameras. That's sirloin. That's good too. Bubba, we've graduated. You don't need to keep eating the skirts. Bubba, we're eating fillets now, baby. You're Filet Mignon guy. Filet Mignon is Sarukians, the Charles Ovaleras, the Max Holloways, the Patty Pimlets, the Ilya Depores of the world. That's what Justin Gaethjes. That's filet, baby. You don't need to keep eating sirloin. BSD's sirloin. BSD's not an elite Filet Mignon type of dude.
I'm so glad I'm not in the MMA space of like commentary, because every time I have a good take, I'm like, fuck, Shop's going to bring this up like every 5 episodes.
We should just do steak analogies for everything.
It'll make your good take, you know, it was filet mignon first time, and then it becomes ground beef after Shop says the second time. You know?
Your takes are fucking chicken now.
Now they're fucking tofu, dude.
He's still sirloin. Now, we can just keep eating sirloin. I don't have a problem with it. But you're a filet fighter now. You're a filet mignon fighter now. Quit eating skirt steak. Quit eating the sirloin.
Dude, we fucking got it the first time you said it. He just keeps talking.
I don't get it.
Let's go for the filet, my man. You've earned it. Quit bullshit with the skirt steak and the sirloins. You've earned the filet. You've earned the filet being said.
So if you're more filet mignon, then that means that you can only fight other filet mignons.
It's great to me. Yeah.
So you can't fight a skirt steak. I want to be a trainer and tell people, like, look, you can't fight screws. Look at that motherfucking toe.
Why you keep trying to fight carnitas, dog?
You should be fucking cutting his eye. You're out here fucking, you look at you, dude. Look in the mirror. You're kind of, you're trying to fucking fight me with a guy. Oh. That doesn't make sense. That makes sense. That can't.
I would understand if you're trying to fight you. Or what was it?
So you beat, let's say for a second, let's say you beat Chilion. Okay? Let's say you Matar. Chilion. What's next, dude? You fucking do, puppy. Listen, bro, you gotta get yourself a gun.
You'd be a great trainer, dude, in a movie. Just doing that over and over. How many times do you think like Gringo Poppy is mentioned in like gyms around the country, like for MMA fighters?
Every night. Tony, and it's like I just saw that Tony Bourdain is like some sort of. It's very good. I want to
saw it?
Yeah.
How'd you see it?
On theaters. Is that?
Oh, I thought it come out the 21st.
I thought you followed everything that happens in Provincetown.
I'm about to watch it.
I did a shot thing.
Provincetown?
Provincetown. But okay. I don't even remember that whole thing. What are the thing? He's like, go to the restaurant, get the filet mignon. That's probably really good. Never mind. That's it. See you next week.
This one is posted by S-Mind893. Papa Shorts each line get more dicey. He just wants to see his fucking thighs. 62 viewers. Nice. Papa's lucrative commercial acting career hosted by Yam Paste Daddy. So, base daily rate of around 250 for an 8-hour shoot, depending on union status. So, yeah, maybe he didn't make a lot of money on that.
Well, I mean, that's a lot of money at the anyways, but still, the flight.
If he's in a union, then he gets some sort of royalty, I guess.
I don't know nothing about that.
I'm giving him the benefit of the crowd.
Yeah,
You know?
beg to differ.
Yeah, I'm being the devil's asshole right now. Papa trolled on his commercial with actual female drug racer. Wow. Posted by Caterpillar about 7539. What? She races drugs, dude?
That's awesome.
You know there was not a dull day on set being about drugs.
Just two car guys. Chopping it up.
So do you like fucking drugs?
It'll take you 6 months to raise.
David Lucas in the new Daily Wire propaganda film.
Have you seen the trailer for that?
No.
Dude, it is so fucking stupid.
Should we watch it?
Sure. While you're pulling it up, I'll explain what it is. So, it's like a movie with the Marvel thing, Jonathan something.
Oh, yeah.
And that's, I guess the plot is he's a former special forces guy that goes to a school that hates Muslims, and then the Muslims try and take over the school or something, and he kills them. And David Lucas is a security guard in this one.
Yeah. Country is in contempt.
He who love and serve Allah fought back against the Americans, the scourge of secularism and the lens of unbelief.
Anyone know Captain Saunders tomorrow? The retired Delta Force soldier with a new book out.
He's a polar opposite of brain-dead protester.
Please, Saunders, he will be allowed on campus. Mr. Saunders is a close personal friend of Chancellor Freeman. Receive medication on campus.
There are 3 ways Islam will conquer the West. Through immigration, through the wombs of our women, by using our nation's freedoms against by paying attention.
This is a character. What? The guys that are like, oh, we're not fun. That's like the renegade. It's a chef's meeting.
Running into technique.
Praying 5 times a day. Top fun. What is? Okay.
We got friends here. Can't just leave left from me. Oh, we cannot run or hide from what is coming. We have to fight. I will be rewarded 10,000 times in the next fight. When you die, you're nothing. Only one way to find out. That's the American way. This is the fighter and the kid. This is the fighter and the kid. We still haven't seen of you doing crack in a McDonald's parking lot. This is the fighter and the kid. Oh man. Well, hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Great episode. Great stuff. Mostly access out of this on the Patreon. See you next week. Leave us a voicemail 775-557-8667. That's 775-557-TMOS. Favorite time of the week when you get here, but try to speak. Really surprised to hear watch 10 minutes of job. Good morning, Vietnam. Name the movie. Oh man, remember those days? It's a special time, dude. But anyways, that's not why you're here. You're here to watch 10 minutes of Shab. Start the timer. Play the cheat clip. Alrighty. How you doing today, dude? Just my phone. I got like 3 texts. I can't make it in today, so that's great. Oh, no. It's like, can't make it. Are you gonna go back to McDonald's? Yeah, probably smoke crack. But that, how are you? I'm doing great. How was Shop? Let's see. This is posted by Echo 543. Oh shit, what is happening with the camera stuff, huh? Cooked in the comments. Love the content. Oh, that's a good comment. Sunta said, love the content. Guys, keep it up. Thanks. What do you want to see next? Gearhead's Gone Wild said, I want to see Brendan slam into a brick wall. And I'm like, oh my god. Wow, be cool. Easy on me. Great names in the chat. Yeah, you know how YouTube makes up your name if you don't make it for you? Oh, really? They'll make it for you if you don't make your own. I didn't know that. Yeah, and obviously Miz it likes to just do YouTube made it. YouTube just likes to make random sicknesses in front of your name. Sure, that's Ronitis Gerardosis. That's probably what happened with Rogan. Shorty pie. Yeah. That's not YouTube. Yeah. They do it on Reddit too, dude, but I'm not a big Reddit guy. Yeah. Mesothelioma Mike, I saw him the other day at McDonald's smoking crack. That's not YouTube. Big battle. 9416 posted this slow lick with the Photoshop to waste. Oh man, she really did that. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? It does kind of look strange there. Yeah. Oh shit, the cup she has like that's she forgot to fix that. Or is that how the cup is? That cup is very strange, but because it looks like one of those cups for the pool that you put a drink into, maybe. But why is it shaped like the head of a fucking blow dryer? It looks like my dick. Oh, look at these are the ones. Yeah, they're all smart. The Texas. Mine's just Trico like that, dude. Yeah, for sure that's Photoshop. Yeah. This is the fighter in the kid. That'd be funny if she has like blue light glasses and she puts them on and she's like, she's on Photoshop before posting. Her or the team. Maybe it's the team's fault. Maybe her blaring some shit. Maybe some Shakira. Let's see here. That's what I do.
devil's assistant, all the photos that she, I know like social media is not real, this is real life social media, but all the photos that she takes, seems like she's having a pretty good life. It's always bathing suits, hanging out, going to Starbucks, you're getting food, hanging with the crazy kids that drive her nuts that she loves. It's always breakfast before the dog. I kind of want, I want to live the life of this guy.
That's the issue with social media, is that you post all the good moments.
Yeah.
And then you go home and you demand that your kids give you ATVs back.
She has the we post those, and there's no photo of kids' toys. Jeez.
Her selling bags.
Yeah.
But thumbs up. Oh, yeah, great life. You'll do nothing post this one. He's replaced the dripping donut logo with this and still managed to spell his own name wrong. Shaw. Oh, yeah.
He really spelled his name wrong?
Look at that. Oops. Sorry. SHAUB.
Man. The team, I really do think in this one, the team is at fault here.
Yeah.
This is a team's issue.
They need to get choked out again.
They need to get paid. They probably didn't get it. They did this work for free.
Maybe it's his way of a winking of a nod and a nod being like, I'm doing this shit for today.
Dude, that would be awesome, but no chance. That would be great.
He's like, yeah, dude, back in 2026, I put the logo with my name is. You don't think I'm homeless too? He hates himself.
People are saying like I spelled like my name wrong or whatever. I'm sure I did. It says that on the thing.
He's like, that's how he spelled it. Okay, house socials from Big Battle 9416 out.
I wonder what that means. Just like out and about, or the boobs are out. That's really what that means.
Yeah, I think she's a woman of one word in this post for sure, but it has multiple meanings. This is what like high intellect looks like. Out, like her tongue's out.
Oh yeah, that too.
Out, like her eyes out.
Her eyes out, like she means she's having eye problems. Her eyesight's out.
Yeah, the tits are out.
She can't see that her boobs are out because of her eye problem. She's got eye problem.
This eye is doing the sticky leg. Tongue's out. She got that from Brendan.
Oh yeah, she learned it, or maybe he learned it from her. Behind every great man is a great woman.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe Brendan's always trying to like mimic Joanna.
He does do effeminate things, right? Before Joanna, did you ever see him with a straw?
No, not once.
Yeah, and then he's wearing like short shorts and all that stuff. Like
he really loves straws. Before he used them.
Who is this for? I wonder if it's like, is she saying like for my girls to let us know we look good today, or is it for just to let everyone know that she's horny or whatever?
Yeah. Oh, they just yes. I think she explained it in the post. We might be end up seeing that post, but she's like, I didn't get done up for like 3 days. And so like finally I did my shot and look at my shot.
I wanted to look good. We got peptides are firing on all cylinders. All cinders, I mean. And she was like, she did her hair, just got that Starbucks drink. Nobody asked her to wear a mask.
Right.
The kids are being watched by somebody else. They're being good. There's toys are sold. She's ready to hit town.
Yeah, dude, she feels like the Dallas skyline's behind her. It's an all blue stage, and she's in all black. You know what I mean? She's hitting that gringo mommy for us, dude.
She's a goddamn rattlesnake.
Yeah, that's a goddamn rattlesnake right there. Oh shit! What happens next?
We're rewarded again.
It's funny. They were talking in last week's chat. They're like, this is how I know it's Thursday is when I see last week's what happens next.
Good news.
Yeah, we got good news pretty hard.
Whatever, dude, you're blocked and you're a bot.
Yeah, you're a fucking bot, and you like to fucking bot.
That's right, part 38. That's the fucking amount of times you were wrong.
Bot.
8 times bot.
Icarus Liz posted this. What happens next week?
I am white as shit, Dallas. Yeah, I'm gonna fucking what's a bee? My mother-in-law had her necklace, and then she had her engagement ring, and her
that's and Ramsey, like Ramsey, like you. What the fuck, dude?
Oh man, he sucks.
Yeah.
He sucks again. He's reminding us of why we do this, that kind of stuff.
Wearing a Houston Astros hat, dude. On top of that,
Random dude, it's Dallas.
you know the Dodgers because we got beef, dog.
True, but also he should be Dallas.
Oh yeah, he should be Austin.
That too. Yeah, of course.
The Austin Astros. That's the gay club in Austin.
Okay. Roger Orzon.
He goes there to get fingered.
That would be funny though if he like wore that by accident.
He goes to a massage parlor sometimes and he goes, "Hey, can we just scoop the massage and can you go to the bar?" Right?
He probably does do that.
He's probably done it once at least.
Well, if it's all so he doesn't like a guy that kind of wastes time. I'm sure he goes there and tells him what he wants.
And Ramsey, like he's the tanner people. That's how he has it. I think it was the workers. The trees in Africa.
Yeah, that's true.
Does he know what it was? Okay. Yeah.
I don't remember this, but that's a crazy question.
Does no one know in South America? Do we not know? If you know South America is Costa Rica. I know. Century.
Bro, what's happening?
Costa Rica. Australia. Oh my goodness. Costa Rica. I know.
Australia. Who says Australia, Sean? No.
I like how she says it while checking other things like it's an easy thing. Yeah, England.
The IQ of the show.
No. What is it, Jen? What is it, Jen? Bonus Zodiac. Are you a Scorpion?
That's an obvious one.
Are you a Scorpion? Aries. My arm, I couldn't lift it.
I remember this. You remember this one?
What is it?
He couldn't lift his arm because he broke his bicep. And how did he fix it? Scorpion venom. Or blue venom or something like that.
Sounds like my Uncle George.
What is blue venom?
We looked it up.
Where does that come from? That comes from scorpion?
It's fake.
But yeah, obviously. Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, sure. But so are they saying that the milk from a scorpion, which I didn't know they had milk, is blue? Is it? I don't know. I could be off. Because it's not even real to begin with, so.
Let me see. I'm going to look up is Scorpion milk blue?
Your phone shuts down. Apple doesn't lie to use.
Let me see.
Google search for a week.
Depending on whether you are referring to the actual venom or the band.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, it's an apocalyptic post-punk band.
Okay, I like that.
Scorpion milk.
Scorpion milk's a good name to be. That's something that you drink.
Blue scorpion venom. Okay, so there is. I don't know why AI would think I'm asking if the band is blue. Like, do they talk about dick and shit and stuff like that?
Get serious, AI, dude. Nobody knows who you are.
I mean, that was pretty funny. Yeah, so AI made
To make our lives better.
we're all fucked.
You try to watch Kelly Skinny get your levels like that shit. Oh, we didn't talk.
Yeah, he's definitely getting paid.
It's something like that. I could be wrong. I think it's blue scorpion, or it's either that or something else like that. I can't remember what it was.
So, well, scorpions, that's why they're so strong, they can hold your biceps together. Biceps.
They can lift 4 times your weight, dude.
Yeah.
That's like
Blue's good. There we go.
Frank Machine on Scorpion, Blue Scorpion now. And I go, bring that up, Jen.
There's milky.
Smoking scorpions. Yeah, smoking scorpions. And they're like, and I go, you inject it? You know about injecting.
His lips, his bicep.
Wow, dude. What else is he injecting?
It sounds like he's saying he's taking steroids.
Oh.
Peptides, I guess. Peptides is the new thing. I think you inject that.
I think you text on fucking GLP-1s. Anytime an injection comes out, you gotta try it.
Yeah, for sure. He would be because he's lazy.
So you just take it orally underneath your tongue. Before I started taking it, I couldn't hold the baseball glove for Tiger. I couldn't play catch with him. I mentioned this morning.
This morning, I benched the morning.
I can help catch you.
Oh my goodness, I'm burning. Oh my god.
It's not fun! You're cooking in a burning pan, you fucking dick! Oh my god, leave it! Just fucking leave it! You're gonna blow fire in your face, you fucking donkey!
Get on the meat section and stay next to him and don't let him cook your fucking thing. Right, you? Open those big eyes and watch what the fuck this guy's doing. Shut it and watch. Shut it.
Whenever any situation is so funny. Put him in T5K would be amusing.
Whenever I see Gordon Ramsay, I just picture him yelling at GLA.
Oh, yeah. What was that again?
GLA works for Gordon Ramsay.
Oh, yeah. Get it, Brenton Joe. Your writing is shit. Would you sell that? Would you tell that on the roast battle? You fucking Tony Hinchcliffe. Look up.
GLA has a good joke about it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, that like he tries to write jokes for him and then Gordon Ramsay finds his roast because of the shit that he says to Jay. Let's see. It's tough for you to quit making gin. You have no one. Oh god, you'll do nothing posted this. I was avoiding a lot of the clickbaity titles this week. I was like, oh, that sounds good.
Same with this one. I saw this one. I was like, oh.
But if that debate on anybody figured it out, if he doesn't pour it, he's gonna be okay.
He said that's it too. After the podcast, he said that's it. I'm done. He's talking about getting RP, yeah. But you know, that's a tough battle, mostly.
Yes and no. So like
Turned into the chin intervention again.
I love Shab. I'm back on there. I hated him a little bit because of the insane fist bump thing, but now I'm like, that's so funny to say that. Yeah, I mean, this Chin is just saying a blanket. Obviously, disagree with it, move on. Alcoholism is tough to overcome, and he's like, yes and no. I would love to hear what is this.
Take a seat.
I might be interested in
there's so many freaking reasons. It's tough enough, like for you, Jim, it's tough. You don't have kids, you're by yourself.
No one loves you. And I don't hate that. Probably, you know, but you stay alive somehow. No one understands why. I hate you. I hate the show. That's what face shot makes me think about Chin's life.
That's the impression of Chin. Alone is a perfect impression of Chin.
That's funny. That is funny. Look at me, I'm you, Chin. He's making like an ugly face.
You know what I'm saying? You're like, okay, you got that one on when you would drink whiskey on the podcast sometimes. You would enjoy it from time to time, but it's not like something you would go home. Well, what's that damn stuff? So that was just a period of time. Some people.
Yeah, Lovestone was like, what are you watching is like the depths under the deep depths of his alcoholism and drug use. He's all fucked up. Watching Kevin Costner talk about a farm. That's me on the screen. You wouldn't get this, Chin. You wouldn't understand. It's deep stuff.
He's drunk and he's just like,
oh, he thinks he's like some businessman. He's like better than everybody else. You wouldn't get it. I'd run the whole thing. Kevin's a marketing genius. Yeah, kind of this Yellowstone is kind of like my Calabasas. I run this town. Yeah. I have to make it be able for my son to take over someday. Run a podcast with Chin's grandson or whatever. He's a child.
HOA has revised the community pool rules. I saw this too. Don't run, shower before entering the pool, no diving, use restrooms, no pushing, watch your children, no
tough.
Yeah. Super chat, live chat, podcasting in the storage unit's a problem. This is another clickbait title I avoided.
You sent me one where there was like Shab. He's like, hold on a second, it's kind of hot in here. And he just turns on this lab fan and keeps podcasting.
I think that's one song. Yeah.
So you saw.
I didn't see this one then. Yeah.
Super chat, live chat question. So that's how we're doing today. I turn this fan on because it gets toasty in here, Chin. So give me a second.
Stop the podcast to turn on the loud noise.
What's the plan for the fourth out there?
What's the plan for the fourth? He thinks a lot of Tigers friends watch the show. What's up, kid? This is posted by IC Fun Dan. Mothership talking about North Korea with a greener?
Yeah, it's like a laser tag place. But I'm gonna do
Is that what it feels like?
It feels so much like a laser tag place.
Really?
My issue with that club is, look, listen, the audience is incredible, the room is set up great, and there is a man who walks you upstairs who is a Navy SEAL, basically, like surrounded in guys with like fucking AKs and shit on there. And you get to the green room, and they're like, anything you need, and you're like,
Just talking about the improv. It's all comedy folks.
Yeah, everywhere you go, it's the same thing. A guy that was in the SEAL team unit that killed 9/11. That killed Osama bin Laden walks you to the green room. Okay, there's no woke shit. You're at the place where wokeness meets the wall.
Yeah.
Say whatever you want, unless Rogan or Hinchcliffe disagree with it, and and you also don't ever question Epstein and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Then that's a total day of like a face scan, so that people they can keep record of you if you've been there and all that. And then you get a bunch of emails, probably and texts on your phone. They're like, come back, or else we keep doing comedy.
and maybe my rider, and then, anything but that. We have mushrooms and dust that you can use for alpha brain, and I'm like, what is going on here? So it's really, when you go there, it is like you're like, buckle up, and you have to go on that strip that's really fucked up with all the homeless people, and you go in, and there's 12-year-olds running the place, and you're like, there's people coming into the green room that you've never met who are high, and and you're just like, this is so weird.
I guess they need to up the green room security then.
Yeah.
Because like people really don't know. Right? We're not one of our guys in the green room. How are you supposed to do comedy like that?
Yeah, they might be journalists. I don't want that. No. BBL posted my appropriate duty 9:30. Okay, yeah, happy 4th. See ya. Girls will teach you about angles. That's what life is. Life is just about angles.
That's right. And what we learned from Terrence Howard and Rogan, that there's no straight lines. Everything's picture.
Yeah. The wave population.
It's a wave conjugation if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, the wave conjugation is telling me he's got a BBL. This was posted by ABTV12. Shab's justification for his awful numbers on YouTube for Gearheads Gone Wild.
Andrew Ryan, dude, saw you post Gearheads Gone Wild on your YouTube. That means we're getting the season 2. We'll see, dude. To fill my contract, I have to put all 4 episodes on my YouTube, even though it's a fight channel. Here's the thing, though. We put the first episode up, and it got flagged due to the music. But it's generic AI music, so we gotta figure that out.
It's rough, man. It would have been really good if it wasn't for that.
I mean, our stuff doesn't do different if the music is
Don't fucking lie to them.
I'm not.
Fucking piece of shit.
Every time we do a parody song, we get flagged for music.
Yeah, that's true.
And it never changes the outcome of the views.
And it's weird. Maybe it's probably,
That's probably true too.
you're telling me that people don't want to watch him like walk in front of a car to see if the car can brake, dude.
No.
Like it's amazing stuff to watch.
Maybe AI. Maybe because they don't say that it's AI stuff in the video. That's why they're getting shadow banned.
That's it. Yeah. You got it. You solved it.
I need to go work for Shot. Papa casually breaking a gym deadlift record. goes. We got there early. Got there at 9:30. I was like, I can have an hour off. Get to work. Get to the studio. And they saw some deadlift record on the wall. Like, yeah, it's 400, whatever, it's 58 pounds, a lot of weight. I went, it's not bad. And I bet you can't do it. I'm like, fellas, the workout's over. Please don't do this to your dad. I said, I bet you can't do it. I said, not only can I do it, but I don't need to warm up. End up doing it. My back is very tight now. Very tight. So that's why I'm late. I apologize.
His life is like a movie. It's the the beginning of the movie, the main guy, somebody comes in and they're like, I need you to fix this. I need you to do this big crazy thing. And the guy's like, nah, I don't want to. I'm done. I'm done. I used to be that guy. I'm not that guy anymore. And they're like, please do it. And he's like, all right, fine. Shop just breaks records like that. Solves huge problems. And he's like, he's amazing. He's a hero. It's not.
That's the face you make when you see it as a record. Pretty good. Now my back's having a massage.
It's funny, he can break a deadlift record, but it's say filet mignon correctly, and he's like, nah, I'd rather die. Yeah, nah, I can't do that. That's too far.
Keep hammering them digits, Daddy. Let's see what we got next. Posted by Weird Short Horny Guy. The hybrid has done it again. From the twisted mind behind horror classics, you'd be surprised in the Gringo Pop. Saul. Brendan chopped. That's a good poster.
Yeah, good picture of Brian there capturing his essence.
The misspelling of his own name logo shop. Oh, he addresses it. Posted by You'll Do Nothing.
Oh, dude, we got a new logo. Our boy Gorilla, is it Gorilla Design?
Graphics, I believe.
Gorilla Graphics. So if you look at the podcast art, we have a new logo. And we also got some merge ideas from the gentleman, Graphic Gorilla. Shout out to Graphic Gorilla. Last live, he said he's going to make some. Boy, did he make some. It's pretty lit. So if you look at your Spotify, Apple, on YouTube, we have Thank You Gorilla, and he got a dope ass shirt. It's a play on the Diet Coke text.
Why can't he make something original? Everything generic.
That's a style, B.
Stereotypes.
Karen Sutherland says the new podcast picture on Apple and YouTube says Brendan Shaw. Nice to see. Heads up, dude. Look at it now, Bubba. Look at it now. Don't worry, it will update. Look at it now. It's way cleaner. Scott Dalton, pray for U.S.
Oh, they fixed it. Oh, who did this unique? Let's see.
While you're trying to find it, this is totally the minutia of podcasting, but that big gulp that's on the side, because the bottom is like soda, from my vantage point, it looks like only the top part is the cup. Until he picks it up, so I only see like this much of it. So I was like, big gulp, that's this big. And then he picked it up, and I saw the whole thing. I was like, oh, that is a big gulp. It still looks different.
Bigger, thicker, the shop show,
I think. No, it's big. It's Big Brad Brown. The Brown Big Breakdown. Big Brown. Say that fucking in a small town, dude.
Big Boy. Is it Big Boy?
I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, they got rid of his name.
Was it ever on there? Is that a joke?
No, that was real.
That's real. Okay.
Yeah, no, that's why.
It's funny to get rid of the name instead of just spelling it correctly.
So he needs a big gulp every show.
Yeah.
When the big gulp stops showing up, you know he's in trouble.
I don't see what the Diet Coke is. One part of it. I guess it's more like just Coke in general. But never mind. I was like, what is that on? Fucking big gulps usually. What am I doing?
What are we doing here? Khabib Time posted this. Comedy B. She's one of the two, but she's still mad.
Donald Trump was there to save the dog. That poor dog. Oh, she got. He's like, I have a knee. He'll do nothing. Post this. Here's the same guy who's lecturing Flynn over his drinking. Whiskey, right? Yeah, this is an intervention because you're a full-blown alcoholic. 100%. Dude, yeah, Chris says that. Delia do say that all the time. Do you drink every day? It's not carnivore, baby. Well, again, it's Joe Exotic's diet, dude. That's true. He drinks. He does drink. Every day? Not every day. I don't drink on the weekends unless I'm on the road. But when I'm shooting a show, man, and I'm on whiskey, Tiger Thick. You can at thickboy.com right now, but Tiger Thick. It's I just drink whiskey in the morning. That's a bad sign. That's what Chris D'Elia said. He goes, because I'm drinking, and Theo's there, and he's like, dude, it's 10 a.m. And you'll have it, okay. And I'm like, yeah, I'm like, okay. So you do drink in the morning? Yeah, there's real concern in Chris's voice. He's like, you gotta stop it. I never noticed. I'm sure we've watched this before, but then I wonder if you go back in time and watch his mother say the exact same thing. Hopefully not. But he said it's usually the flip of that. Yeah. And I don't drink during the week. Sometimes I drink on the weekends sometimes. So that's fair. That's concerning as well. Oh yeah. So? Yeah. You already worked out. Yeah, we're good, dude. And that doesn't make you, when you get drunk and buzzed, that doesn't make you want to eat bad? Never. No. Interesting. Because I never get, I get a little buzz. I never get drunk. So I always drink 2 whiskeys a day. I'd say 1 a day. Okay. Monday through, say, Thursday. Not terrible. No. 1. Like, do you have any? Do we have whiskey? That's why. Oh my God. Yes. You want a drink? Because it's untied. No, I'm celebrating. Tiger Thick just got on all green bases. No, I'm celebrating. All right. Just announced it. All right. Hoorah! Do you like freedom? I love freedom, dude. You're welcome. How much is freedom though, right? $59.99. That's what it is. I looked it up. It said 89 on some sites. Well, it's 89 everywhere. That's out of my control. And then your boy, fuck. Dude, $59.99. So now it's April 1st. Caddy got new investors. So now it's less money. Your stupid fucking whiskey is less money. I don't feel that way with alcohol. I never taste alcohol. I'm like, oh, never. That's refreshing. I need more of that. As long as it's working, it doesn't taste good. No matter what anyone says, it doesn't taste. It's legit poison. It is. I'm selling. Legit poison. I was thinking when he goes, no, it's fine. I'm celebrating. As an excuse. If you're the therapist, or if it's like one of those reality shows where someone confronts you, the person confronting would be like, and how many times did you celebrate this week? Every day. Yeah, I have a lot of celebrations in my life. I love my drink. Do you want me to tell my kids to sell their own toys and not be drunk when I do it? You're evil. Big Battle 9416 posted this. Imagine this moron in charge of running the fireworks. Oh no, that's not good. Yeah. Is he gonna shotgun that firework? Looks like it. Yeah, I'm surprised he has a hand. Yeah. Oh! And then his feet. And then his ears. July 4th, you guys like your freedom? Thank them. Post by Khabib Time. His legs. Tiffany's for killing people. Tiffany's as thick a human being as it gets. Do you guys like your freedom? You like having an opinion of your freedom? Yeah. Thank him. Thank him. You're welcome. Tim fights your wolf. So he was special. Their bones just like Malik's face. Do I like my freedom? You're welcome. Tim fights for you. So he was special force. He was arguably, I'd say arguably. It is funny the difference between the two of them, the reaction. Like Chappelle's just ignoring it, just ignore this. It's fine. Keep going. And Malik was like, man, fuck this idiot. This stupid bastard. What is he talking about? This looks like every British podcast I've ever imagined. It does kind of, yeah. Isn't it? Yeah. There.
watch this one. Very clickbaity title. I had to watch it.
Oh yeah.
Posted by Khabib Time.
I might get roasted online for this, but it's like you'll see a lot more black guys in the World Cup. I'm like, man, there's a lot of black guys on there. But like when you watch France, like half their team's black. No. Hold on. Are there still and out of 11 players? Yeah, here's my thing. Do they call them, the African Americans here? Do they call them African French? No. We're the only nation that does that. No, the reason that you have so many is because in France, not only they have so many, but I'm saying like in their culture, do they call them? I don't think so. French? No, they're French. Or like when you see a black guy, I can say people didn't say African Canadian. Yeah, right. We're the only ones. That's American. Yeah, that's an American thing. Why? I don't know. Are we the only dumbasses that do that? Because it came out of our academia, It actually came out of, I think, Marcus Garvey. I think it came back to, here's a huge part of it. Countries, a lot of the guys, like, okay, so for example, London, like, if you call them African, British, or whatever, you go, well, 30% of us are from Jamaica. So a lot of them had another stop first, right? Like, wait, hold on. We're actually from, I'm Jamaican or something. France has a lot of Algerian, a lot of Arabic people who France colonized, so they came over. Moroccans. This is in Canada. People commonly say black Canadians. Is that going to kill us? I've never heard that. No, it's the fucking in the background the whole time. Air conditioning. Oh yeah. I think I fix it. To a certain degree, but you can hear some of them. Yeah, it's also no, that's bullshit. In the UK, black British is widely used. I don't think so. I think ChatGPT's making stuff up right now. Yeah. I get into big fights with ChatGPT. It's wrong. It's fairly wrong sometimes. Black Canadian, I mean, I guess, not really. Because when you watch World Cup, I'm like, man, not that I give a flying fuck. They're so athletic and fat. I'm like, I thought Ecuador, Mexico, like the guy that's going last night was black. No, I'm sorry, but if you don't think that people of West African ancestry are a little faster and insanely athletic, the Holland team, the Dutch team, had, they were like, there's a lot of that, like, black-white mixing, and there's some beautiful looking 6'5" athletes. Yeah, okay. Sweden was like, we're good. Yeah, Sweden, they're all like in my Super Bowl. No, we're good. Yeah, I thought soccer was more like Sweden and black player. I'm so happy. Like, and they're strong. He's gone there. What is it called when you do somebody by the color of the skin? Racist, or not racist. It's like euthanasia or something like that. What is it called? You know what I'm talking about? Like the Nazis fucking. Oh, eugenics? Eugenics, there we go. Yeah. Oh, this was. A huge eugenics back. They like people are stronger, so the black people are big and scary. It's a good important question. What do we call them? And it's good that they're doing that. All I'll say is French Canadian is a thing, right? French Canadian. So I don't know if that has anything to do with the conversation, but Mexican American. I feel like if I was having this conversation and I was from Canada, like the Ryan guy is, I would mention the French Canadian thing. Yeah. But who cares? Yeah. I'm surprised he goes on this pod. It's nice of him to do that. He's probably bigger than the both of them. Yeah. I call a shop She-Hulk. Yeah. Alright, let's see. Big Boy Umpire posted by Caterpillar Hot 7539. It says, oh, look at that. It's Brennan Shot. I didn't know that. Property taxes are higher in Texas than California. Who knew? So dumb. Dude, throwback to when a huge Chelsea fan considers a move to Texas. Posted by You'll Do Nothing. Huge Chelsea fan, huh? Brogan, our boys moved to Texas, man. I've started looking at it, and I don't know if it's. I've been talking about Catherine about this. Why don't you try your thoughts on it? Tom called me the other day. He goes, dude, I'm talking to some people. I heard you might be moving to Austin. I'm like, well, hold on. I'm looking at it, dude. Because when I was talking, they're like, Bird's gonna do it. I'm like, Kreischer's going? That's how it goes. Because everyone's like, Chop going. Everyone's like, Chop going. There's someone with Bert Joe going. Joe's a huge influence on me. One of our best friends. Yeah. He's going there. And then you talk to him, and you're like, oh, fuck, that's pretty tasty, dude. And then you start looking at properties, like, holy shit, I can be Comedy Club. G-Fuck says, do you miss LA? So when you say do you miss LA or do you miss the money here? What do you mean money?
You miss zero. You miss this movies. Money. I haven't seen money in years. Money. What's money? Chop. Brendan Chop saying big dog 3 times in 12 seconds. What's paddling rabbit more than the security? Only answer to Chop Lord Bert Rubber burns in his veins. Use caution only when the community is bigger than yours. Zach Mertens.
Chop, it's my boy Zach. He's staring right there. This is getting awkward. Just get in here, big dog. Ladies and gentlemen. What's up, big dog? Man, just hanging out here, ready to show you some good old American horsepower, brother. That's why you're here, big dog.
I can tell a shot that's had many cuts for you, Davis, but that's one of them.
Yeah, this is such a weird. The hands here. It's like he just got done watching like all the Rock highlights.
Did I get it? Did I get that one? Yeah, you only said big dog 3 times.
All right, big dog, let's do it again. Uncle Theo figured out how to sane wash. Posted by Fudge Runyon.
We've got more alligators than we've got people now.
Is that true?
Yeah, we have.
You're lying.
No, I'm not. It's just 25 years ago they were getting.
And watch the Democrats try to get them to register a vote.
Yep. It wouldn't surprise me.
Wouldn't surprise me. Sorry to interrupt you, but I was going to forget that joke if I didn't say it.
I'll get the sane wash.
I don't. But I mean, I'm sure that shop could create a great joke out of alligators voting. I want to see that, so I'm happy it exists.
Yeah.
Come back to stand up. Our guy, one of our guys.
Another story about our guys. Brain dumb threatening people come by 6969.
I think about that.
By the way, very funny story about Brendan. This makes me kind of see things where I really respect him a lot. There was this one story I heard where apparently like Schultz, I guess Andrew Schultz made some sort of joke about him on his show or behind his back or something.
Okay.
And Brendan called him up and he goes, "You keep my name out of your fucking mouth. You make a joke about me again, I'm gonna come down there. I'm gonna break all your fucking cameras. I'm gonna fuck you up." And like, okay, I'm sorry. He's like, every single one of your little lackeys you got sitting there, I'll bust their fucking jaw. I'll break all cameras in your podcast you up. And just like, okay, and then Brendan, you should do that more. Because that's all he has is the, you were a professional killer. You were a fighter. Why are you letting any of these people mock you in any way? You should be, if you find out that, Flagrant 2 or, the Brilliant Idiots is making fun of you, you should be on a plane and then knocking on Charlemagne's door. You should be in the podcast studio waiting behind one of those fake plastic plants.
Well, I mean, at this point, there aren't enough hours in the day. The Fighter and the Kid subreddit has 110,000 members, which also I think about 110,000 people watching your every move. Just imagine. I mean, that says something about him. The fact that he can still even function. Could you imagine if there were 110,000 people online?
No, I would change my name. I would move. I would be like Better Call Saul when he's working at Cinnabon at the end. I wouldn't be able to. I'd be Gene Cesarnik or whatever. It's a good point because I would do that too. If people start talking about our show, I'd go and fuck them up.
Yeah.
They break other cameras. They're lackeys. I'm waiting. Any kind of comment, I never read them because they don't bother me.
Yeah.
But anything that says anything bad about you or me, I'm like, well, that's another person that I gotta fucking snap their neck off.
They're lucky I'm busy today.
Yeah, I don't care. I'll kill you, but I don't care.
Yeah.
It's not a big deal.
LOL Cooney mocking a pro player in one of the hardest sports while not knowing how to airdrop while making a pod. He is becoming the shop 7 days a week.
Right, and I didn't even respond to that one.
Let me see. No, you didn't.
No, yeah. Oh, I did though.
Oh, no, you
You
didn't.
deleted it.
Oh, you
I wrote like a comment saying I was gonna kill it. Or I could tweet these on our other show. I think YouTube must have deleted it, or maybe I'm just so dumb that I hit the wrong button and it deleted my response.
I'll tell you somebody I want to kill in Minecraft, but you were even responding to this message. It's Power Scissors saying Gerardo made sure to keep the DeWalt bit set and frame to match his watch this episode 4D chat.
Hilarious. I had no idea what that meant until just now.
Yeah, I'm gonna fuck him up. Dude, Papa says the worst friend, posted by Kemba33.
See, and you're excited about Taylor Swift's wedding? Get the fuck out of my
Yeah, when I think when something happened with you,
I've seen this.
like it was something like maybe you got engaged, okay? I didn't tell my wife. Bro, I found out. She goes, "How in the world? You guys are so close. How does that not?" I was like, "But I don't, because he doesn't care." Okay, you know.
I didn't go to your wedding.
You didn't go to my wedding.
Didn't even think about it.
But what is it? I don't even think I didn't do the solid, and I think I did you the solid and didn't even let you know about it because I didn't want you to feel obligated to go.
I think I had some that day.
You had something that
You did, yeah. Oh, I know.
If you told me you had something that day and I found out you didn't,
You wouldn't get it.
I wouldn't care.
Of course not.
I wouldn't be all insulted. I'd be like, because you would have had to
It's
try.
also not about you. It's for your wedding.
Right.
Weddings are for the girl. Right. I went to the wedding and
it comes out right when he comes in. He's fucking plastered.
That is crazy. Yeah, I want to know, like, kind of almost more interest though, like who did go. So I'm glad Chen said something. Who was that going to?
Some great comments on this post where it's like, oh yeah, but you went to Andrew Schultz's wedding because Joe Rogan was there.
Oh man,
Yeah, let's see.
that's hilarious.
Here's the first comment. Why is it taking forever?
They know everything about Shop, so they have the receipts on this. Like this happens, and the cats know. Oh, actually, here are the weddings you did. That's so funny.
Unreal. Why is it not opening? I'm trying to click it in.
Kelsey, and there's so many comments.
Yeah, Papa invited himself over to Andrew Schultz's wedding because the toe wedding. Damn. Shout out Cloud Chase. Let's see the next comment. Okay, what? Such losers. They talk like 15-year-old jerk-offs. Girls like dumb stuff. Well, they don't seem to be friends, so why would they go to each other's weddings? I think I did something that day. You did.
Got him. That's like with the Laura joke of like, not.
Can the audience hear this, Clint? Posted by Clint Fuller of Chips.
Morocco.
This is in Canada. People call me say black Canadians.
Is that going to kill us?
I've never heard that. No. I fix it to a certain degree. You can hear some of it. Yeah, it's also ChatGPT. Who knows who's putting that bullshit in? No, that's bullshit. UK black British is widely used. I don't think so.
I think ChatGPT is making stuff up.
It'd be funny if they showed the guy doing it and he was in a hazmat suit. I guess that's insane. He walks in, he goes, "Oh God, why are you guys not in protective gear? I'm spraying pesticides." Or whatever.
I've never seen a podcast in a store, Judah.
I get into big fights with ChatGPT.
It's wrong. It's fairly wrong sometimes.
Well, I'm Canadian. I mean, I guess not really.
Because when you watch World Cup, I'm like, man, not that I give a flying fuck. They're so athletic and fat. I'm like, well, black guys in World Cup. I thought that you know that.
The noise, the TFK sweatshop where they're making all the merch.
I can't wait till they do a merch drop, dude.
Yeah, it's been a while. What
guys, come on. Tubi is salivating, hosted by RR Lifter. 507 hours.
And that's crazy because they're two of my favorite Trek guys, Zach and Martin.
Yeah.
Mark Ryan?
Yeah.
Zach Mertens?
Yeah. Zach always burns out of my parking lot. Appropriate Duty 930 posted this. I think we're all the dog. Oh, the dog. How did peptides going? Okay, so in a world full of peptides, I choose Danielle Johnson ND, Stack NAD, GHKCU, MOTSC, PT141.
That to me sounds like something Terrence Aaron would argue is like the real square root of 6 or whatever.
Nobody's talking about these equations.
One solves for the ideas principle inside the dexahedron paradox.
The cyclone warlock is the MOTSC principle mixed with the wave conjugations.
Is this right? Joe?
Joe? You know what I'm talking about, right, Joe? Okay, so this is the one I was referencing earlier.
Yeah.
Life is so rough when the house is getting remodeled, am I right? Hosted by appropriate people.
Ladies, does anyone else feel like when you haven't been out in a while and have been stuck at home doing a remodel, you forget to do your makeup? Because I felt like that a little bit today, but here we are. Turned out pretty well. And I'm super stoked for dinner tonight and see my friends because I feel like I've been stuck in sweats and looking homeless half the time or 80% of the time. So anyway, here's the look. Sleek back because it's a million degrees outside with humidity. So yeah, I'll just stay in black but with my hair back. So
I mean, like she's like an influencer and she has fans that watch her shit, and that's why she's posting this stuff. Maybe that is something. I don't know.
I feel like next.
Yeah. Why is this on the
funny is that? Hey brother, let's talk about World Cup. Posted by Sorry Phone 1676.
Vikings. Oklahoma is
Stuff like
who's the best in the fucking world. 6'5".
Zlatan?
No.
Haglin. Did you hear him say? Instead of Holland, he says Haglin.
Haglin? That's old school. Yeah. He's Swedish.
What are you talking about?
Haglin. Oh, dude. He's 6'5". He's actually 6'6" tall. They say he's 5. Yeah. But either way, big cat. I mean, he's a kangaroo. And Kane's 6'2". You know, it's like, oh no, don't kill all of those guys. If you look at most of those guys now, they're all over 6 feet. Yeah, you know, well, that's just still that short, even for the big team in a lot of the countries. But my point is, there's not like some big athletic freaks. Like there are two sports: is soccer and boxing. Yeah. And baseball's a third. Yeah, but on the world stage,
It's how tall guys are.
He's talking about Mexicans, talking about
Classic.
Norwegians.
But you know why they talk about how tall they are? Because you got to know how they fit into cars and stuff.
And that's what I hate about people when they talk about tall people. It's like, wow, they fit in their own car.
Yeah, I hate that, dude.
Fucking drives me nuts. Seriously, dude.
But then at the same time, how does Alan get into a car?
I mean, I've looked at it before. It doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, he couldn't drive one of those smart cars.
Have off tickets to see the Diddler full of dents. 1750 to go see that. Crystal, what city is this in?
I don't know. Sodom, a good one, right?
The Rogaciotist at the Mother set tonight. Would you remember any of the sets posted by CDP Screen Sun? Reddit?
if Rogas you said the mother said tonight, would you remember the sets? I'm like, no. Rogas you said the mother said tonight, would you remember the sets?
Sounds like a relative from the South.
I devout my friend Joe.
Do you come off Christian? You know what I'm
JJSH posted by CDP Screens and Reddit.
Also a geek guy. I think Jujutsu Kaneki. Also a geek guy. Jujutsu Kaneki.
I was watching the World. Was it Newfoundland is on there? I can't get it. They're not in the World Cup, but I can't get. Who's the big white? I mean, they're the Netherlands. The Netherlands. Wild.
Talking about pull the fuck up, Dan. Puts my big time. If your kid bullies mine, I hope you can fight too. Oh, both of them posted this. Whoa. That's fucking crazy. I feel like the kids came home more like, yeah, no big deal. It was a great day today, but somebody fucked with me today. And then they go deep diving on the internet. They're a problem, bro. They're a problem.
I know. If this is real, I mean, who knows what the safety of other parents in Austin, Texas, on Lake River Charles or whatever.
Yeah, they're really bringing LA energy to good old-fashioned Austin.
Because in Austin and Texas, no one fights, no one gets mad about it. But LA's different.
Yeah.
LA is North Korea at the beach. You bully my kid, I'm gonna fucking come to your house.
Good luck getting a latte at Starbucks. I'm gonna fuck you up.
Yeah, all they got is like cowboy hats and boots and whatever. It's like, it's different at Air One.
Yeah, pull the fuck up.
Pull the fuck up to Starbucks.
Yeah, if we were both in a room, like me and my wife and you, I'm gonna fuck both of you.
I would do the same thing, and at the end of the day, it's going to be me walking out of Starbucks, no mask and caramel macchiato, juices macchiato
With a smile.
Smile and a straw. Sight not. Oh, I'm saying gay, that's so funny. Gay. Oh, fuck.
Pull the fuck up, Dan.
Those two so stupid.
Yeah. Well, shout out to you guys. Thank you. Check out our Patreon. You get access of, what's it called? Let's see, 10 Minutes to Shop. And then I'll be posting another episode in there sometime soon.
Yes, and see you next week. Make sure you drink your scorpion milk. To steward the company through the launch of its console, then hand off the reins. Turn to a more advisory role in 2018 and have Shintaro Furukawa take his position as the 6th president of Nintendo. Furukawa joined Nintendo in 1994, working as an accountant for their European branch, and would gradually move up the corporate ladder over the decades. In 2015, he became head of corporate planning, Iwata's original position, and joined the board of directors in 2016. As president, Furukawa has said he looks towards the legacy of Yamauchi and Iwata, without trying to outright copy them. He fully understands the value of Nintendo's spirit, yet cautiously expand upon them. He would inherit Nintendo at a good time. The Switch continued to sell tens of millions annually, and with no sign of slowing down. This was thanks largely to its mini-quality games, but also updated Switch models. Nintendo would release the Switch Lite in 2019, and the Switch OLED in 2021. The Lite would be a cheaper, mobile-only option, and the OLED would be a more premium version with a high-quality OLED screen. Both provided different entries and upgrades to the Switch, and helped buoy sales of the console. Another major factor in the Switch's success actually had nothing to do with gaming or the games industry. It was the lockdown. Everybody was cooped up at home, not allowed to go out, and bored out of their minds. The broader home entertainment industry saw a huge spike in sales, and Nintendo was no exception, selling nearly 30 million Switches in 2020 alone. The beginning of the lockdown also coincided well with the release of Animal Crossing New Horizons. The need for a facsimile of social interaction as the lockdown went on led to 12 million sales of the game in just 2 weeks, and over 40 million as of 2022. This made it one of the best-selling games on the Switch, the single best-selling game in Japan. All in all, the Switch has been out. As of December 2022, The Switch has sold over 122 million units, more than the Wii and original Game Boy, and making it the third best-selling console ever. While sales of the Switch have begun to wane, interest certainly remains in the console, and Nintendo intends to provide continued strong support in the coming years. While the Switch has been Nintendo's latest and greatest offering, other mediums have been largely successful as well. First and foremost, you have Nintendo's moves into the mobile market. The first game released after Iwata's mobile push would be 2016's Miitomo. Miitomo social chat game. You customize your Mii, play mini games to get new outfits, and answer questions between friends. Upon release, the game was extremely popular, getting millions of downloads in just a few days, and becoming the most downloaded app in Japan. In spite of this warm reception, interest in Miitomo would quickly drop off, and the service was scuttled in 2018. However, Nintendo's next major mobile title would be far more successful: Pokemon Go. Pokemon Go was developed by Niantic and would be an effort to bring Pokemon into real life. Rather than walk around Sinnoh or Kanto to catch Pokemon, you'd be walking around your neighbors, and gyms would spawn in real-world locations, and you would have to Pokemon Go there to play. It was a unique system, one that lent itself well to smartphones, and one that would bring people together as they tried to catch them all. Pokemon Go would be released on July 6, 2016, and gradually introduced worldwide so as to not overload their servers. In spite of Niantic's slow rollout, the unimaginable popularity of Pokemon Go would overload the servers anyway. Within 1 week, US, Australia, and New Zealand, Pokemon Go would be downloaded 15 million times. By the end of July, Europe and Japan, it had reached over 100 million. The sight of people roaming the streets, meeting up at gyms, and driving painfully slow became commonplace. Pokemon Go had become a worldwide phenomenon. Correspondingly, the insane popularity of Pokemon Go led to insane revenues. Nintendo and Niantic would rake in hundreds of millions, eventually billions annually. The game would be further updated and iterated upon over the years, adding Pokemon from other regions and introducing new features like raids and PvP battles. The popularity and augmented reality features of Pokemon Go led to some controversy, however. People were told not to enter active minefields while playing. Gyms were found in graveyards, and cops chose to catch Pokemon rather than criminals. If anything, the negative manifestations of Pokemon Go are a testament to its sheer popularity, and Pokemon Go remains a popular, profitable, and well-supported game to this day. Pokemon Go would not be the only mobile success for Nintendo, and they would continue releasing popular mobile titles in the following years. Nintendo's mascot, Mario, would have a mobile entry in late 2016, Super Mario Run. It's essentially new Super Mario Bros. With auto-runner mechanics, and made the bold move of being a one-time Mario Kart, making a mobile version in Mario Kart Tour. Tour was your standard Mario Kart fare, but with a microtransaction system so greedy and abysmal they actually got rid of it. You'd also see a mobile game based on one of Nintendo's less popular IPs, Fire Emblem. Fire Emblem Heroes would be a gacha game, one where you swipe your credit card to get PNGs of cute girls, then play a little SRPG. Given how popular and profitable gachas are, along with the addictive elements inherent in the genre, Fire Emblem Heroes has been one of Nintendo's most profitable mobile titles. It's worth noting these mobile games aren't the core of Nintendo's business. They make up maybe 5% of revenues, and aren't the main. Nonetheless, they have been a successful and profitable offering from Nintendo, and are a solid component of their efforts to expand the brand. Nintendo's expansions would lead them outside the sphere of gaming as well, namely with amusement parks. Nintendo partnered with Universal in 2015 to develop an amusement park based on various Nintendo series. They would be the first Super Nintendo World in Osaka in June of 2017. And complete the attraction in 2020. Official public release to March 18, 2021, and the park would be mired with Japan's on-off lockdowns in the months to come. In spite of the delays and early issues, the general response to Super Nintendo World has been positive thus far. The park combines the aesthetic of the Mushroom Kingdom and Yoshi's Island, you have Mario Kart attractions and various minigames, and you can purchase an overpriced wristband to hit coins out of question blocks IRL. Nintendo has also developed a Super Nintendo World at Hollywood Universal, and are currently constructing additional parks in Singapore and Orlando. These are sure to be popular, just and Nintendo's endeavor to use parks will certainly remain successful. Finally, Nintendo's Nintendo's last major expansion has been in the field of film. Back in the 80s and 90s, Nintendo was producing movies, but these films were either Japan only or terrible. Steering clear of full-on films in the 2000s, in 2018, Nintendo announced they had partnered with Illumination Studios to produce the Super Mario Bros. Movie. The movie, while clearly meant for a younger audience, is nonetheless a cogent film, and a solid love letter to Mario and Nintendo. It has, unsurprisingly, performed incredibly well, eclipsing $1 billion at the box office the same month it was released. Nintendo's moves into film. According to Miyamoto, more Nintendo movies are sure to come. And that brings us to today. Nintendo currently enjoys a comfortable, profitable, and enviable position in the games industry thanks to their recent string of successes. The general philosophy of Nintendo has become more savvy in recent years. They rely heavily on innovation as in the past, but are more willing to follow trends if appropriate, popular, and profitable. Realistically, the only noteworthy issue Nintendo currently faces is regarding their treatment of fans. Nintendo could be statistically litigious and are actively antipathic towards most die-hard Nintendo fans. The spirit of Yamauchi and his disdain for piracy, along with the geriatric perspective still held at Nintendo, have soured their public image over the past decade or so. That being said, the people most mad at Nintendo are the terminally online. The company has a pretty good PR team, and Nintendo fans are ever so eager to forgive their favorite multi-billion-dollar corporation. All in all, Nintendo is likely to continue pumping out quality games and consoles, creating experiences that inspire and elevate, and entertaining the world, hopefully for another 134 years. While Nintendo's main focus in the modern era has been video games entirely from the toy market, there's of course an abundance of merchandise for Mario, Zelda, Pokemon, Pikmin, Animal Crossing, etc., etc. But they have continued to produce Hanafuda cards. Hanafuda obviously is a century ago, but Nintendo nonetheless works to keep this traditional Japanese game alive, and typically adorns their modern Hanafuda with Nintendo characters. Furthermore, while Nintendo doesn't produce their classic toys outside of promotional events, they still reference and pay homage to them in their games. Pikmin 2 is one of the best examples, where you see old products like cards, the Game & Watch, and the Love Tester as collectible treasures. Outside of that, you see Nintendo toys referenced in games like the WarioWare series, Super Smash Bros., and Splatoon. They're fun little Easter eggs that pay respect to the products that made Nintendo, and something to look out for in future titles. As mentioned in the documentary proper, composer Koji Kondo took inspiration from modern jazz funk when composing the original Super Mario Bros. Here are a few examples, along with these sections of songs being referenced. While Super Mario Bros. Is Kondo's most prolific and influential OST, his music would take inspiration from a number of unique and variegated sources over the years, and is something interesting to look out for in Kondo compositions new and old. Nintendo is a multi-billion-dollar company. While they achieve their riches with quality video games, they maintain them through ruthless business acumen. The business world, be it in Japan, the US, or really any country, is highly litigious, and Nintendo is certainly no exception. While Nintendo wasn't racking up losses, they would begin to see major legal challenges starting in the 80s. Upon the release of the original Donkey Kong, Universal Studios would mount a legal challenge against Nintendo, claiming Donkey Kong was copyright infringement on King Kong. Universal was bullying third parties who promoted or produced Donkey Kong, and if the lawsuit was successful, Nintendo's first arcade success could have been their undoing. Fortunately, at least for Nintendo, the Universal copyright case was tremendously flawed from the very most. If you want to sue an entity for copyright infringement, you naturally need the copyrights on the infringed work. Universal would proclaim they had an exclusive copyright for King Kong, even though they didn't own the full copyright. They knowingly did this as well, blatantly misrepresenting their claim on King Kong just to try and bilk Nintendo and Co. Furthermore, no reasonable person would confuse King Kong with Donkey Kong. The only real similarity is a monkey with Kong in the name. Nintendo would not only beat the lawsuit and appeal, but Universal would be forced to pay fines and Nintendo's legal costs for this bad system. While the case Nintendo for Donkey Kong was upset in its face, the company would eventually receive much more legitimate suits, namely for price fixing. The ridiculous popularity of the NES in the late 80s gave Nintendo a stranglehold on the video game industry, and Nintendo would gleefully throw their weight around. They would impose harsh terms and reduce stock on retailers that didn't sell Nintendo products at Nintendo's prices. This was a violation of antitrust laws by the FTC for price fixing in 1989. Rather than fight a case they couldn't possibly beat, Nintendo just opted to settle with the FTC. It would pay about $5 million to the United States and have to opt $25 million in rebate coupons for Nintendo consumers. The latter penalty really wasn't one. If anything, it boosted sales as consumers redeemed their compensation. While the lawsuit wasn't a huge penalty, it at least prevented further price fixing from Nintendo and put them on a more level playing field. Nintendo wouldn't just be on the receiving end of the law either. They would mount legal challenges against anything that infringed on their copyright or prevented them from making boatloads of cash. Nintendo, along with other game companies and publishers, would successfully lobby the Japanese government and video game rentals in '94. While piracy and hacks were genuine issues at this time, the cynical purpose of this move should be obvious. Forcing consumers to purchase games directly, rather than rent them from third parties, would be much better for Nintendo's bottom line. Nintendo wanted similar policies in America, but unlike in Japan, their lobbying efforts ultimately failed. American publishers got protections for software rentals in the late 80s, but video game cartridges were exempt due to the difficulty of actually copying them. Nintendo, midway, would try to sue American video game rentals either way. In 1989, they would target a revered relic of the past, Blockbuster, which was allegedly making photocopies of Nintendo's video game manuals. The issue at hand is that Blockbuster would charge renters for these photocopies if they lost the manual, which would have actually been copyright infringement. Blockbuster would ultimately settle with Nintendo for an undisclosed amount, and they would use authorized third parties for replacement manuals going forward. Nintendo would eventually come to accept video game rentals in the US, but they would never give up their penchant for copyright lawsuits. From flat-out ignoring fair use laws to sending ROM sites to the Shadow Realm, Nintendo's stance towards their copyrights could be described as highly aggressive. It's easily the most infamous aspect of current change anytime soon.
Hello, hello.
No.
How are you?
Hi, Rabbi.
How was your day? How's the neurologist?
That was good. I got to get 2 MRIs, maybe 3, and she wants to do a nerve shock on my feet. Gonna be getting shocked a little bit. So
Okay.
yeah, yeah. So one for my brain, 1 MRI for my brain, 1 MRI for my lumbar back, for the lumbar back, from and then my neck. Was shocked, like thing on my thing. So yeah, but yeah, the insurance has approved. Once they do it, they're gonna call me and then just set that up. Then
Okay.
I go back to the follow up in October. Yeah.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
are you okay with that?
Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna have to about it because she said that I'm 40 to see me, but you have to see me well. She said I'm 43. My doctor, we went to my doctor yesterday, and even the chiropractor said they said I'm too young. I'm 43, walking and having unbalanced, and I'm walking unnormally. And she said that's not normal. That's not normal. She wants to figure it out. She said that she is a nosy lady. She said, you know them nosy people that you know. I said, yeah. She said that's me. She said she's very nosy and she wants to know and dig in what's the problem, and that's her. And she's gonna get out of my business. Yeah, we got to see what's going on.
All right. Well, that
She said
sounds
I'm
good.
her in my brain. She don't know what it is. It could be different stuff. There was some other stuff she's told me in my yeah, I don't know, but and she showed it. So it could be new mental stuff, and we don't know. It could be my brain that's doing something that's inside that's triggering my, you know what I'm saying, that can be some reason. So she wants to see what's going on.
Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't have no choice because my doctor will get on me, and I don't want that to happen. And I go back to him on October the 9th. So I got to get on it.
Okay.
So I'm doing what I got to do. We all want to know what's going on. And she said that I can't be where I never have. So I told her I can't run. That's when she said, well, you shouldn't run. She said, the only time you run is if there's a fire in your house or something, or mega emergency. I said, okay. She told me I cannot lift nothing under 5 pounds. And she said I can't get on no ladder, nothing, which I don't get on no ladder or nothing like that. But a step. But the steps too. That's it. But she told me I can't get up on no ladder. Like a walking ladder. So I can't get down and I can't lift nothing under 5 pounds.
Okay.
Because
Well,
it can get with it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you've done
Mm-hmm.
everything. You've done everything that you can, basically,
Yeah.
and just
Yeah. She gave me some. She prescribed me something to relax me when I be on the MRI. So, because she asked my answer, and I just say yes. So I can relax.
okay. That's good.
Yeah. But yeah, so I can just chill out this weekend, so they call back, they're not thinking about it, it'll be okay. So they hit me up.
All right, Mr. Toy, so I'm here for you. You know that, and you have
Yeah,
an
thank you.
invitation.
Attention?
And
Remember the cup right hold.
take your time.
Yeah, I am. Want to know what's going on. So yeah, how was your day? Did you have a good day?
Oh, it was good until I just got out of the bathtub and the shower. And when I did, I looked at my account, all taken down. And it was a very,
Well, what?
yeah, it was a major concern. And unfortunate though, because I made backups on that account, on those accounts. So while they took down like
I don't know, like actually they took down like 40 accounts that I had. I have backups of all those accounts on their platform as well under different names. So that
It's something you go live on, or
yeah,
something else?
yeah, you go live on it's Rumble and
Oh, Rumble. Oh, wow.
yeah, all of them because they always let me stream on like a bunch of different things. But
Right.
apparently I made somebody upset there, and they took everything down, and except the ones they took all the ones that are under Rabbi Rothschild. But fortunately, I have a lot of them that are not under Rabbi Rothschild. They're just under like test account or like coolest person ever, like random names, and anything that's under a random name is still up. And I have a bunch of backup accounts as well that I made like a long time ago, and those ones are so.
Okay.
So I mean it's concerning, but I'm just gonna create more accounts and just hopefully by this time tomorrow, I've got everything back to. I mean I won't get the data back, but I do have it all backed up. So that's why I do this. And whenever I create an account, I would just make two, one usually with my name and the other one with something not tied to me at all, just in case. Because if it's tied to me, then they could just easily just search my name and get all my stuff. But if it's not tied to me, then it makes it very difficult because they don't know. I just choose something random.
Mm. Yeah.
But aside from that, I had a nice relaxing bath, and that's not what I
Yeah,
went.
I just got out the tub. I
There,
just got out the tub.
there you go. Usually I take one in like the middle of the night when nobody's here, but I figure I'll do it right before Miss Aquarius gets in, and then that was not the awakening that I wanted. And then prior
I'm
to that,
sorry.
I sent out a bunch of emails for people. I was responding to people who I might be on their podcast and setting up calls with them and stuff. And then Tony and I did like a 2 hour podcast earlier today. So,
Yeah, I saw him in here. So, you know, me and him were friends on here. So,
oh yeah, okay.
yeah, I saw him in here. Yeah.
Look at you, Miss Aquarius. You got a big sport.
Yeah.
All right.
But they'll get me. You got it. Come on, Rabbi, get it.
I don't think so, man. Okay, that's one.
See? Don't never, nope, don't never do that to yourself.
Miss Aquarius, this is the
That's
greatest
right.
comeback in history. Greatest comeback in history.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, I was
See,
not
don't never
expecting
do
that.
that. Don't never let yourself down, okay?
Not expecting
Be
that.
positive.
Not expecting.
No,
Okay.
you don't
You
keep
win,
on.
I win, I win, you win.
Okay.
Reload.
Reload. So just try to say, okay, I got this, okay?
I know, I know. I always have that in the back of my head. I play it off like, oh,
I
this is impossible. But because that was a big one, I had to get two strikes in a row. If I didn't get two
good
strikes in
job.
a row,
Good job. Good
couldn't
job.
have
So
got you.
don't now you're good. Go, Rabbi, go. Go, Rabbi, go.
Oh,
Go,
this
Rabbi.
is ridiculous, Mr. Cruz.
Yeah, this is
Get out of here.
how's Luke doing?
He's doing well. He's gonna be in a movie, which is really cool.
That's cool. Okay. That's cool. Yeah, I haven't had I need to go to sleep. My head hurts. I don't know if it's from there, but I think my head hurts. And it's time to go to bed.
All right.
That's what it is. Don't yours? Yeah, yours doesn't hurt. Rabbi, when you don't have a nap or nothing, it hurts.
Usually my eyes get
Crazy.
tired.
Yeah, I think it hurts. You take a time to lay down and relax and take my muscle out. Because I've been on my legs and feet out. So I got to go. So you let me just take it. So you don't ask me if I got to go take it, right, Rabbi?
Yes, ma'am. What a
See?
spare. What a
Rabbi,
spare.
you talking about your circuit?
What a spare. Are you gonna take it?
Yeah.
Tough
After this,
split.
after this, and I'm going to take it while you in here before Rabbi. Yes.
Mr.
Take
Chris,
it.
this is a tough split. Get it. Oh, it's close. It was very good.
Right. Thank you. This
Okay,
is easy, Rabbi.
that's right.
See, you did it. Same as you, see? Hey.
Nice strike.
You win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. Yes, ma'am.
Everything's gonna be okay, Rabbi. You're gonna be fine. I'm gonna be fine.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I just took it. Nobody don't be on me. And I want Rabbi. Rabbi getting on me. I mean, so I gotta take it. I will see you later.
Not
I
really,
ain't
Mr.
got no
Chris.
food. I got the bed. I'm gonna be knocked out after a while.
Oh, yes, you will.
Okay. All right. See you in a little while. I'll be here though.
Excellent.
See you tomorrow.
Not really.
You might need to get up.
God willing.
I get lagging.
I know I'm doing something with this computer. God willing, Mr. Chris, you take care.
Okay.
These are dishes. Hey, last year I became the most musketeer roaster of all time. It's comedy you're looking for. I don't like to brag. Gotta be a part of the show. Let's see what I can do. I'm placing the rap out into a bar. I didn't really mean everything I said that night. This is gonna be insane. This is going to be awesome. Kill Tony, Saturday, April 18. Tickets on sale now. Hey, this is Redman coming live from the Smart Financial Center here in Houston, Texas, for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get up for Tony! Who's ready for the best fucking night of their lives, huh?
Sweet dreams, Mr. Aquarius. Absolutely, God feeling. We'll see you tomorrow. I hope you feel well.
It's my pastor got me relaxed, and I gotta go to sleep.
Well, you go and go do it.
It's very, very exciting.
You get your sleep.
Okay, I will. Thank you, Rabbi.
You're welcome, Mr. Aquarius. Sweet dreams, everyone.
God willing.
I gotta ask, Houston, Texas, are you guys ready to start tonight's fucking show? Pleasure to be on the road in my favorite state, the United States of America. Holy shit, what a beautiful day. 80 degrees and sunny, you can't beat it. Tonight's guests, two of my favorite human beings in the world, two of the greatest Kill Tony guests of all time. Night, when everybody that touches the show is a sellout theater act. But I did my Lord's work for you as I present to you multiple time award. Without a doubt, arguably, statistically, the greatest guest in Kill Tony history and the first ever regular in Kill Tony history. Tonight's guests, ladies and gentlemen, are Adam Ray and Kim Cox. sure. Yeah. Probably are. El Tiempo is here. How many El Tiempo fans do we have out there? Sure. Home of the Colorado. You guys ever been to the Colorado before? It's a fun place. All right. You guys know how this show works. Came out of the bucket, you get 60 cents uninterrupted. You know their time is up when you hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry. Is there a gay part of Houston? They all said bullets. What is it? Montrose. You gotta wrap it up then, or else you bring out the angry Montrose bear. Oh yeah, that's a PBA bear. Oh my goodness, the first name has been pulled. And this is a very special show because since we have been in Texas for over 5 years now, we have accumulated many great golden ticket winners from the city of Houston, Texas. And tonight, while we go right over our first bucket pool, starting off the show with a brand new minute for us is one of our elite golden ticket winners from Houston, Texas. He got his golden ticket, I believe, when he was 21 years old. Since then, he has worked on a piece. Makes the mix. Starting tonight's show, Houston's own Enrique Chacon. Houston, Texas, how the fuck we feeling tonight? This is looking like a racist Lakewood church, bro. What the fuck? I heard that ISIS. What's up with that? You're telling me I can't even hide inside a Lululemon anymore? My girlfriend, when I met her, she was way out of my league, so I found out everything I could about her, man. I found out that she was really into animal rescue, so 2019, fuck it, bro. I rescued 34 cats, bro. Fuck it. Sometimes you have to save the kitty to eat the kitty, and that's what I was doing. You can say I wasn't eating too, man. Anyways, I have an Australian cattle dog, a blue healer at home. I like to use that dog for small talk. I tell them I have a blue healer, and they're like, oh, my granddaddy had a blue healer. That's a very intelligent dog. That's a very hardworking dog. We have a beautiful moment, and suddenly they remember that their granddaddy wouldn't like him talking to me, and that's the end of the conversation. Thank you. And Enrique Chacon, Tony Hinchcliffe, I got the yard. How does it feel? This is the biggest crowd you've ever performed in front of in Houston, Texas. It is, bro. It's looking pretty fucking beautiful. Southwest Daily Texas in the house. What's the southwest of Houston like exactly? Southwest Houston, it's a beautiful place where everybody says the N-word no matter what ethnicity you are. It's that's why whenever I moved to like Austin or started doing comedy, I had to like train myself. Every time I wanted to say the N-word, I would slap a rubber band, on my leg or something. But yeah, that's my hood, man. That's where I grew up. And yeah. I don't know all the different areas that well. I know I was able to convince Redman to do this show because I said it's in Sugarland, and he's like, oh, where did it go? I'm fucking mad at that, bro. I'm mad at where it turned Sugarland to Caramel, bro. What's up? Oh my goodness. Enrique, why are you so fat? Tell us what you eat exactly. Well, a lot of straight guys eat pussy, Tony. That's what I do, That's not what's making you fat. Putting on there, I need a cream on it or something, or cream cheese, cottage cheese. Protein powder, nugget, eggs, bro. We cook everything with lard. I eat chocolate candy eggs, the fucking Cadbury eggs, dude. I got fucking eggs and ham, dude. But a place that you need to visit though, Tony, is Bissonnet, bro. You gotta go to Bissonnet. Don't you fucking agree? What is that? Bissonnet is the best neighborhood in Houston, Texas. And if you're stuck in traffic in Bissonnet, you might as well get your dick sucked, such a fun set. Ice White People, Lululemon. I love it so. That ice shit got me terrified, Tony. Really? It really does, dude. Because I have something called the DACA status, which means that I'm a celebrity immigrant. You know, there's only 2,500 of us. I don't think you should be saying this. Fuck it. I'm prepared for the consequences, man. Watch myself. I don't even drink Modelo's anymore in public, Tony. I'm drinking Busch Light, bro. Like some of these River Oaks white guys, bro. What the fuck? Hell yeah. I love it. Are there any other white things that you're doing to try to hide out? I'm reciting the 10 Amendments, Tony. The 10 Amendments. One of those is the right to eat. Is one of them dressed like you look like you work at the altar. I look like Lizzo's waiter, bro. You'll deal with someone hugs you. The adorable Enrique, and you have the show started for us tonight with nothing but laughter and likability. And you're from Houston, Texas. And we got it started. Houston local comedians that have been dying for us to make up here, and now it begins. They get 60 seconds, and then I conduct an interview with them, and anything can happen. Sometimes people get a little bit shy in front of such a big group of people, so I'm going to try my hardest to find out crazy shit about your first bucket pool. Doing an uninterrupted set goes by the name of Max Wissinger, everybody. Here comes Max Wissinger to get the bucket started tonight. So, I was making out with my girlfriend last week. Things were heating up. She started taking her clothes off. Yeah. She was like, Max, you look like a kid in a candy store. I said, babe, it's not you. I look like a kid at any store. Yeah. Just kidding. I don't have a girlfriend. Yeah. I can't keep a girlfriend, alright? Because they don't feel safe with me. Because I'm gluten-free. I mean, I can't even fight off a little Debbie. It sucks, right? Like, someone comes to work, I can't have any bitter, straight to the shitter. Being gluten-free is so depressing. The only time I even think about using a toaster is when I'm taking a bath. Guys, my therapist said I need an outlet. Jokes about being youthful. How old are you, Max? I'm 27. Oh, 27. I don't even have chest hair yet. It's a little bit. Me neither. I'm 41. How long have you been doing stand-up? So 1.5 years. But my first time was on this show like 3-4 years ago. Yeah, at Vulcan. Oh, okay. Yeah. You made the drive down to Austin. You live in Houston? I'm in Houston now. Yeah. What do you do for work? I'm a product developer for supplements. Wow, what kind of supplements? The ones that make you healthier that RFK Jr. likes. Yeah. Well, it doesn't look like you're taking any of them so hard. It looks like you're taking the drugs that make you age backwards. It's a Benjamin Button's compound. You need to eat more room on the foot. The kids snack, that's what I mean by that. Eat a 5. Yeah, I think they accidentally gave you estrogen. Right. Yeah. People call me RFK Jr. Yeah. What's the best supplement? I don't know. You don't have to ask them any, remember? You don't even have to ask you. One of the funniest repeat jokes in the history of the show. If you look back, you can make a 45-minute long violation of me looking at that and going, well, he asks the people. That's why I ordered coffee so it doesn't hurt his back. Max,
cars. Yeah. You know, I think girls are so dangerous when they drive because they're too busy trying to look hot. Right? Like, I saw this one chick going 100 on the freeway, putting on mascara, swerving all over the road. I mean, hey, at least you died a bad bitch.
I see what you did there. You snuck in a little joke.
Comics unleashed.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Tony, buddy, you should ask. These women be driving crazy. Cruises.
Yeah. You know, when you hang out with your friends, there's like, dude, Trevor was nuts tonight. You're like, yeah. They just turn their face a different wall and go, let me tell you about the 405. I was like, dude, over here. You got jokes, I like it.
What, have you been on dates? Do you have a girlfriend?
No, not right now. No.
When's the last time you hooked up with a chick? What's that like?
Oh,
What playground did you go to exactly?
I think it was. No, I can't say that one. Yeah, you can.
I am.
It was the actual location. A children's museum, but that's what we did. That's what I didn't say.
Okay, so seriously, last time you were with a woman or boy or whatever you're into.
It was last year. Yeah, end of last year.
So what happened then? What was that? Was that just a random hookup? Is this a little booty call? It's for some reason that's funny when you ask like a youthful 27-year-old.
No, it's my ex-girlfriend. Yeah, in Florida. Yeah.
Oh,
I was living in Florida for 2 years. Yeah, and
what made you live in Florida?
my job. Yeah, I was living in a retirement community. Yeah. The weather was great. It was in the 70s, just like the people.
Yep, I saw that one coming.
Yeah, we have an interview show right now. Who here wants to get the bits is amazing.
Impractical no jokers.
I was like, I can't just get freaking roasted the whole time. I gotta, I like it. You're on the aggression.
Perfect, Max. Max, what's your official messenger?
We go into another bit.
Well, if you say that beforehand, it's very hard to do.
I'm half Mexican and I'm half German.
Go ahead.
My Mexican half likes to cook spicy.
Your other half likes to cook juice.
No.
Did I accidentally write a better joke than you had? Yeah. It's okay. What was yours?
I like to cook my German half. Okay, so my Mexican half likes to cook spicy. Yeah, sure. My German half likes to turn that bathroom into a gas chamber.
Yeah, you should take my time.
Yeah. That was the most un-Holocaust noise I've ever heard.
That's the sound of what happens when your blood stops flowing. You did. Alright, here you go, Max. There you go, buddy. Big Bob. Messenger has begun the bucket portion of the show. Keep it moving along. There you go. So there goes Max, everybody. Wait for Adam's favorite handshake. Oh my God! Jesus Christ Almighty! The thought of it goes through my head with ladies on stage. It's unbelievable. Oh Jesus Christ! The old Houston butter cakes. Not again, buddy. It's real. It's real. All right. Your next bucket pool goes by the name of Jake McFarland. Let's see what happens here. We're going to meet Jake. Put your hands together for Jake, everybody. Jake McFarland.
I just want to start this by saying I'm 5 years sober and clean from white pussy. Yeah, wasn't a hard choice. White pussy tastes like nickels. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. It's February, baby! Yeah, not a lot of black people in here. That's crazy. Yeah, it's February, and as a black man, I'm just gonna tell you, as a black on my part, yeah, I'm out there doing it. Yeah, I'm eating black pussy. Yeah, and I was actually recently eating some black pussy
days ago, and I was down there in them thick thighs, you know how it is. And I was down there doing my thing. You know? Hey. But I come up her ear and go, she grabs me by the back of the head and goes, no, I'm racist, bitch. I was like, motherfucking, motherfucking, yeah.
Scott is fully. Hi, Colin. How are you? When you're eating pussy, are you just making noises inside of a pussy? Grab that mic.
I'm making a lot of noise.
Yeah, I thought it was her gun.
She was holding it to my head, that's true. Yeah.
Are you really eating black pussy?
Every chance I get. I'm telling you, when I get, I'm sure there's going to be a lineup. So, I'm looking forward to that.
I have a question.
Yeah. Go ahead.
If white pussy tastes like nickels, what does half black pussy taste like?
Like cocoa butter and original wings. Follow-up question. Yeah. I think I recognize it. Yeah. And a very good right at that too. How about Asian or George pussy? I think if you like Asian women, you're secretly and let's play a game. I'll have a bunch of trannies from Asia and then just regular Asian women, and we'll find out who's hot and who's not. All right, let's do it. Come on. I'm just saying. I think we know what's gonna happen. Your boyfriend's gonna look gay. Okay, so
Get on that red circle for me.
is this where the anvil is? And the anvil for Looney Tunes? Alright, you're cool.
Let me ask you something, Jane. Where women use pussy or
Anywhere I can.
like give us an example of where it's actually
Man, I do a lot of I'm a black comedian.
okay, why do you keep saying that?
I am. I'm a black comedian. I was banned from all white comedy rooms until 6 months ago.
Why? Ginger.
I am a ginger. Man, you really want to know? Not really.
Jay, I'm asking you, dude. Yeah, so we're on a live show. There's 7,000 people out there, Jay. You really want to know the answer to the question that the host of the show just asked you. Stand in the middle of the red circle, Jay.
I'll keep it real. I'm gonna stay right here. I got
The middle of the red circle.
middle.
There you go. Just stay there.
That's the target. Okay.
Black people love to run. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not that black. Honestly, I pulled a gun on a guy.
Okay, tell us more about that, Jay.
Yeah. Okay. So I was at a comedy show. It was a black comedy show. You don't have those in all the Austin, but in Houston, it's when you go to a place and everyone's black. You know what I mean? It's just
Pure decades.
right. Okay. So you do. Okay. Right.
Yes.
And I was about to leave, but one of my buddies who had went on the show, he actually didn't get on the show. He got snubbed by another comedian. He started crying. He got a little drunk, food fit, walked out. And I was like, well, fuck him, right? But then I thought, you know what? I better smooth it over with the host. So I walked up to the host, but I left my keys in my truck's wrap in the parking lot this time. By the way, I want to preface this by saying I was in Carrington's. You know what Carrington's is? That's the hood.
Jesus fucking.
That's the fucking hood.
Come on, get to the point of the story, Jay. Keep it moving.
Anyway, my bad. I'm wasting time. This story of a man with a red. Different kind, yeah, okay. So,
Get to the fucking story, Jay.
if you really want to know, do you really want me to be honest about what happened? Alright, here we go.
Come on.
So I was out in the parking lot talking with the comedian and the host, and another comedian started talking shit. And I told him that he's being disrespectful, and he said, "What are you gonna do about it?" And I said, "Take the glasses off." And he walked around his car, and I said, "Are we fighting or what?" And he said, "No, I'm just gonna shoot your ass. I'm just gonna kill your ass." A black guy. It was a black guy, which is crazy because when I pulled a gun on him and told him to take his hands out of the trunk after he popped the trunk to grab a gun, he closed the trunk. Damn. They don't like it when black people get the guns pulled on them, I guess.
Your story takes forever.
This is like how hard it is for a woman to come.
race. So I was like, okay, well, look at Jesus. I thought I was black, but like, apparently he's not.
There, you keep calling yourself black.
I'm ginger. What are you talking about? I'm light-skinned.
Why do you keep saying that?
I can call my black friends right now.
You say the word?
No, I don't
Then
think
you're not black.
What do you do work? I'm a handyman.
You're a handyman?
Yep.
What exactly do you specialize in?
Woodwork and stuff like that.
Well, maybe you are black because they would work if they could work.
Yeah. My black friends call me Chigabuche, actually.
Okay. Alright. Okay. Since you're so black, guess what? You're leaving with a little black joke book. Sorry, and everybody called Can't Patch. Alright, here to clean the slate. Oh my goodness gracious, that's right. Since it's a road show, the great Valerie Vaughn is here, everybody. Put your hands together for Valerie. She attends and works with us on every single non-Austin, but always on the road show. We have another Houston Golden Tickler, ladies and gentlemen. Can you believe it? Make some noise for him. Here with a brand new minute, it's Colin Sledge, everybody. You know him. A brand new minute from Houston. So, Colin Sledge.
Okay, thank you. So God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth because we're supposed to listen twice as much as we talk. But He also gave us 10 fingers, so we're supposed to be finger blessed Him like all the time. I always tell girls you should never fake an orgasm. So I don't care. I found out women are supposed to pee after sex to prevent a UTI every time. But I always tell them, just to be safe, you should pee during sex. Excited to that. Hell yeah. My parents are here, by the way. Can I do one more joke? Okay. My girlfriend said they don't make enough eye contact during sex. And it's not even true. I make a lot of eye contact during sex. It's just with myself in the mirror. Not like a narcissistic way. I just like to pretend I'm getting hugged by my evil twin.
Colin Sledge in front of the hometown crowd. That is what every comedian hopes to do. Amazing, Colin. Fucking hilarious as always. Your parents think about that stuff.
They've seen it before, probably.
I love it. Tell us, what part of Houston are you from?
From Northwest Houston by the Heights.
It's just, say the N-word there, you might get in trouble.
Yes.
It's different than Southwest.
I feel like I would get in trouble anywhere I said.
White people would beat you up if you said it. Colin, tell us about your experience of sexes. You ever, what else might people know you from? Did you ever have jobs here?
Well, I used to work in the Galleria.
What did you do at the Galleria?
I worked at Express Galleria. I worked at Galleria. And I worked at Willowbrook. Willowbrook, it's like further northwest. It's kind of ghetto.
Was that the Express at Willowbrook?
Yeah, they moved me over there. Oh,
Look at you, transfer Express employee.
Yeah.
Worked for Lex
Wexner, who was on State Files.
Oh yes, yes, he was. I never met him personally, but he did exploit my labor.
I can't believe he didn't show up to one of his many locations in Willowbrook.
Yeah, Willowbrook. Like there would be like stabbings every week in Willowbrook. And we'd be like the only store that didn't even close.
Right. Because white people need their skinny jeans.
Exactly. Well,
I love it. Colin, what else is going on in life?
I went shooting with Hans and stuff.
How was that?
It was fun. Everyone was very nice, especially when I had a gun. I never shot a fully automatic weapon before, and they just gave me like an energy drink. And they were like, "You're our friend, right?"
In Texas, I love it.
I think they're coming to came up with something at some point.
Yeah.
And I have one already.
Yes, she already has one. If there's any stalkers out there watching and listening to the show,
I'm also, if it was used to be a creepy Kill Tony guy, I would come up.
To be honest, I'm on edge right now. When he came out, I was like, whoa. But you look like a nice stalker, like you just struck someone's cheek or something.
Yeah. I would root for a girl, but I would just hold her hand full.
Yeah, you look like when you eat black pussy, you blow on it instead of going rat-tat-tat-tat-tat.
It's too hot for him.
Yeah. Too hot, yeah.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, this hot pussy.
Ever been to the Black Woman?
No.
Oh, jeez. Anybody?
No, we have already.
Wow. Why do you think you've never been to the Black Woman all the time here in Houston, a large populace of those people?
Yes. I wasn't always good looking. I used to be, yeah.
Oh my god, men are so confident.
I mean, when he first got on the show, his hair looked different since he's been dating this girl. Look at his hair he has right now.
You're taking care of me. I'm like a straight man.
So how else has your girlfriend changed you? Is there anything else? Been trimming your pubes and whatnot?
No, she prefers that I don't.
Ooh. Is there any other changes that she's made to you, though?
You know, people used to say, it's, very clean. And since I've had a girl, I might, yeah.
Your stuff. Your
Yeah.
seat.
So I used to be very organized, and now I'm not so much.
But it's working.
Yeah, it's a long balance.
You get to dump loads.
Vasectomy hasn't happened yet, but it's on the way.
The what?
The vasectomy,
Oh.
I'm working on it. So I tried to, I talked to the doctor, and he didn't want to do it on me because I didn't have kids. I don't want to have kids just to get vasectomy. So I said, I'll go visit my niece in Honduras. My brother had to come back. I still wanted a vasectomy. Would you give it to me? And he said yes. And I did that. And then I came back and I called him to retire. So I'm sort of back to square one, but it's on the works.
Call me insane, but I feel like you don't have to go to Honduras to get a vasectomy. Like, you can just find a different doctor.
Well, you do it in Red Bay, New York. I'll do it for you. I love that. Do you do drugs?
I just take weed.
You look like you're selling mushrooms to Scooby and the gang.
That's my girlfriend's influence on me.
Colin, you were absolutely hilarious tonight. Congratulations, hometown crowd, in front of your parents. You did it. We're getting back in the bucket one more time for Colin. Everybody. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Our next comedian is Brandon Brown. We're going to meet Brandon Brown all together now. Put your hands together for Brandon, everybody. These people wait their whole lives.
Holy shit. We're doing it. I'm a big ass fan. You too, Adam, right? Me and my wife, we're such big fans of Kill Tony that we role play Kill Tony in the bedroom, right? So sometimes, like, I'll be hitting it from the back. I'm like, oh yeah, we're really doing it, baby. We're really doing it. Sometimes I like to pretend I'm one of the black guys, Kill Tony. Oh yeah, we're really doing it.
right? So sometimes I'll be back and I go, oh yeah, this was really cool, right? Oh man, but it goes both ways, right? So sometimes she's like, I want to be Tony. I'm like, all right, you can be Tony. So I'll be eating her pussy, right? And she'll go, we've done this 1,000 times. You still can't hit the fucking buttons, right? Like, what the fuck? I've known you for 10 fucking years, and you still can't get it fucking right? Everybody, I'm praying around, and that's my time. We're really doing it, baby.
Look at this. Are you pointing at your girl out there?
Yes.
Where's she at?
Hey, we make big money. We're right in the front row.
I love it. I love it. How do you get big money? What do you do for work, Brady Brown?
I'm an insurance broker.
I love it. Amazing. How long have you been doing that for?
I've done it for about 4 years now.
You are one of the buffest insurance brokers I've ever seen. It's incredible.
Thank you.
Do you repo insurance? What's going on?
Thank you for your fucking Taylor Wood.
Yes.
How bad it works.
You look like Rogan if you stop doing the podcast.
Hey, that's a compliment. I appreciate it.
It is, man.
Tire Rogan, too. You really do.
We're really doing it, baby. Have you, so you, how long did you practice that settle up?
Came up with that at 3:43 this morning because I was so excited. I've actually, so it's fun to be here. We have a little connection, you and I.
Oh, go ahead.
Now you have a doctor.
No. So me and the wife went to a couple of your shows, and you know, so when you were doing Dr. Phil, we come see you at Dr. Phil. We love you, Doc. Appreciate it. And I sent you a Facebook message like one night, hi, it's Frank.
Sure.
And
I try to respond every day. I get back to you.
so because me and my girl were like, I was like, I wonder if we can get married on Dr. Phil. And you and I Facebook got hacked, and I could never get a hold of you again. And like we were, like you're just like, I'm on Dave, like yeah, let's do this shit. Yeah, look it up, Brandon Brown in your phone.
I'll take your word for it, player, but you'll handle it in my lap. After you try up the fucking stage. That's enough. I'm gonna have nightmares. Wait, so you guys got married?
Yes, we did.
Where'd you get married at?
Yeah.
And how many times have you beaten your wife since you got married?
You know, it depends when the trend starts to kick in. I don't really remember, but you know.
What does she do for a living?
She is the nurse.
Okay, you guys have kids.
No, we do not.
Are you finishing inside her?
Every time. I got that weak ass bullshit. Like, when I did this, like, there's the reason why God didn't make me black. Like,
How many times do you make her meow in bed?
I'm very good at that.
Very good. So the bedroom in real life, or you usually on bottom because of your bad back?
Yeah. Man, she's gonna kick my ass. You know what I'm saying?
These are the good parts. These are the good parts.
So I got very extremely lucky, and I got hurt in Afghanistan. I took an armored plate to the left side of the dick bag, so like my dick gets hard, and like I can go forever because I put it in healing, right? So yeah, I would just go until she gets tired. And I'm like, that's all I want. I'm trying to be in.
Do you finish? Do you come?
Yeah, I still come.
How do you come if you don't have feeling?
Yeah, it's only on like the left side, like my dick has feeling, but like I have like half the feeling that I had before. So like I go 3 times longer.
The question was, what's your favorite TV show?
Yeah.
I don't know how we got on this tangent.
You're alive.
I love it. So Afghanistan, that was what was it? You rolled over a. Okay, can you take us through that? What was that like? Is it traumatizing for you, or?
It's not for me. A lot of people have different experiences in the military. I was very lucky. We were more on the attack side of things. So like we went out every day. We were part of an EOD group, and like it was just like it's fucking fun. Right? We friends nobody died, like it's fun. It's just work.
We love you. We for your service. Thank you. Goddamn right. Greatest country on planet Earth. Amazing. Any other crazy stories from being on the other side of the planet?
Oh yeah, so my favorite is, right, this made me think of you too. I did this at about 4:02 after I came up my bed. So I was sitting there like, what the fuck am I going to tell, Tony? Well, then I was like, Mr. Hinchcliffe, I called Tone, like that one guy. I've been playing around with Tony.
The question was, what's your favorite food?
Yeah, I'm getting around to it. I deal with a lot of people who blew themselves up being on an EOD team. And I had the magic ability, I would always find the dick. Like, we'd be walking around looking for body parts and shit.
I have that ability too.
It's a way for you to find dick. It's weird when I find dick.
Yeah. Very easy.
I thought you'd like that, That's why it's all the way I'm talking.
So give us an example of, they find a lot of dicks. Do you do what I do when you find it and immediately just,
I come with 2 sticks and I chase people around with He touched with your dick.
amazing, Brandon Brown. Well, so much fun. Congratulations. You got to do it. Right in the heart of the show. Here's a big jump up, man. You fucking did it, dude. Never drop. The Houston Choppers are legendary. Houston can't catch a fucking cold. It's amazing. Okay, your next fucking poll live in Houston, Texas goes by the name of Mackenzie Jewel, everybody. Here we go. Mackenzie Jewel. Hey, gang. I'm gay and autistic, so technically I'm a double minority. But because I'm white, it just levels out. You know what I mean? I'm bisexual, that kind of sucks. You know what I mean? Because I feel like bisexual is gayer than being gay. You know? Because when you're bi, that means that you like dick and pussy, right? Some dick over pussy. Gay. That's really gay. I'm autistic and bitches love the tism dick. I'll be stimming in this shit, you know? I'm like, yeah, bitch, this pussy give me a sensory overload right now. I'm in all of like so many spoilers, files, dude. Dropbox or OneDrive, man. Netflix and chilling because I always want to pay attention to the movie, you know? I'm like, man, stop sucking my dick. It's just the scene where Michael Keaton becomes the founder. Amazing. Mackenzie Jewel. Welcome, Mackenzie. You're hilarious. How long have you been doing stand-up? I'm coming up on my 3rd year in April. Fuck yeah. All of it here in Houston? Yes, sir. I love it. What part of town do you live in? West Chase right now, but I was more, and I mentioned I live in the Fofo, Acres Homes. Okay. You're like if Mike Jones sucked on bones. Yeah. Amazing. That's one of my favorite. There's a lot of gay autistic comedians. You came out with energy, act outs, you kept everybody's attention. Guns ablaze and absolutely incredible. Question for you: are you the new Blippi? Who's Blippi? That's what I asked myself. Just about what? Gen Z, but I'm, other than fucking anything, the boobs. All the ones I know just hang out and sad and open mics and shit. Yeah. What do you think is the most thing about you? What's like everybody has a thing. Some are in chess, some are in numbers, this, that, and the next. Honestly, I feel like I got fucked on something. I feel like I'm just like late. I don't know. Maybe I would just have like one of those cool library brains that just knows a bunch of shit. I find my brain on drugs. I would hella, really? Yeah.
Doing on the lights for 3 people and shit, you know.
I swear to God, when you came out, I thought you were a woman. I'm not gonna lie, I'm still not sure.
I lived as a woman for a year.
You can tell.
Not a joke.
I believe it. She actually made it from a Netflix special. That's fantastic. So tell us how you think this is every 23-year-old in the country right now. We're all gonna die.
The biggest tickets and shit. What the fucking estrogen, you know?
You got the estrogen
From the Jordan chickens.
What do you mean?
I don't know.
Joining us.
I had pink hair. I went to the comic book store. I was the happiest I ever was, actually.
When you were a woman, tell us what you were doing to be a woman, though.
Hot Topic clearance sales.
You were working at Hot Topic.
No, I was buying from Hot Topic. I'm buying.
What were you buying with them?
Little dog shirts and shit.
Still like the picture?
Yeah, that's cool thing. Just so man, you know. We see it now that you're not a girl.
It's for asking somebody that's sharing things with us out of us, their kids, whether it's a boy or a girl, that's disrespectful and it's unacceptable in today's normal society. Can we see your face? No stars for this guy.
I started taking edibles, and I just was on an edible, and I had this haircut that was insane, and I was like, wow, I'm kind of ugly as a woman.
I wish we could tell you that exact clip and free fucking video around the world right now. Even though they're not using the same tactics, just intimidating everybody. Tell us, how do you think you were led down that path? You have liberal parents?
I mean, they kind of let me run for it. Yeah, I was homeschooled. I never went to high school, but I have a diploma that says certified hip hop badass, so it's something.
Parents did that for you?
No, I did 2 years of performing,
Biggest thing about you. Girls, what kind of ball are you? 75, 25?
Honestly, my top pets. What do you mean with pets? Not into like sexually, no. Yeah, I'm a meerkat. AI told me I'm a meerkat.
Oh my god, we now identify as a meerkat. Okay, let's go back to the question. Were we addicted to
Honestly, my track record is mostly women, but I have probably fooled around with 2 guys and I've had 1 boyfriend.
First of all, let's get credit to me. Wow, what the fuck? They keep sticking me. I'm like attracted to shut up for a living. All the way through until the there's kind of 1 boyfriend and 1 Jesus
You are doing such a fucking good job. Great.
What's up, Gary? Hope you're having a good day.
Answers, great interview, great segment, right, man? I can't take it. I heard it all. I'll have you on the secret show. Hell yeah, dude. Picturing a boy giving a toothy blowjob to a fat black cock. Heidi and Valor here to remind us all that we're straight. Here we are, two fucking fools, and now I present to you yet another boy raised out of Houston, Texas. You know him very well. While never officially being a Golden Ticket winner or a regular, he became famous for being funny off stage, and then starting comedy on Kill Tony, and then growing non-stop. And now he's to the point where he's headlining all over the country. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Houston's own Uncle Laser. Serious birthday captain. Jeans and t-shirt, just throw them an ass. Lord and Savior George Strait. You ain't lived till you see somebody pop their pussy to Amarillo by morning. I tell you what. And them category Georges, the big ass category 4 Georges walk around in airbrush shirts. Says, all right, people get up, barbecue stains on it. Look like a feral dog looking for a goddamn slice of brisket. I was pissed drunk out there last night, shacked up with this creature. I said, where are you from, baby? She said, I'm from the Bayou, Louisiana Bayou. I said, fucking Buffalo Bayou. That's where you're from. You're from fucking. But there I am in the back of her Ford Focus, okay? Cutting that pig in fucking hot seat, alright? And she goes, baby, you don't make this pussy fart. I said, you what? He said, you don't make this pussy fart. I said, keep your fucking voice down. Keep your voice down. I said, what are you asking me? She goes, you gonna make this pussy shot? I text my mom. I said, hey, I'm at the Houston Livestock Show Road. I need you to come get me real quick. You're gonna have to come get me. Security man, you ever been pussy fart? Chicken fart? What does it sound like? No, that ain't it. That ain't it. Did you need to see Dr. Fanny there? You ever been a pussy fart? What does it sound like, boy? Michael Gonzalez, ladies and gentlemen, I'm so glad you're great. Uncle Laser. I don't even know where to begin with that man. Wild set. It was very, very awesome. Great stuff. Tell the people watching the world what you're talking about at Houston Rodeo, which is an annual super weekend that just so happens to be right now. They got Indians, Mexicans, blacks, white, pretending like country, dressing up, pretending to know what they're doing during the rodeo. It's fun, man. It's this drug, the Astrodome. You can buy the large. It's great, man. Like the little elementary kids draw art shit you can fit on it. I bought a horse there last year. Wow, you got the place running wild right now, man. The what the fuck guys enjoying themselves right now. Wow, so this year, I went up with the big girl, and she said, can you make this pussy fall firm? She's Louisiana. Okay. But like, they speak their own language. So like, that means fuck her so hard that a bunch of air gets in there? Yeah, so like the proper nomenclature is queefs. Right. Our fellow that ended right after was a side. He's gonna start like first. Like we put two men. I told her once, what the fuck was that? And she goes, that's my pussy leaving you a review. Absolutely incredible. It is unsettling when a woman does that. Yeah.
had a girl go, "You did this to me." Like, yeah, if it smells, she actually farted. You hear me? Yeah. That give away every time.
No doubt about it. I'm interested to hear what the other horn players might have. Pussy fought sounds like. We only got the saxophone. What else? Do we have anything from you guys? Another pussy fart noise that you guys can muster up? You know I need that sweet, sweet trombone down there. It smells like they hit about 5 seconds after that one. That's the old regular old fart. Amazing. So there's a beautiful piece from Louisiana that you've made love to. How does an event like that end for you? You just you get her an Uber, like where this took place in a car?
I got 4 Focus. Is there 4 Focus?
Oh yeah. The primary vehicle of most Louisiana people.
Oh, they're not a bunch.
Yeah. So you're in the back seat of the Ford Focus.
We're getting late front seats now, and it was getting hot, and it's just heavy, you know.
Yeah.
At one point, I tried to lift her up off me, my fucking leg was going numb. I put my hand up on it when I like Titanic, you know what I'm saying, in the back of the seat. Yeah, I'm just home, you know.
That's Houston for you.
Shit, man. I actually lost my virginity about 6 minutes down the road in a little trailer, like a colonial down there.
Wow.
Yeah.
Tell us about that. Tell us what was your age and which relative was it?
I was 12 and
Shit.
the Mexican girl was 10, the black dude was 16.
Wait, hold on a second. Hey, Jules sucking his cock while this was happening?
Well,
Was the black guy getting a toothy blowjob in the corner?
yeah, make that pussy fly. Oh, baby. So, I stole my mama's Jeep Grand Cherokee and we drove down there. We got in the window. And when I got in there, I'm just fooling about. Just having to get up, no idea what I'm doing. About 15 minutes go by, I feel a tap on my shoulder. I'm turning around, this big, beautiful black man just naked. But just a foot of dick on him, you know. Look like when you're taking fucking shitty pictures of your kids out of your wallet, not rivals. And he let me say I've done it and start fucking. I'm just sitting there like, yeah, I know what to do. You know, trailer houses, you know, they're kind of fucking up against a wall and they hurt the she starts hollering in a language I don't understand and then fucking we jump out the window and I get so nervous I actually rolled my mama's Jeep off in the ditch. And cop came and shit. My mama took me home. They took the black dude to the He was actually 47. That called everybody. I made it part up. God damn it, I made it part up.
There are real black pedophiles. A little fun fact, you'll never see a black pedophile, and also a fun fact, black people do not sneeze. It's a real thing. John Gates, can you confirm this? Have you ever sneezed before? I've actually never seen him really sneeze. Yeah, he's joking, but have you ever really sneezed? Yes. Shut up.
I know a lot of people can't have Down syndrome either. It feels like a fact. You know, you get sickle cell, but you can't get the retardation stuff. Such a thought, goddammit. Anyway, I'm informed.
The only people get our first downs off of all. Am I correct, everybody? Am I correct? Timothy Jenkins, University of Alabama. Uncle Laser, to watch you grow set after set on this show is an anomaly. Hometown, baby, it's incredible. In his hometown, 6 minutes away from where he lost his virginity, in a trailer with a 14-year-old and a 16-year-old black man. One more time for Uncle Laser. And your neck bucket goes by the name of Kyle Clinton, everybody. Kyle Clinton. Oh my goodness, I'm going to get where I is from. This should be correct. Real ass. What's that, everybody? Here's Kyle Clinton, everybody.
My big brother was going to get a vasectomy. I was like, I think I got to get some pussy first. Being from Eastern Kentucky, sometimes people ask me if I banged my cousin. I'm like, no. She was homecoming queen. She was way out of my league. Plus, I had a big brother, some real stiff competition. Growing up in Kentucky, sometimes people think I was brought up Baptist, but I was actually raised Methodist. Then in my 20s, I became a Crystal Methodist. Hey, everybody, I'm Carlin.
It's done it again. Always funny. Love your delivery. Love everything about you. How you feeling, Kyle?
Oh, fantastic. Thank you. Shirley!
Have you been here before to Shirley?
I have. I saw Chris Rock in here. I saw Jay Leno in here.
At this venue.
At this venue.
Smart Financial Center. I love it. Amazing. Is this Houston where you're from?
Yeah, no, I grew up in Eastern Kentucky, but I live here now.
What made you choose Houston?
Work. And now fun.
Yeah. What do you do for work?
Well, I was managing shopping centers, and right now I'm substitute teaching.
Okay. What shopping center did you get the time? Perhaps
Well, for a guy whose family owned a chain of departments in this area and throughout Texas.
Claire's.
Wieners.
What's Wieners?
Wieners. I know some people out there are familiar.
I'm saying that. You're making me hard. What is that place?
It's where everybody got their school clothes growing up, apparently.
Really? You guys got your school clothes at a place called Wieners? Right now, that guy up there's like, what the fuck?
Friday wasn't open.
Wow. I just thought they started selling kids Wieners recently. Society, media, propaganda, it's a whole thing. Kyle, I loved your vasectomy joke. Did you really do crystal meth?
I guess I'm 13 years not doing it, but yes.
How did you end up starting? Explain to me. I've always been curious. How does one start doing crystal meth?
Being very distracted. Where I start.
Okay, can you give me
Thinking about other things. Having a test. And then taking Adderall. And then advancing whenever I did not have Adderall.
Because crystal meth can fill in for Adderall. For those of you that are running a little low on Adderall, just remember.
To substitute.
Yeah.
Crystal meth, though, like, you see shit, like, right, this thing, and shit like that.
If you take enough Adderall, you'll see shit. But tell us about it.
Okay. Should I? I mean, I had neighbors who could get it, and that became an option where I was out of Adderall, you know, a guy Dave.
Some neighbors he get baking soda. These neighbors are like, watch out, we're dumb.
Yeah. And, I don't know, it works.
What's the wildest thing you've ever done on crystal meth?
Oh, that's a very good question, Tony. That's an excellent question.
Look through your people a lot outside.
Yes.
So you let your students dress you with their hand-me-downs from Wieners?
Absolutely.
Why
3 a.m.
Why naked?
because porn's on.
What porn you watching on crystal meth? Anything crazy? What's the wildest porn you've ever watched?
Great question.
Penguin porn?
Straight porn. Interracial porn.
Ooh, right. Getting warmer.
Now say the truth. You know, I hate to say this, and this might not hit unless you're up close. You do look like the clown from It on his day off.
I'll tell you,
Facially.
Perfect. I get told I look like a lot of people. Somebody said I look like Charlie Kirk this week.
Not great. Not great. Yeah. Not great.